Chapter 2195. Fan Paozi and the Tao Fruit Convention. A chill immediately ran down the spine of Han Li's nascent soul upon seeing this, and it felt as if it were immortal in the presence of a fearsome beast. The nascent soul immediately made a hand seal while letting loose a low cry, and the space within a radius of around half a kilometer tremored before everything suddenly became extremely sluggish as if the air had congealed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the nascent soul vanished on the spot, then appeared several kilometers away amid a burst of spatial fluctuations before casting a wary gaze toward the gargantuan creature. From a distance, Han Li was finally able to see the true appearance of the massive creature, and he discovered it to be a mountainous menacing head. The head had a pair of purple eyes and a huge golden horn. It was covered in faint silver scales, and had 4 extremely long feelers extending from it. "It's a true dragon," Han Li exclaimed. In the next instant, the giant dragon's head whipped through the air, and the congealed space instantly returned to normal. The dragon's head was still appraising Han Li intently, and it suddenly said in a rumbling voice, "So you're a new Grand Ascension stage fellow Taoist? It looks like this is your first time going on a spiritual journey, right?" "This is indeed my first time on a spiritual journey. Are you a true dragon? Why have you appeared here?" the nascent soul asked in a cautious manner. Your nascent soul is far more consolidated than even most veteran Grand Ascension stage beings, yet there are still wisps of the world's origin chi escaping from it, clearly indicating that it's only recently reached completion. As for myself, I am indeed a true dragon, namely a clear purple dragon. I encountered a powerful foe not long ago, so I had no choice but to hide here for some time. The giant dragon's head chuckled in a truthful manner. Immediately thereafter, a gargantuan body the size of a mountain range forced its way out of the space behind the massive dragon's head. Sure enough, it was a colossal dragon covered in shimmering silver scales, but its body was riddled with wounds and missing large patches of scales, clearly looking very much worse for wear. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, and he was forced to avert his gaze as scintillating light radiated from the scales of the silver dragon. All of a sudden, the gargantuan creature disappeared, and in its place stood a young man who appeared to be around 16 years of age, appraising Han Li with a faint smile. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. My name is Fan Paozi. May I know your name? I am an acquaintance of fellow Taoist Mo of your human race." "Ah, so you're acquainted with Brother Mo. I am Han Li, and I've heard much about the vastly renowned clear purple dragon. The enemy that you were referring to must be quite an extraordinary being as well to have inflicted these wounds upon you," Han Li's nascent soul replied. "Normally, I would have stayed far away from that 7-headed owl, but unfortunately, I came here for an extremely important item that I couldn't give up on, so I had no choice but to face it in battle. As a result, I sustained some rather severe injuries and lost some of my true scales, but I also managed to smash 2 of its 7 heads, the silver-robed young man said in a nonchalant manner. Han Li's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this. "I see, so you were battling a 7-headed owl. That's one of the rare true spirits known for its intense bloodlust, so it's quite extraordinary that you were able to defeat it, Brother Fan." "I didn't exactly defeat it, it was just a lose-lose battle. The 7-headed owl was extremely ferocious, but wasn't very intelligent, so I was able to obtain the item I came for using a little trick. If it hadn't been unavoidable, there's no way I would have engaged such a bloodthirsty creature in battle," Fan Paozi said in a smug manner. "Then I'll have to congratulate you on obtaining your new treasure," Han Li's nascent soul said as it cupped its fist in a salute. "Thank you, Brother Han. By the way, the 7-headed owl is still dwelling in a nearby realm. How about we join forces to kill it once and for all? Judging from how powerful your nascent soul is, you must be far more formidable than the average Grand Ascension stage being. If we combine our powers, there's a very good chance we'll succeed. If we do manage to kill it, I'll give you the inner core and consume its flesh and blood to help myself recover. What do you think?" Fan Paozi proposed. "Surely you jest, Brother Fan. A rookie Grand Ascension stage being like me is far from ready to face such a fearsome true spirit," Han Li's nascent soul immediately refused with a shake of its head. A forlorn look appeared on Fan Paozi's face upon hearing this. "Oh, so you're not interested? That's quite a pity. This is a very rare opportunity. The inner core of the 7-headed owl is an extremely prized item. You can absorb the baleful chi within it to cultivate powerful abilities or use it as a material to refine a formidable treasure. Are you really not going to reconsider? Even if you don't have any use for the inner core, there will be many people keen to exchange valuable treasures for it. If you miss this brilliant opportunity, who knows when another one will come around." I wouldn't dare to irk such a formidable true spirit capable of wiping out entire nations and races. Please don't insist on this any further, fellow Taoist fan. I'm not conceited enough to think that I stand a chance here. If you really want to avenge yourself, then perhaps you can recruit another fellow Taoist to accompany you. Han Li refused again in a euphemistic manner. In that case, then I won't mention this matter any further. I do have some good friends that are no less powerful than myself, but none of them are in any of the nearby realms, so it won't be easy for me to track them down. As for other ordinary Grand Ascension stage beings, they most likely wouldn't stand much of a chance anyway. So be it, I don't want to face it again on my own, so I'll go somewhere else to rest and recuperate before returning to my own realm. Judging from the tone of Fan Paozi's voice, he had identified Han Li's true power and was regarding him as different from normal Grand Ascension stage beings. One had to realize that even though true spirits were technically supposed to be beings of the same caliber as Grand Ascension cultivators, even the most ordinary of true spirits could contend with several Grand Ascension stage beings at once. On top of that, some of the most powerful true spirits even possessed powers comparable or superior to some true immortals. Are you planning to leave right away, fellow Taoist fan? Han Li asked as his expression changed slightly. I was recovering from my injuries in the nearby spatial rift, but now that you're aware of my presence, are you content to allow me to remain in the territory of your human race? Are you not concerned that the seven-headed owl will pursue me to this place and bring disaster to your race? Fan Paozi chuckled. An awkward look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, but his expression then quickly returned to normal as he cupped his fist in a salute. If that seven-headed owl really does come here, then our human race will be in great peril, so I won't keep you any longer. Fan Paozi smiled and replied, even though this is only our first meeting, I feel like we have a great deal of affinity with one another, so I have a gift for you here. Immediately thereafter, he suddenly opened his mouth to release a ball of silver light that flew directly toward Han Li. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, then made a grabbing motion to draw a flat disc into his own grasp. He looked down at the object to find that it was a shimmering silver scale, and his heart stirred slightly as he asked, "What is this, fellow Taoist fan?" Grand Elder Jin Long of our True Dragon race will be holding a Tao Fruit Convention on our True Dragon Island in a few centuries, and all true spirits as well as some select Grand Ascension stage beings, will be eligible to attend the convention. There are some true dragons such as myself who have the right to extend invitations to several people, and that scale acts as the invitation letter to the event. Shortly before the convention is held, the exact time and location will be displayed on the scale, and you can attend if you have the time to do so, Fan Paozi explained with a smile. Han Li's nascent soul swept its spiritual sense over the scale, and after ascertaining that there were no issues with it, the nascent soul replied, "The Tao Fruit Convention, eh? Thank you for your kind invitation, brother Fan." Immediately thereafter, the silver scale vanished as a ball of silver light from Han Li's grasp. A hint of amusement flashed through Fan Paozi's eyes at the sight of how carefully Han Li was treating the scale, and he continued, "I hope to see you again on True Dragon Island. By the way, even though you're a Grand Ascension stage being and can release your nascent soul out of your body, it would be best not to display this ability in front of some powerful beings unless it's absolutely unavoidable. According to my knowledge, many true spirits view Grand Ascension stage nascent souls as delicacies, and to them, the more consolidated a nascent soul is, the more delicious they'll be, haha." After that, Fan Paozi burst into laughter and reverted back to his giant true dragon form amid a flash of silver light, then disappeared into thin air with another flash of silver radiance. Chapter 2196. Return. Han Li's expression eased slightly at the sight of Fan Paozi's departure, but a hint of concern then appeared in his eyes as he considered what Fan Paozi had just said. After a short while, Han Li's nascent soul descended from above as a streak of azure light. Not long after that, spatial fluctuations erupted within the secret chamber of his cave abode, and the nascent soul re-emerged. Han Li's physical body and the spirit body both stood up upon seeing this, and at the same time Han Li's physical body closed its eyes, and his nascent soul quickly vanished into the head of the body as a streak of azure light. All of a sudden, purplish-golden light flashed erratically from Han Li's body, and a series of silver spirit patterns appeared on his skin. Han Li then reopened his eyes, upon which the spirit body immediately approached him before vanishing into his body as a streak of azure light. Han Li stood still on the spot, and only after a long while did he gently flex his neck from side to side as he murmured to himself, "As expected, my nascent soul really has become more resolute than before. It seems that not only can spiritual travel be used in battle against enemies, it can also be directly used for cultivation. After that, Hanli sat back down onto the ground, then flipped a hand over to produce the silver scale again. Hanli gently stroked the scale with his finger for a moment, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. In the past he had read about the true dragon island that Fan Paozi had just spoken of, and apparently, the island was very strange in that it existed in a unique space that was situated in several realms at once. There were all types of living beings on the island, most of which were WRMS, but there were also over 10 true spirits on the island, most of which were true dragons, which was why it was known as True Dragon Island. However, this was the first time he had heard about this Dao Fruit Convention. He would have to inquire Mo Jianli and some others about this to see if they knew any details about the event before deciding whether he was going to attend. Having made up his mind, Han Li exhaled, and the silver spirit patterns on his body instantly formed dozens of miniature formations on his skin. Immediately thereafter, bursts of white mist surged out of the formations in a frenzy, inundating Han Li's entire body. Moments later, the entire secret chamber was filled with this white mist, and a string of cracks and pops rang out incessantly from within it. Thus, Han Li continued to cultivate in his secret chamber. 2 months later, the door of the secret chamber was opened once again amid a dull thump, and Han Li emerged from within with a calm expression. Half a day later, spiritual light suddenly flashed on the peak of the mountain in which Han Li's cave abode was situated, and 2 dazzling streaks of light departed into the distance. Shortly thereafter, a group of around a dozen streaks of light also emerged from the mountain before flying away in another direction. Meanwhile, Daoist Xie, Silvermoon and Zhu Guer had already gathered before Han Li in the cave abode. Let's go to Deep Heaven City. There are some disciples who I haven't seen in a long time, and I want to check on how they're doing, Han Li said. No one had any objections to this, and Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of golden light that swept up everyone in the room, following which all of them instantly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted atop the mountain peak, and Han Li's group re-emerged. Han Li then immediately raised a hand to release a ball of azure light, which transformed into an azure jade arc that was over 100 feet in length. Han Li and the others flew onto the arc, which immediately sped away as a ball of azure light. Deep Heaven City was still standing at the entrance to the primordial world, and its massive city walls had already been repaired from the damage inflicted upon it by the devilish army. Groups of armored patrolling warriors were roaming over the city walls, and even though the devilish tribulation had already passed, the guards of Deep Heaven City were still on high alert. Within a giant stone pagoda at the center of Deep Heaven City, 8 human and demon body integration stage elders were gathered and discussing something. Among the outermost 108 giant restrictions of the city, 97 of them were completely repaired as of 2 days ago. As for the remaining restrictions, the materials required to repair them are quite rare, and we haven't been able to gather all of them, so they can't be repaired for now. Up to this point, only around 20% of the puppets under the city have been repaired, and all of the ones that have been adjudged to be beyond repair have been refined into materials. The 100,000 new puppets that we commissioned the Hidden Fortune Pavilion to craft have already arrived a month ago, and the 3,080 cloud pavilions of the city have already been fully repaired. A silver-haired elderly man was currently in the process of delivering a report to everyone else. Even though Deep Heaven City had managed to withstand the invasion of the devilish army, the damage and losses sustained by the city had been enormous. Even after so many years, the city still hadn't recovered to its former state prior to the devilish tribulation, and this was very concerning to the panel of elders. Following the devilish tribulation, the relationship between the human and demon races and the neighboring races had become rather tense. In particular, the Wood tribe had already been split up and become subsidiaries to the other races, and every race was eagerly eyeing the former territory of the Wood tribe. However, no one dared to immediately take over this territory in fear of being targeted by the other races. Thus, the nearby races had begun sending people to the border they shared with the Wood tribe territory in order to slowly encroach upon this area. Under these circumstances, it wouldn't be a surprise at all to see another war break out between the human and demon races against the other neighboring races. If that were to happen, Deep Heaven City would most likely be the site where the conflict would take place, so it was naturally imperative to repair all of the city's defenses. After a long while, the silver-haired elderly man finally completed his report, and during this process, all of the other elders had listened carefully, occasionally raising a question or two, all of which were patiently answered by the elderly man. Our city's defenses are still rather weak at the moment, but everything will recover within 20 years at most. When that time comes, We'll have nothing to fear even if we have to battle the other neighboring races again. Brother Gu, let's discuss the other matters next, a golden-robed elderly monk suddenly said with a smile. The monk was none other than Buddhist monk Jinyu, while the silver-haired elderly man was naturally Elder Gu of Deep Heaven City. Aside from the progression in the city's repairs, I gathered all of you here today to discuss several other important matters as well, one of which will involve the Holy Island envoys who will be arriving at our city soon, Elder Gu sighed. What? So the Holy Island really has sent people to our city? Looks like they're determined to get their hands on that person. A stir immediately ran through the group of body integration stage elders upon hearing this. What do we do? The person the Holy Island wants is a disciple of that man. So be it, seeing as the Holy Island has sent envoys to our city, we'll just have to hand over that man's disciple. After all, even our Deep Heaven City won't be able to directly oppose the Holy Island, a golden-faced burly man said with furrowed brows. Humph, you sure make it sound simple. Have you forgotten that man's powers and the contributions he made to our city? If we hand over his disciple, who is going to deal with him once he returns? Are you going to volunteer? A purple-haired woman countered in a cold voice. We've already turned down the Holy Island on several occasions with different excuses. If we continue to refuse to cooperate, the Holy Island envoys will most likely cause trouble directly for our panel of elders. That person is indeed more powerful than all of us, but it's not like he'd dare to oppose the Holy Island, so I still think we should hand over his disciple, the golden-faced man insisted with a solemn expression. The Holy Island is not an entity that we can mess with, but have you forgotten that that man is currently attempting a Grand Ascension stage breakthrough? If he succeeds and returns only to find that we've handed over his disciple, have you considered what would befall our city? A silver-masked woman asked in a cold voice. Haha, I know that you share some ties with that man, Fairy Silverlight, but this is a matter that concerns our entire city, so it's best not to let individual ties cloud your judgment. Besides, countless fellow Taoists from our human and demon races have attempted Grand Ascension stage breakthroughs in the past, but how many of them have succeeded? The golden-faced man replied with a shake of his head. Everyone else exchanged hesitant glances upon hearing this, but the silver-masked woman continued in a cold voice. Even if the chances of making a Grand Ascension stage breakthrough are very slim, have you forgotten about those rumors? The golden-faced man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he didn't immediately offer a response. Are you referring to the rumor that fellow Taoist Han is being held in high regard by both Senior Ao Shao and Senior Mo Jianli? Buddhist monk Jinyu asked. Chapter 2197. Holy Island Envoys. The person being discussed by the elders was none other than Han Li, and those who were supporting handing over Han Li's disciple immediately fell silent upon hearing what Buddhist monk Jinyu had just said. As the only two Grand Ascension stage beings in the two races, Ao Shao and Mo Jianli's influence outstripped even that of the Holy Island. If it weren't for the fact that a rule had been established in ancient times, stating that Grand Ascension stage beings were prohibited from interfering with the general affairs of the Holy Island, no one would bat an eyelid even if Mo Jianli and Ao Shao were to take over control of the Holy Island. Now that these two Grand Ascension stage beings had been introduced into the conversation, no one dared to express any opinions, and the entire hall suddenly fell completely silent. I have verified this rumor in person. Apparently, our two seniors believe that fellow Taoist Han is the one who's most likely to progress to the Grand Ascension stage among our two races, which is why they hold him in such high regard. On top of that, Fairy Ling Long, who is a direct lineal descendant of Senior Ao Shao, is currently in seclusion with fellow Taoist Han for some reason. If we were to irk fellow Taoist Han, the outcome may not be much better for us than opposing the Holy Island, Buddhist monk Jinyu said in a grim voice. Different expressions appeared on everyone's faces upon hearing this, and it was clear that they weren't going to be reaching a consensus anytime soon. Not necessarily. The Holy Island is asking for that disciple of fellow Taoist Hans for the future of our two races. According to the Holy Island, fellow Taoist Du, who has been in seclusion on the Holy Island for over 10,000 years, has come out of seclusion as a late body integration cultivator, and he's also cultivated the peerless Buddhist ability, the evil vanquishing arts, to the paramount level. With his powers and the supplementary pills and treasures provided by the Holy Island, there's a roughly 20% chance that he'll be able to break through the Grand Ascension stage bottleneck. It's just that they don't have any potent measures against the true lightning tribulation, and the people on the Holy Island were somehow made aware of the fact that fellow Taoist Han's disciple possesses the extremely rare recessive lightning spiritual root, which can help one withstand lightning tribulations. As such, they're determined to bring him to the island to assist fellow Taoist Du in transcending his true lightning tribulation. If we can add a grand ascension stage being to our two races for doing this, I'm sure Senior Mo Jianli and Senior Ao Shao will be extremely pleased, and fellow Taoist Han wouldn't be able to blame us either, a black-robed man said in an emotionless manner. You're right, Brother Yen. The Holy Island is only asking fellow Taoist Han's disciple to help fellow Taoist Du transcend his true lightning tribulation. It's not set in stone that something bad will happen to him. In fact, this may be an opportunity for him, the golden-faced man chimed in agreement. I wish I had half your optimism. Fellow Taoist Han's disciple has only just reached the deity transformation stage. Even though he possesses a recessive lightning spiritual root, how will he be able to resist the true lightning tribulation? They'll most likely force him to stimulate his latent potential and burn through his lifespan to forcibly enhance his own cultivation base. Even if he manages to survive the true lightning tribulation, he'll definitely be completely disabled. Do you think fellow Taoist Han will be willing to just let things slide then? Fairy Silver Light countered with a hint of fury in her voice. If we can sacrifice a deity transformation cultivator for a grand ascension cultivator, then that is a fantastic exchange for the greater good of our two races, the black-robed man said as his eyes narrowed slightly. If fellow Taoist Han doesn't manage to become a grand ascension cultivator, then we can just ask the Holy Island to forcibly keep him in check. But what if he succeeds in his breakthrough? How will we face him then? When that time comes, perhaps even the Holy Island will ask us to sacrifice ourselves in order to assuage fellow Taoist Han's fury. Our panel of elders has promised fellow Taoist Han that we would look after his disciples in his absence no matter what happens. Do you really think we can just detach ourselves from this? The purple-haired woman said in a cold voice. The black-robed man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he didn't offer any response. Thus, the entire hall fell silent again, and everyone was quickly mulling over the pros and cons of the situation. What do you think, Brother Gu? Buddhist monk Jinyu sighed as he turned toward the silver-haired elderly man. My opinion doesn't matter here. This is an extremely troublesome matter, and I don't think we're equipped to make a conclusive decision here, Elder Gu replied with a wry smile. We have to make a decision that will appease both sides. We can't directly oppose the orders of the Holy Island, but fellow Taoist Han is the most powerful body integration stage being among our two races, so we can't irk him either. On top of that, fellow Taoist Han is not someone who's easy to fool, so I'd suggest we don't fabricate any excuses or try to play any little tricks on him. I don't want to see a repeat of what happened to fellow Taoist Azure Dragon all those years ago, Buddhist monk Jinyu said with a concerned expression. Everyone's heart jolted slightly upon hearing the mention of Master Azure Dragon. No one had witnessed the fall of Master Azure Dragon in person, but everyone knew that Han Li was most likely the culprit. Han Li had killed a body integration cultivator like Master Azure Dragon without any hesitation for the sake of his so-called junior martial sister. Who knew if he would do the same to the members of the panel of elders? If they were to irk Han Li, they could be making an enemy for themselves who could easily take their lives at any moment. Thus, even though the Holy Island was an almighty entity, they couldn't make a decision on who to side with. Let's set this matter aside for now. This issue concerns our entire panel of elders, and we definitely won't be able to arrive at a conclusion on our own. The Holy Island envoys will take some time to arrive at our city, so why don't we discuss this when we've gathered all of the other elders? Of course, during this time, fellow Taoist Han's disciples will be temporarily prohibited from leaving Deep Heaven City. Also, please try to contact Senior Ao Shao and Senior Mo Jianli again, Fairy Silver Light. If either of them can make a decision for us, then we'll be out of this predicament. Fellow Taoist Yen, I'll entrust the duty of corresponding with the Holy Island to you. Find out who the Holy Island envoys will be, and whether there's a chance they can rescind their order. As long as the Holy Island is willing to give up on fellow Taoist Han's disciple, we can accept any other condition of theirs as long as it's within reason, Elder Gu finally decided after a long pause. Ever since the truce agreement was made with the Elder Devil race, Senior Ao Shao and Senior Mo Jianli have mysteriously disappeared. Even their disciples have been unable to contact them, so I can only do my best, Fairy Silver Light replied in an unconfident manner. I have several good friends on the Holy Island, so it'll be easy for me to find out some information, but I'm guessing that it'll be next to impossible to convince the Holy Island to rescind its order, the black-robed man sighed. I'm naturally aware that both of these tasks are very difficult, but we have to at least make an attempt. If we manage to succeed in either of these endeavors, then the issue will be completely resolved, Elder Gu said. The black-robed man and Fairy Silverlight could only nod in response. Thus, the issue regarding the Holy Island and Han Li was set aside for now, and the elders began discussing the extermination of the remnant devilish beings near Deep Heaven City. 3 months later, over 100 armored guards were standing on either side of Deep Heaven City's giant city gate. On top of that, there were also several people in different colored attire standing atop the city wall, peering into the distant sky. At the center of the group were Elder Gu and Buddhist monk Jinyu, and they were accompanied by several other elders, including Elder Yen and Fairy Silverlight. All of them were waiting atop the city wall in silence, as if they were waiting for someone. However, a long time passed and there was still no sign of anyone arriving. Elder Gu looked up at the sun in the sky, and his brows finally furrowed slightly as he asked, "Elder Yen, didn't you say that the Holy Island envoys will arrive at noon sharp? Has there been a miscommunication?" "I wouldn't make a mistake on such a simple matter, Brother Gu. Perhaps the Holy Island envoys were unexpectedly delayed for some reason," the black-robed man replied. "What could they possibly have been delayed by? There are 3 Holy Island envoys in total, yet even you were unable to find out any of their identities. It looks like the Holy Island has already run out of patience with us." Elder Gu sighed with a slight shake of his head. Elder Yen offered no response to this, but Buddhist monk Jinyu suddenly said, "We've discussed this issue on several occasions, but have still been unable to arrive at a consensus. As things are now, we can only go with the flow and make decisions on the fly." Wry smiles appeared on the faces of all of the elders upon hearing this. All of a sudden, Fairy Silverlight exclaimed, "They're here!" Everyone's hearts stirred upon hearing this, and they hurriedly looked up into the distant sky again. Azure light flashed in the distance, and a streak of azure light approached at an incredible speed, reaching the city gate in just a few flashes. The azure light then abruptly faded, and an azure jade arc appeared. At the front of the arc stood an azure-robed young man, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes at the sight of the elders down below, but he immediately cupped his fist in a smiling salute. "Brother Gu, Master Jin, why are you all here? Did you know that I was going to return to the city today?" All of the elders were immediately flabbergasted upon ascertaining who the young man was. Chapter 2198. Do you? The young man was naturally none other than Han Li, who had finally arrived back at Deep Heaven City after traveling for close to half a year. At this moment, a man and 2 women also emerged from the cabin of the Ark. They were Silvermoon, Daoist Xie and Zhu Guer. A hint of surprise also flashed through Silvermoon's eyes at the sight of the elders on the city wall. Elder Gu finally returned to his senses, and even though he was feeling very apprehensive internally, he still put on a smile and returned Han Li's salute. "It's fantastic news for our city that you've returned, Brother Han, but we were actually unaware of your return and are waiting for someone else. Otherwise, we definitely would have been better prepared to welcome you." He swept his spiritual sense toward Han Li as he spoke, only to discover that he was completely unable to ascertain Han Li's cultivation base. All he could sense was that Han Li's aura had become even more unfathomable, and his heart immediately jolted upon sensing this. Even though he didn't know the outcome of Han Li's breakthrough attempt, it was clear that he had become significantly more powerful nonetheless. All of the other elders also attempted to detect Han Li's cultivation base, but with their spiritual sense, there was obviously no way they would be able to glean anything unless Han Li explicitly released his Grand Ascension stage spiritual pressure. Thus, everyone was left feeling quite uneasy, and the smiles they put on were rather forced. Han Li could see how unnatural everyone's expressions were, and his heart stirred slightly, but his own expression remained unchanged as he said, "I see. It must be quite an important guest for all of you to be gathered here and welcome. Could it be one of Senior Mo Jianli or Senior Ao Shao?" "I'm afraid not. It's been a while since we've lost contact with those 2 seniors," Elder Gu said in a slightly hesitant voice as his smile faded slightly. Even with his wealth of experience, he was unsure of whether he should disclose the matter about the Holy Island envoys. Fortunately for him, there was no need for him to mull over this issue any longer, as right at this moment, a vast expanse of 5-colored light came surging forth from the distance. It appeared to be moving quite slowly, but it arrived above the city in just a few flashes, revealing a pristine white giant arc that was around 5 times larger than Han Li's jade arc. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, then cast his gaze toward the giant arc to find that there were around a dozen people standing on it, and the trio at the forefront possessed auras far superior to those of the people behind them. The trio was comprised of a yellow-haired and green-eyed man who appeared to be in his 30s, a graceful and refined white-robed young man, and a hideous dark-skinned woman. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over the trio and immediately detected that the yellow-haired man and dark-skinned woman were both at the mid-body integration stage, while the white-robed young man was at the pinnacle of the late-body integration stage, seemingly ready to commence a grand ascension stage breakthrough at any moment. However, what drew Han Li's attention the most was the massive holy character engraved upon the surface of the giant white ark. Han Li instantly recognized this to be the symbol of the Holy Island, and it became clear to him why so many elders of the city had gathered to welcome these guests. However, it was quite an uncommon occurrence for the Holy Island to send envoys to Deep Heaven City, and the expressions that the elders of the city had displayed earlier were quite suspicious. Could it be that the arrival of these Holy Island envoys had something to do with him? Within mere moments, Han Li had roughly deduced the nature of the situation. However, he displayed no reaction to this and merely looked on in silence. At the sight of the Holy Island envoy's arrival, all of the elders present exchanged a wry smile. They didn't need to ponder what they had to tell Han Li anymore. Both sides had arrived at the city at the same time. However, what was quite alarming to Elder Gu was that aside from the white-robed young man, the other two envoys were also very powerful, and were quite renowned even on the Holy Island. As for the white-robed young man himself, this was the first time they had met him, but they were all struck by a sense of powerlessness in his presence, and that made Elder Gu even more uneasy. Just as Elder Gu was mulling over the situation, Elder Yen suddenly transmitted his voice to him. "I think this is a good thing, Brother Gu. We'll get fellow Taoist Han to communicate with the Holy Island envoys in person, and even if they end up taking his disciple in the end, he won't be able to blame us." Elder Gu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he stole a glance at Han Li to find that Han Li was currently appraising him with a hint of a smile on his face. His heart immediately jolted at the sight of this, and he merely nodded in a seemingly casual manner instead of transmitting his voice in response. At this moment, Buddhist monk Jin Yu extended a salute toward the three body integration cultivators on the giant ark, and said, "Greetings, envoys of the Holy Island. My name is Jin Yu." "Ah, so you're the vastly renowned Buddhist monk Jin Yu. I am Du Yu, and it's an honor for me to make your acquaintance," the white-robed young man said with a smile. The other envoys remained silent, and it was clear that the white-robed young man was their leader. Elder Gu's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "Do you? Are you the fellow Taoist who's planning to attempt a grand ascension stage breakthrough on the Holy Island?" Buddhist monk Jin Yu was also quite surprised to hear this. "You must be fellow Taoist Gu, right? I have only recently emerged from seclusion on the Holy Island, and I do indeed plan to attempt a breakthrough soon. However, I'll require your city's cooperation for this objective," Du said in a modest manner. Elder Gu's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this, and he took another quick glance at Han Li as countless thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind. "Our city will be sure to cooperate with the Holy Island to the best of its abilities, but this is not a good place to talk. Let's return to the city first. After you, Brother Han, fellow Taoist Du. Brother Han? Could it be that this fellow Taoist is?" Du Yu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he immediately cast his gaze toward Han Li. Du Yu had already noticed Han Li, and he could sense an extremely unsettling hint of pressure emanating from Han Li's body. On top of that, his inability to glean Han Li's cultivation base with his spiritual sense further exacerbated his uneasiness, and even though he had always held himself in high regard, he was still rather intimidated in Han Li's presence. He had heard all of the rumors surrounding Han Li as soon as he had come out of seclusion, and after learning that Han Li's disciple could help him nullify some of the power of his true lightning tribulation, he conducted even more research into Han Li. As a result, he learned about how Han Li had managed to progress from the deity transformation stage to the late body integration stage in less than 2,000 years, as well as all of the miraculous victories that he had scored against all types of formidable enemies. There were even rumors that not only had Han Li killed an astonishing number of devilish lords during the devilish tribulation, he seemed to have ventured deep into the elder devil realm and returned safely not long ago. If all of this were true, then Han Li was simply far too fearsome to fathom. Du Yu had always thought that his aptitude was inferior to no one in the history of the human race, but he had to concede that there was no way he could match Han Li's extraordinary feats. However, it was rumored that Han Li had left Deep Heaven City to prepare for a grand ascension stage breakthrough, so why was he suddenly back? Could it be that he had received some news that his disciple was being targeted? If that were the case, then the situation could become very troublesome. Despite the shock and wariness in Du Yu's heart, he still cupped his fist toward Han Li in a polite salute. "I've heard much about your exploits, Brother Han. Seeing as you're here as well, we'll have to discuss my objective for coming here." You wish to discuss your objective with me? It looks like there really is something going on. Brother Gu hasn't had a chance to disclose the situation to me yet, so I'll be hearing it firsthand from you, fellow Taoist Du, Hanli replied as his eyes narrowed slightly. Of course, let's enter the city now, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said in a slightly awkward manner. Shortly thereafter, the elders, Hanli, and the Holy Island envoys arrived in a hall on the top floor of a massive stone pagoda, then each took a seat. A group of female servants immediately flocked into the room at Elder Gu's behest, carrying cups of spirit tea as well as platters of spirit fruits and spirit wine that they placed down onto everyone's tables. Hanli took a customary sip of spirit tea before setting the teacup down, then asked, "Can you tell me why the Holy Island has sent envoys to our city now, Brother Gu? Could it be that this has something to do with me?" Chapter 2199. Turning on the envoys. At Han Li's current level of power, there was virtually no issue in the human race that could stump him, so he wasn't overly concerned about the situation. "I'd be happy to explain everything to you, Brother Han. Fellow Taoist Du, fellow Taoist Han has just returned to the city, so you wouldn't mind if I filled him in on the recent state of affairs, would you? After all, this matter concerns his disciple," Elder Gu asked with a serious expression. "My disciple? Of course not." Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this, while Du Yu immediately agreed to the request. "Indeed, this issue concerns one of your disciples, Brother Han. Am I correct in stating that you have a disciple who possesses a recessive lightning spiritual root, Brother Han?" Elder Gu asked. "You must be referring to Hai Yue Tian. He does indeed possess a recessive lightning spiritual root, but I don't recall ever telling anyone about this. How do all of you know about this?" Han Li asked as his expression changed slightly. "Apparently your disciple unintentionally revealed this on his own during a drunk ramble at a gathering," Buddhist monk Jin Yu explained. "I see. This disciple of mine has always been quite scatterbrained, so I'm not surprised to hear that. Go on, Brother Gu," Han Li sighed in a resigned manner. Elder Gu offered a rather awkward smile before continuing, "I'm sure you're even more aware of the special properties of a recessive lightning spiritual root than we are, fellow Taoist Han. The elders of the Holy Island were informed of this matter, so they issued an invitation to your disciple not long ago to borrow the power of his recessive lightning spiritual root. I'll get fellow Taoist Du Yu to disclose the rest of the situation to you," Elder Gu said, deferring to Du Yu to continue the explanation. All of the other elders present were thoroughly impressed by Elder Gu's wily deflection. If he were to tell Han Li everything in the stead of the Holy Island envoys, it wouldn't be right of them to express any displeasure here, but they definitely wouldn't be pleased nonetheless. Thus, Elder Gu was essentially doing Du Yu a favor by allowing him to elaborate on the situation, and now that the negotiation was going to take place between Han Li and Du Yu, the panel of elders wouldn't incur the wrath of the Holy Island nor Han Li regardless of the final outcome. Du Yu immediately saw through Elder Gu's intentions and he nodded as he said, "In that case, allow me to explain the situation. The recessive lightning spiritual root possessed by Brother Han's disciple is extremely important to both our human and demon races. Aside from Senior Mo Jianli and Senior Ao Shao, there are no other Grand Ascension stage being among our two races, and both of them are at quite an advanced age, so we won't be able to rely on them for much longer." Du Yu paused momentarily here, and solemn looks appeared on everyone's face upon hearing this. Without a Grand Ascension stage being to act as a guiding force, the fate of our two races will immediately fall into dire straits. As such, the Holy Island has been doing its best to create another Grand Ascension stage being for our two races. If another Grand Ascension cultivator could arise among our ranks, we still won't be able to compare with the superpower races of the spirit realm, but the safety of our two races will be guaranteed for tens of thousands of years. As such, the elders of the Holy Island have agreed to pool together all of the island's resources to assist the late body integration stage beings on the island in their breakthrough attempts. As such, we are inviting your disciple to the island for the greater good. I hope you can see the bigger picture and allow your disciple to come with us to the Holy Island, Brother Han." It was clear that Du Yu had already recognized Han Li to be the biggest obstacle that stood before him, so he was speaking directly to Han Li and completely disregarding the elders of Deep Heaven City. "So what you're saying is that the Holy Island sent 3 envoys to the city for a disciple of mine," Han Li summarized as a cold look appeared on his face, and the displeasure in his voice was very apparent. Du Yu's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, but he displayed no intention of backing down. "I can assure you that no mortal peril will befall your disciple on the Holy Island, and our Holy Island will be sure to reward him handsomely for his efforts. This disciple of mine has only been with me for a short time, and his cultivation base isn't all that advanced. If he were to use his recessive lightning spiritual root to nullify a grand ascension stage true lightning tribulation, he would at least have to progress to the spatial tempering stage to be of any use at all. I know of around 7 methods that can forcibly enhance one's cultivation base to that extent, and all of them require the overexertion of one's latent potential and lifespan. Even if my disciple doesn't perish during the tribulation, he won't be able to benefit from the rewards given to him by the Holy Island anyway. Han Li's expression darkened even further as he spoke, and a hint of mockery had crept into his voice. Your disciple will indeed be incurring a certain level of risk here, but the prosperity of our 2 races hinges on this matter. I'm sure I don't need to educate you on which is more important between a single person and 2 entire races, fellow Taoist Han, the yellow-haired man seated beside you interjected. I am of course well aware of that, but I want to know if my disciple's inclusion will guarantee that a new Grand Ascension stage being will arise from the Holy Island. If you can swear that on your inner demons, then I'd be happy to let him go with you. Otherwise, if the chances of success are very slim, then why should my disciple sacrifice himself for nothing? Do you think I'm someone that you can walk all over without repercussions? Han Li had done away with all semblance of pleasantries at this point. The 3 Holy Island envoys' expressions all became quite strained upon hearing this, while the elders of the city exchanged a few glances before choosing to continue to remain silent. It was clear that the panel of elders had decided that they were going to take no further part in this issue. Brother Han, I think that if your disciple can increase the chances of a new Grand Ascension stage being arising among our 2 races even by just a sliver, then it's not a sacrifice for nothing. You're not planning to completely disregard the orders of the Holy Island and the entirety of our 2 races, are you? If so, then you might have to answer to the elders of our Holy Island, the hideous woman accompanying you threatened. Oh? Is that supposed to be a threat? You 3 are constantly going on about the Holy Island and our 2 races. Do you really think the 3 of you can represent our 2 races? I haven't been cultivating for all that long, but if you think you can fool me with such broad and abstract terms, then you're dead wrong. If I hand over my disciple to you like this, I'll be viewed by everyone as a master who can't even protect his own disciples, Han Li countered in a frosty voice. The hideous woman immediately flared up with rage upon hearing this, but Han Li raised a hand to cut off what she was about to say and continued, I can tell you now that unless your Holy Island is 100% confident that sacrificing my disciple will produce a Grand Ascension stage being for our 2 races, then I won't let him go with you. Is the Grand Ascension stage bottleneck a joke to you, fellow Taoist Han? If it were that easy to produce Grand Ascension stage beings, then there would be far more of them in our 2 races than there currently are. You're being extremely unreasonable here, Brother Han. Do you had also run out of patience at this point? You want me to sacrifice my disciple for nothing, yet you're calling me unreasonable? I can see that you're quite a powerful cultivator, fellow Taoist Du. You must be one of the candidates selected by the Holy Island for a Grand Ascension stage breakthrough, right? Han Li asked with a cold smile. I am indeed one of the chosen candidates. Do you think I'm not up to standard, fellow Taoist Han? Du Yu asked as a cold look flashed through his eyes. That's not for me to decide. However, seeing as you're doing everything for the greater good, would I be correct to assume that you'd be willing to offer all of your treasures and pills to help me when I attempt my Grand Ascension stage breakthrough? If you can truthfully say that you'd be willing to do that, then I have nothing to say, Han Li replied in an expressionless manner. This question clearly caught Du Yu off guard, and he faltered momentarily before replying in an awkward manner, I'm afraid that I can't do that, fellow Taoist Han. The pills and treasures provided to me for my breakthrough attempt were all prepared by the Holy Island, so I don't have the right to give them to anyone else. That's quite a pity. Seeing as you're not willing to make sacrifices for the so-called greater good, then don't even think about sacrificing my disciple. If that's all you want to discuss with me, then you can return to the Holy Island now, Han Li said with a mocking expression as he gave a dismissive wave of his hand. The expressions on the faces of the 3 envoys darkened even further upon hearing this. Brother Gu, Master Jinyu, both of you are on friendly terms with fellow Taoist Han. Would you be able to persuade him? If I don't return to the Holy Island with fellow Taoist Han's disciple, neither your city nor I would be able to answer to the elders, Du Yu said in a meaningful voice. Elder Gu cursed Du Yu internally for involving him in this matter again, and after a long hesitation he finally said with a wry smile, It's not really my place to be interfering with this matter. How about both sides comprise slightly? Chapter 2200, Bullying the Weak. What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist Gu? Du Yu asked in a perplexed manner. Neither of you is willing to comply with the other, so why don't you each compromise a little? Seeing as fellow Taoist Du is determined to take Brother Han's disciple back to the Holy Island, then why don't you accompany them as well, Brother Han? If you feel that they're doing anything inappropriate, then you can immediately intervene. With your powers and reputation, I'm sure the elders of the Holy Island would be inclined to heed your advice, Brother Han. Elder Gu proposed in a cautious manner. That's a good idea. You can accompany us to the Holy Island if you wish to do so, fellow Taoist Han. Du agreed after a brief moment of contemplation. There's no need for that. Seeing as Brother Gu would like me to make a compromise, then that's what I'll do. If one of you 3 envoys can withstand a single attack from me, then I'll let you take my disciple. If not, hee. Han Li chuckled coldly as his eyes narrowed slightly. What? How dare you belittle us like this, fellow Taoist Han? Even with Du Yu's steadfast nature, he couldn't help but flare up with fury. The hideous woman and yellow-haired man were also enraged to hear this. Do you not trust me? Would you like me to swear an inner demon vow as well? Han Li asked. Du Yu's rage quickly subsided, and he immediately began to consider exactly what Han Li was intending to do here. There's no need for that. I'm sure you're a man of your word, fellow Taoist Han. He certainly didn't believe that Han Li was doing this as a compromise, but he was even more unconvinced that the 3 of them wouldn't even be able to withstand a single attack from Han Li. The elders of Deep Heaven City also exchanged a few bewildered glances upon hearing this. They were aware that Han Li was virtually the most powerful being in the entire spirit realm below the Grand Ascension stage, but they also didn't believe that Du Yu's trio wouldn't even be able to withstand a single attack from him. Elder Gu and Buddhist monk Jin Yu quickly exchanged a glance, and just as the former was about to say something, Fairy Silver Light suddenly transmitted her voice to them. Elder Gu's expression changed slightly upon hearing what she had to say, and he cast a quick glance toward Silver Moon, who was sitting beside Han Li, and decided to remain silent in the end. Meanwhile, Du was appraising Han Li with a dark expression, and only after a long while did he finally reply, seeing as you insist on settling this with violence, then I'll be one to face your attack. I want to see just how you plan to defeat me with just a single attack. After discovering that the elders of Deep Heaven City were determined to adopt a neutral stance, Du decided to accept Han Li's proposal in the end. Even though he was rather suspicious of Han Li's conceited display, he was even more confident in his own powers. With the powerful Buddhist cultivation art that he had mastered and the treasures in his possession, he was confident that he would be able to withstand an attack from a cultivator of the same caliber. The yellow-haired man and hideous woman were clearly also very confident in Du Yu's powers, and they offered no objections to this, but they were displaying even greater animosity toward Han Li. As Holy Island envoys, they were always treated with respect everywhere they went. Occasionally they would encounter some rather cold and aloof body integration cultivators, but no one had ever been as openly hostile as Han Li had been toward them. Upon receiving agreement from Du Yu, Han Li immediately burst into laughter. You're a straightforward man, fellow Taoist Du. I'll be waiting for you in the sparring hall on the lower level. As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li stood up, then vanished into thin air amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, leaving only his laughter still resounding throughout the hall. Han Li's display of nonchalance and spatial abilities immediately brought a hint of wariness to Du Yu's eyes. He was also able to teleport away by tearing through space, but he couldn't do it as easily and casually as Han Li could. This made him a little more cautious, but he was still quite confident in his own abilities. Right at this moment, Dao Xie also rose to his feet before sweeping a sleeve toward Silver Moon and Zhu Guer, releasing a burst of silver light to envelop both of them. Immediately thereafter, the 3 of them also vanished amid a flash of silver lightning, and Du Yu's heart jolted again upon seeing this. He immediately turned to Elder Gu and asked, "Who was that fellow Taoist, Brother Gu? He seems to be quite powerful as well." Their attention had been entirely focused on Han Li before, and Dao Xie had intentionally repressed his own aura, so no one had paid him much heed. However, Elder Gu was just as shocked as Du Yu was, and after exchanging a glance with the other elders, he shook his head and replied, "This is the first time I've seen that fellow Taoist as well." After a brief moment of hesitation, Du Yu's expression returned to normal and he said, "I guess we'll find out who he is soon enough. Besides, I'll be facing fellow Taoist Han anyway, so it doesn't matter how powerful he is. Let's go, Brother Gu." Elder Gu could only repress his own astonishment as well upon hearing this, and nodded in response. Thus, everyone also departed from the hall one after another. Around 15 minutes later, a giant light barrier was activated within a massive hall with an area of several thousand feet, encompassing virtually the entire hall beneath it. High up in the air within the light barrier, Han Li and Du were facing one another from afar. Du was wearing a rather wary expression, while Han Li was relaxed as ever and had his hands clasped behind his back. "Let me just ascertain one final time that you'll allow me to take your disciple as long as I can withstand an attack from you," Du suddenly said. "That's right. As long as you can withstand a single attack from me, I won't oppose you even if you intend to take all of my disciples to the Holy Island. However, if you can't, then you'll have to go back to the Holy Island empty-handed," Han Li replied in an uncompromising manner. "All right, then go ahead," Du prompted with a dark expression. Han Li chuckled coldly upon hearing this, and all of a sudden, his Provenance True Devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light. Immediately thereafter, a gust of fierce winds erupted from the projection's body, and it made a hand seal with each of its 6 hands in unison, upon which it swelled to around 800 feet in size with countless arcs of golden lightning coursing all over its body. The projection opened all 6 of its eyes at once, then slowly reached out with a giant hand before making a grabbing motion. The massive hand seemed to be moving very slowly, but it was exerting a terrifying aura that threatened to crush the entire space. Du's expression changed drastically upon sensing this fearsome aura, and he immediately laid a hand onto the back of his own head, then opened his mouth to release a jade book that was enshrouded in a ball of white light. At the same time, he swept his other sleeve through the air, summoning a pristine white inkstone amid a burst of white mist. The inkstone contained a type of unknown silver liquid, and as soon as the 2 items emerged, they began to revolve above Du's head, with one treasure releasing a burst of 5-colored light, and countless golden and silver runes surging out of the other in a frenzy. Among these 2 items, one was a powerful divine spirit treasure, while the other was an even rarer treasure refined from a fragment of a profound heavenly treasure. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes at the sight of these 2 treasures, but he then immediately harumphed coldly, and a series of silver patterns surfaced on the descending giant palm, forming around a dozen silver formations of different sizes at once. In the next instant, the massive golden hand swelled slightly in size, then instantly turned a purplish golden color. The spiritual pressure it was releasing immediately became 4 times more powerful, and it continued to descend with astonishing might. In the face of this burst of terrifying spiritual pressure, Du shuddered slightly and took several involuntary steps backward, following which a hint of fear surfaced in his eyes. Even though he was at the pinnacle of the late body integration stage, he felt like this burst of spiritual pressure could crush him to a pulp in an instant. No, this definitely isn't late body integration stage power. Only a grand ascension stage being could unleash such fearsome power. Du almost instantly realized exactly what he had gotten himself into, and he immediately tried to call for help, but the terrifying spiritual pressure weighing down upon him prevented him from being able to utter so much as a single sound. Chapter 2201. Crushed by a single attack. Du's horror had mounted to a peak, and in the face of the unstoppable purplish golden hand, he knew that he had to fight for his own life. Evil vanquishing holy projection. He quickly made a hand seal, following which a white nascent soul that was around half a foot tall immediately flew out of the top of his head. The nascent soul bore a strong resemblance to Du, and as soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth in an urgent manner to expel a ball of shimmering golden blood essence. In the instant that the ball of blood essence was expelled, Du's youthful face suddenly became wizened and shriveled, as if he had instantly aged over 10 years, and his eyes also became completely blank and soulless. At the same time, a white humanoid figure that was over 100 feet tall emerged behind the nascent soul, standing in the air right above Du. The giant humanoid figure was as clear as an actual person, but its facial features were completely blurred. It wore a set of white scholarly robes with a scholarly hat on its head, and its entire body was radiating a burst of indescribable pure yang energy. However, the giant projection merely hovered still in midair as if it were incapable of movement. All of a sudden, Du pointed a finger upward, and the ball of golden blood essence instantly exploded, forming a huge golden rune that vanished into the projection's body in a flash. A burst of translucent light flashed over the projection's face, following which an extremely authoritative set of facial features appeared. At this point, the massive purplish golden hand was only around 70 feet away from the white projection. In the face of the terrifying power crashing down upon it, the projection's body was beginning to blur slightly, as if it were about to be crushed into nothingness. Right at this moment, the white projection suddenly opened its eyes to reveal a pair of silver pupils, then raised a hand upward before making a grabbing motion. A burst of white mist immediately surged out of its sleeve, then transformed into a massive white hand that clashed violently with the purplish-golden hand. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the two clashed, sending powerful shockwaves erupting forth in all directions, causing the entire light barrier to tremor violently. However, the purplish-golden hand was only stopped momentarily before it crushed the giant white hand and continued to descend. However, during this split-second delay, the two treasures above Duyu instantly appeared in front of him, then began to radiate dazzling light in unison. The holy projection raised a hand to conjure up a huge five-colored brush, which was dipped into the unknown silver liquid in the inkstone before being tapped onto a page of the jade book. A burst of Buddhist chants rang out as brilliant five-colored erupted from the jade book, following which countless silver runes surged out in a frenzy, converging to form a gigantic rune that was around an acre in size. The massive purple hand grabbed onto the huge silver rune like 5 steel hooks, while all of the world's origin chi within the entire light barrier surged toward the giant rune in a frenzy, causing it to swell by close to half its original size. Golden and silver light flashed violently, and the purplish-golden hand was temporarily rendered unable to descend any further. Interesting. But if that's all you've got, then it won't be enough to stop me, Hanli chuckled as he pointed a nonchalant finger from afar. A near-transparent incantation seal vanished into thin air in a flash, following which the silver spirit patterns on the fingertips of the giant purplish-golden hand converged to form profound formations. 5 balls of dazzling golden light emerged from the formations, then swelled drastically to around 10 feet in size each, then combined as one to create a massive golden vortex. All of a sudden, a burst of tremendous force surged out of the vortex, and in the face of this enormous force, the huge silver rune was unable to hold itself together any longer. The silver rune was destroyed amid a dull thump, following which the tremendous force came crashing down toward the white projection without any further inhibition. The space down below twisted and warped, and the giant white projection instantly exploded. A howl of anguish rang out as an indistinct white nascent soul flew down as a ball of white light, returning to Duyu's physical body in a flash. Duyu's lifeless body immediately became reanimated, but as soon as he reawakened, he threw up several mouthfuls of blood essence, and his aura also became extremely feeble. It was clear that the destruction of the white projection had severely harmed his nascent soul as well. The giant purplish-golden hand spread its fingers to encompass Duyu's entire body beneath it, and the air around Duyu abruptly tightened, upon which he was completely immobilized. His face instantly became completely devoid of color, but right at this moment, the giant purplish-golden hand suddenly stopped where it was. The golden vortex dissipated in a flash, but enormous power was still being released by the massive hand, locking Duyu firmly into place. At this point, the outcome of the battle was all too apparent. Due to the interference of the protective light barrier, Elder Gu and the others were unable to sense the unfathomable power imbued within Han Li's last attack, but the fact that Han Li had crushed Duyu's holy projection and powerful treasures with a nonchalant-looking attack was naturally extremely astonishing to them. In that instant, all of the elders of Deep Heaven City arrived at the same incredible conclusion. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired man and hideous woman were completely flabbergasted, and they felt as if their minds had gone completely blank. They were well aware of just how powerful Duyu was, which made this outcome even more incredible to them. As for Daoist Sierra and Silver Moon, their expressions remained completely unchanged. Han Li had already progressed to the Grand Ascension stage, so it would be far more astonishing to them if he couldn't crush a body integration cultivator with a single attack. At this moment, Han Li was appraising the 2 treasures that Duyu had summoned rather than paying any attention to Duyu himself. Due to the fact that they were no longer being controlled by their owner, both the Jade Book and Inkstone had dimmed significantly, but they were still revolving around him like a pair of sentient creatures. Han Li waved a hand toward the pair of treasures, and a burst of enormous invisible force immediately acted upon them. As a result, they were both drawn into his grasp as 2 balls of spiritual light. As soon as they were caught by Han Li, they began to squirm and jump as if they wanted to escape, but instead of being enraged by this, Han Li was ecstatic instead. He rubbed the pair of treasures between his hands, and the spiritual light radiating from them was instantly snuffed out, following which they fell completely still in his hands. "I'll be keeping these 2 treasures. You can come and get them after you progress to the Grand Ascension stage," Han Li said to Duyu in an indifferent voice, then stowed the pair of treasures away before suddenly vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted beside Elder Gu and the others, and Han Li re-emerged in a wraith-like manner. Fellow Taoist Han, have you already reached the Grand Ascension stage? Elder Gu hurriedly asked in a panicked voice. Everyone else also immediately turned their attention toward him. I was indeed fortunate enough to succeed in my breakthrough a few months ago, Han Li replied with a faint smile, then released his Grand Ascension stage aura without any reservation. A burst of spiritual pressure that threatened to crush all things instantly descended upon the entire hall, and all of the body integration cultivators in the hall were forced to stumble backward. You really have progressed to the Grand Ascension stage. Brother Han. No, Senior Han, please forgive me for my rudeness. Even though Elder Gu had already figured it out for himself, receiving confirmation from Han Li and sensing his terrifying aura still came as quite a shock, and even his voice was trembling slightly as he hurriedly extended a deep bow after steadying himself. All of the other elders also extended respectful bows with expressions of shock and elation on their faces, while the yellow-haired man and hideous woman were left at a complete loss for what to do. However, as Han Li cast a cold gaze toward them, they immediately shuddered before also extending horrified bows, in complete contrast with the arrogance they had displayed before. Chapter 2202, Reunion. Han Li merely waved a nonchalant hand and said, I haven't informed anyone of my breakthrough, so none of you are to blame. Elder Gu and the others were very relieved to hear this, and only then did they dare to stand up straight again. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Han. In contrast, the yellow-haired man and hideous woman's faces were completely devoid of color, and they looked as if they had just seen a ghost. It was no wonder that they were displaying such a reaction. After all, they had just offended a new Grand Ascension cultivator, and one who was likely to be the only guiding force for the human and demon races for tens of thousands of years to come. At this moment, the purplish-golden hand within the light barrier silently dissipated, and Du collapsed onto the platform, lacking the energy to muster up even a single word. Han Li took a glance at Du, then turned to the yellow-haired man and said, Take fellow Taoist Du away, and tell the elders of the Holy Island that my disciples are not to be used as cannon fodder. However, if they require my services for anything, I would be happy to help. We'll be sure to relay the message, Senior Han. We'll be taking our leave now, the yellow-haired man hurriedly said as he extended another deep bow. The hideous woman also quickly chimed in agreement. Han Li nodded in response before waving a dismissive hand, and only then did the two of them dare to fly onto the platform. They then helped Du to his feet before hurriedly departing from the sparring hall. As for the two treasures of Du's that Han Li had taken, they didn't even dare to mention it. Following the departure of the Holy Island envoys, Han Li turned to the elders with a smile and said, Please excuse me, fellow Taoists, I've been away for quite some time and must go back to check on my disciples. If there's anything you'd like to discuss with me, please visit me tomorrow. Of course. It must have been a long journey for you to return to the city, so it's only right that we give you some time to rest and visit you later, Senior Han. Indeed, I hope you won't refuse an audience with us when the time comes. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of Elder Gu and Buddhist monk Jin Yu's respectful displays, and he merely extended a parting salute before departing with Silver Moon and the others. Fairy Silverlight looked on with a blank expression for a long while before murmuring to herself in a barely audible voice, So he really did manage to progress to the Grand Ascension stage. Looks like Sister Silvermoon really has chosen the right person this time. Her voice was filled with elation, but also a hint of wistfulness. As for all of the elders who had supported handing over Haiyue Tian to the Holy Island, all of them were feeling very fearful now that it had been determined that Han Li was a Grand Ascension cultivator. If Han Li were to hear about the stance they had taken and decided to take revenge on them for it, then they would definitely be in a world of trouble. Meanwhile, as Han Li's group emerged outside the hall, Silvermoon suddenly smiled and asked, "Are you going to let the Holy Island envoys go this easily, Brother Han? Aren't you worried that they'll harbor resentment and plot against you?" "With my current status, they'll be thanking their lucky stars if I don't harbor any resentment toward them. There's no way they'd dare to plot against me," Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. That Duyu was able to manifest a holy projection, so he's clearly no ordinary late-body integration cultivator. Aren't you afraid that he'll also progress to the Grand Ascension stage in the future? Silvermoon chuckled. Setting aside whether he'll be able to advance to the Grand Ascension stage, even if he does succeed, it'll only be a minor inconvenience for me at most, Han Li replied with a confident smile. Even back at the late-body integration stage, he could ensure self-preservation against Grand Ascension stage beings. Now that he had progressed to the Grand Ascension stage himself, he naturally wasn't going to fear other beings of the same caliber. That's true. Most importantly, with your current status, it would be unbefitting of you to stoop to plotting against a group of body integration cultivators, Silvermoon chuckled. Hee, that's true as well, Hanli replied, but he knew that if those Holy Island envoys actually posed a threat to him, he would kill them without any hesitation, even if doing so would be unbefitting of someone of his status. Several hours later, Hanli sat down on the main seat of the hall situated on the top floor of the pagoda he was residing in. Haiyue Tian and Qi Lingzi were knelt before him alongside around a dozen of their disciples, and all of them were extremely excited. No need for formalities. I can see that you two haven't slacked off. Both of you have made good progress in your cultivation, Hanli said as he swept a sleeve through the air to help everyone to their feet. Congratulations on progressing to the Grand Ascension stage, Master. Not only is this a massive blessing to all of us disciples, it's also a huge stroke of fortune for the entire human race, Qi Lingzi said in a respectful manner. They had been living in constant apprehension due to the imminent arrival of the Holy Island envoys, but not only did the dreaded envoys not arrive, their master returned instead, and immediately told them that he had already progressed to the Grand Ascension stage. Such a massive contrast naturally filled the hearts of Qi Lingzi and Haiyue Tian with elation. During Han Li's absence, Qi Lingzi had already progressed to the late deity transformation stage, while Haiyue Tian had also recently advanced to the deity transformation stage. The two of them were able to make such fast progress partly due to their exceptional cultivation aptitude, but also thanks to the huge amount of pills left to them by Han Li prior to his departure. With Han Li's enormous wealth, he was able to easily leave his two disciples sufficient pills both for their cultivation as well as for their breakthroughs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to progress to this point so easily. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face and he said, I was quite fortunate to have managed to break through to the Grand Ascension stage. If it isn't for the customary celebratory ceremonies held by each race whenever a new Grand Ascension stage being emerges among their ranks, I'd be inclined to keep this a secret. There's no need for you two to do anything prior to the official announcement. Just send some people to deliver messages to the important figures in our human race so that all fellow Taoists will have enough time to ensure their attendance. The ceremony will be held a year from now in Deep Heaven City. Yes, Master, Qi Lingzi and Haiyue Tian answered in unison. By the way, where are fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix and Bai Guer? Why aren't they here? Han Li suddenly asked. Bai Guer returned following the conclusion of the devilish tribulation, but she went on a journey with some friends several years ago, and she occasionally sends some letters back to us. As for Senior Ice Phoenix, she ventured into the primordial world on her own several decades ago, and we haven't received any news from her yet. However, she left us with a soul lamp prior to her departure, and it shows that she's still alive and well, Qi Lingzi replied. The primordial world is a massive place, so it's not uncommon even for someone to remain there for several centuries. Fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix must have her own reasons for embarking on this journey, so there's no need for any concern. In contrast, Bai Guer is being a little reckless here. Her ice essence body's true essence will be extremely beneficial to those who are also using glacial cultivation arts, so she could easily find herself being targeted by sinister individuals. Send her a message right away to get her to return, Han Li instructed as his brows furrowed slightly. Forgive me for not considering this myself, Master. I'll get that done right away, Qi Lingzi hurriedly replied. Immediately thereafter, he issued an instruction to one of his own disciples. The disciple extended a respectful bow toward Han Li, then immediately departed from the hall. All of a sudden, a hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face as he cast his gaze toward Haiyue Tian. Tell me about what's been happening with you recently, Yue Tian. In particular, tell me about how you disclosed the existence of your recessive lightning spiritual root. An awkward look appeared on Haiyue Tian's face upon hearing this and he replied, Let's not go into detail about that. I know what I did wrong, Master. What did I tell you before I left? Your recessive lightning spiritual root could get you killed, so you have to be careful not to reveal its existence to anyone. What did you do? You go and tell everyone in a drunken rant. If I hadn't returned in time, you would have brought disaster upon yourself and perhaps even your senior martial brother as well, Han Li said as a cold look appeared on his face. I won't do it again, Master, Haiyue Tian hurriedly replied as he fell to his knees again. Now that I'm at the Grand Ascension stage, I was able to easily turn down the Holy Island envoys, but your recessive lightning spiritual root is one of very few things that can weaken lightning tribulations. If a powerful Grand Ascension stage being from a foreign race comes to me asking for you, what am I supposed to do? Han Li continued in a cold voice. Haiyue Tian's face paled slightly upon hearing this, and he didn't even dare to raise his head as he replied, "This is all my fault, master. If that day comes, then just hand me over. I deserve to reap what I sow." "Hand you over? Don't even think about it. My reputation would be swept to the ground if I were to do that. After this celebratory ceremony, adopt a different name and leave this place for now. Only return to me after everything subsides and you're no longer under any scrutiny," Hanli said after a brief moment of contemplation. Chapter 2203. Stunning the two races. Yuetian immediately understood that Hanli was preparing to handle all of the pressure of the situation on his own, and he was extremely grateful as he kowtowed to Hanli twice in succession. After that, Hanli pointed at Silvermoon and Daoist Xie and said, "These fellow Daoist Silvermoon and fellow Daoist Xie, they are to be treated with the same respect as you treat me. Come and pay your respects to them." "We pay our respects to Senior Silvermoon and Senior Xie." Qi Lingzi had already noticed Silvermoon and Daoist Xie, and he immediately offered his respects to them alongside his disciples at Han Li's behest. Silvermoon waved a hand with a smile, while Daoist Xie nodded in an expressionless manner. "This here is Zhu Guer. Her name is only one character different from Bai Guer. I was quite surprised as well when I first heard her name. However, she has no relation to Bai Guer. Instead, she comes from a secret place that very few people know about. I'll tell you about the specifics later, but for now, all you have to know is that she'll be by my side for some time, so just treat her like a normal junior martial sister," Hanli introduced. "Greetings, junior martial sister Zhu. I'm sure junior martial sister Bai would be very pleased to meet you," Qi Lingzi said as he cupped his fist in a smiling salute. "I'll most likely have to stay with Senior Han for a while. I hope we'll get along well, senior martial brothers," Zhu Guer said as she extended a curtsy toward Qi Lingzi and Yuetian. After that, Hanli was filled in by Qi Lingzi and the others on the events that had taken place during his seclusion, and he was particularly interested in why the devilish army had suddenly retreated from the spirit realm. Unfortunately, Qi Lingzi and Yuetian were just as perplexed about this matter as he was. All he knew was that a truce was suddenly arranged between the devilish army and the panel of elders of Deep Heaven City, following which the devilish army returned to the Elder Devil realm shortly thereafter. Subsequently, the human and demon races were able to recover their lost territory very easily, and only very few devilish beings still remained behind, unwilling to leave. During this period of time, the human and demon races had focused their efforts primarily on repairing the damage caused by the devilish tribulation, as well as to eradicate the remaining devilish beings, and everything was progressing in a positive direction. Han Li listened carefully to Qi Lingzi's description with a calm expression, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. After Qi Lingzi concluded his recount, Han Li paused momentarily in contemplation before asking, "So you're saying that the two grand ascension stage beings of our two races suddenly vanished not long after the conclusion of the devilish tribulation?" "That's right, master. Our cultivation bases are quite lackluster, but we have some ties with the disciples of some of the elders, so we were made aware of the situation as soon as it unfolded. The disappearance of the two seniors is most likely also why the Holy Island dared to force Deep Heaven City to handle Junior Marshal Brother Hai in such a blatant manner. Otherwise, there's no way they would be so brazen and completely disregard the relationship between Master and the two seniors," Qi Lingzi replied. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face as he said, "I'll be making a trip to the Holy Island sooner or later. By the way, there's something else I need you to do." "What is it, Master?" "I'll be sure to give it my best effort," Qi Lingzi immediately replied. "Here's a list of items for you to track down. These items are extremely rare even in the entire spirit realm, so even if you can't obtain them, find out their specific whereabouts and I'll get them myself," Han Li said. "Yes, Master," Qi Lingzi agreed without any hesitation. Daoist Ye's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he didn't say anything. "All right, the two of you can go now. I have some things to discuss with fellow Daoist Silvermoon," Han Li instructed. Qi Lingzi and Yuetian naturally had no objections, and they immediately departed from the room. Zhu Guer also left the hall in a display of thoughtfulness even though Han Li hadn't asked her to leave. Thus, Han Li, Daoist Xie and Silvermoon were the only ones left in the hall. "Silvermoon, did you hear Senior Ao Xiao mention that he was going anywhere prior to your departure?" Han Li asked with a solemn expression. "I did not. I am grandfather's only direct lineal descendant, so if his life is under threat for some reason, then he'd definitely tell me. On top of that, there was also nothing strange about grandfather's behavior prior to my departure," Silvermoon replied, and her expression had also become slightly grim. "In that case, It looks like your grandfather and Senior Mo's disappearance must be related to the devilish beings. Deep Heaven City most likely doesn't know any more specific details either. Perhaps only the Holy Island will know something about this. It looks like I really will have to make a trip to the Holy Island, Hanli said in a contemplative manner. There's no need to be overly concerned about my grandfather, Brother Han. My grandfather and I share the same bloodline, so I'll definitely sense it if something happens to him. If he's fine, then I presume Senior Mo Jianli also isn't in any danger, Silvermoon said. Your grandfather and Senior Mo are both Grand Ascension stage beings, so it certainly wouldn't be easy for them to fall into peril under normal circumstances. I'm just concerned that they may have fallen into a devilish trap and are stuck somewhere, unable to escape. After all, trapping a pair of Grand Ascension stage beings is easier than killing them, Hanli said with a concerned expression. Silvermoon's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she was still quite optimistic. Grandfather and Senior Mo are both very wise and cautious, so I'm sure that wouldn't have happened. Perhaps I'm overthinking things. I'll ask the elders of Deep Heaven City about this tomorrow. Perhaps they'll have some additional information for me, Hanli said as his expression eased slightly, to which Silvermoon nodded in response. After that, Hanli turned to Daoist Xie and said, Brother Xie, I've already asked my disciples to track down the items you asked for, but before I gather them, I hope you'll continue to assist me. I'll remain by your side until you satisfy my conditions or until it becomes apparent that you won't be able to, Daoist Xie replied in an expressionless manner, and Hanli was very pleased to hear this. Hanli and Silvermoon then discussed some other possible reasons behind the disappearance of the two Grand Ascension stage beings, but all to no avail in the end, so they could only set this matter aside for now and retire to their respective secret chambers. The next morning, Elder Gu, Buddhist monk Jinyu, and almost all of the other Deep Heaven City elders arrived outside the stone pagoda that Hanli was residing in. Upon being notified of their arrival by Qi Lingzi, a faint smile appeared on Hanli's face. It seemed that these elders had all had sleepless nights. Otherwise they wouldn't have arrived so early. Qi Lingzi invited all of the elders into the hall at Hanli's behest, and a meeting between the elders and Hanli commenced. A rather obscure conversation took place between early morning to noon, and only then did the elders depart with differing expressions. Shortly thereafter, news of Hanli's progression to the Grand Ascension stage was finally officially announced within Deep Heaven City. The human and demon beings in the city were initially in disbelief upon hearing this, but this was immediately followed by ecstasy, and many of them were unable to contain their excitement as they poured out onto the streets to celebrate. With a new Grand Ascension stage being among their ranks, the two races would be able to establish themselves within the spirit realm for tens of thousands of years into the future. On top of that, Hanli had already earned a resounding reputation for himself back when he was at the body integration stage, and he had lived in Deep Heaven City for quite some time, and this made the inhabitants of Deep Heaven City even more elated for his success, as if his success were their success as well. This piece of news spread like wildfire toward the rest of the human and demon territories, and of course, it was also revealed that the Grand Ascension stage celebratory ceremony would be held at Deep Heaven City in a year. Everyone who received this information was extremely astonished, and they quickly scrambled to verify its authenticity. Upon ensuring that this was all indeed true, messengers were immediately sent by all powers to Deep Heaven City, expressing confirmation that they would be attending the ceremony. As for some powers situated too far away from Deep Heaven City, they had already begun preparing congratulatory presents and selecting suitable representatives to send to the ceremony. Thus, within the short span of only a couple months, almost everyone in the human and demon races had been made aware of this new Grand Ascension cultivator, as well as the celebratory ceremony that was about to be held soon. Even the nearby races, including the Spirit race and Yaksha race, confirmed that they would also be sending envoys to attend the ceremony. The only reaction that was rather peculiar came from the Holy Island. They seemed to be a little indifferent to the event and didn't make an effort to promote it. Aside from the various powers and nearby foreign races, many of the vastly renowned vagrant cultivators of the human and demon races had also come out of seclusion in preparation to head to Deep Heaven City. It was a common convention that all new Grand Ascension stage beings would hold a lecture during their celebratory ceremonies, disclosing their thoughts and experiences while progressing to the Grand Ascension stage. This was naturally an extremely rare opportunity for those preparing for the Grand Ascension stage breakthrough, or had been stumped by the bottleneck for countless years. Perhaps listening to Hanli's experience would provide them with the final catalyst required to make the breakthrough. After all, similar things had happened during some past Grand Ascension stage celebratory ceremonies. Chapter 2204. Commencement of the ceremony to a mortal. A year was a period of time that could be referred to as neither short or long, but to some cultivators who were constantly in seclusion, a year was akin to the blink of an eye. Ever since news of Han Li's Grand Ascension Stage celebratory ceremony was announced, cultivators in the nearby area had immediately begun to flock to Deep Heaven City. As time passed, more and more cultivators arrived in the city, including powerful demonic beings who had come from afar. Some of these cultivators entered the Deep Heaven City, while others created temporary lodging for themselves in the mountain ranges near the city. In the final month leading up to the ceremony, even more cultivators rushed to the city, with over 100,000 new arrivals almost every day, and the city became extremely lively and bustling as a result. Some of the cultivators took advantage of this opportunity to seek out others and establish relationships, or set up all types of small markets to exchange for the resources they required. As for Deep Heaven City itself, it would hold an official auction almost once every week. During these auctions, all types of rare items were frequently being presented, and even the elders of the city benefited immensely from these auctions, securing many spirit medicines and other exotic items that they would have otherwise been unable to. Several days prior to the commencement of the ceremony, the cultivators residing in the nearby mountain ranges also began to enter the city en masse. Deep Heaven City was extremely massive, but with such a huge influx of new arrivals, it was becoming quite crowded. Overpopulation had suddenly become an issue, and there were even some cultivators who couldn't find any places to stay. The panel of elders of Deep Heaven City immediately addressed this issue by opening up some stone pagodas inhabited by the city guards, as well as some underground secret chambers as extra lodging. On top of that, they also built several temporary pavilions for the new arrivals to stay in a few secluded corners of the city, and only then were they able to just barely resolve the issue of insufficient lodging. Of course, due to the enormous and spontaneous increase in population, all types of trouble and unrest began to arise in the city, but the panel of elders was very proactive and quickly resolved all of these problems one after another. Everyone knew that there was no way that they would all be permitted to attend the ceremony. In fact, it was most likely the case that only less than 1% of everyone present would be able to attend. As such, most of them had arrived in the city to find opportunities for themselves, as such a massive gathering of high-grade cultivators most likely wouldn't arise again for thousands of years. As long as one remained vigilant, perhaps they could find a powerful master or join a renowned sect, or exchange for an item that they'd been searching for many years. In any case, this was a situation that presented countless opportunities. On this day, while it was still very early in the morning, a pristine white platform that was over 100 feet tall had appeared on a boundless plaza at the center of Deep Heaven City. There was an unknown object that was around 30 feet tall on the platform, concealed under a piece of golden fabric, and there was a half-naked muscle-bound man standing expressionlessly next to it. The area near the platform was surrounded by tens of thousands of guards wearing armor of different colors, and even the elders of Deep Heaven City were among these guards. Everyone was looking up at the sky, where the sun had just begun to rise, with solemn looks on their faces. Shortly thereafter, the first ray of sunlight finally appeared in the distance. "It's time. Strike the bell," Elder Gu instructed as he turned toward the muscle-bound man on the platform. "Yes." The muscle-bound man gave an affirmative response before stepping forward and tearing the piece of golden fabric away, revealing a luxurious and mysterious giant silver bell with countless five-colored spirit runes etched all over its surface. The man then made a grabbing motion with his other hand, and a long golden hammer that was around 10 feet in length emerged in his grasp amid a flash of golden light. He grabbed onto the shaft of the hammer with both hands, then abruptly struck the giant bell with the golden hammer. A series of silver halos immediately erupted from the head of the golden hammer, spreading in all directions. Within the silver light, the five-colored spirit runes on the giant bell seemed to have sprung to life, flying off the bell and dancing around the entire jade platform. Initially, the chime of the bell wasn't very loud, but the further the sound waves traveled, the louder they became, so the further away one stood, the more deafening the sound was. Thus, the chime of the bell instantly became clearly audible in every single corner of the city. Initially, people didn't pay this sound any heed. However, as one chime rang out after another, everyone's expressions began to change, and there were even some who directly exclaimed, "The heaven-shaking bell is being struck. The ceremony has commenced." Many people immediately rushed out onto the streets, calling upon some acquaintances before flocking toward the place where the bell chimes had originated from. However, most of the cultivators who had arrived in the city didn't possess advanced cultivation bases, and they remained in their places of residence with disappointed expressions. Only after a total of 81 bell chimes had rung out did the sound draw to an abrupt halt, and at this point, some of the cultivators living near the plaza had already arrived. A faint smile appeared on Elder Gu's face upon seeing this, and his lips tremored as he seemingly transmitted his voice to someone. A series of white light formations immediately lit up around the plaza, and even more armored guards emerged to surround the entire plaza, temporarily keeping out the cultivators who were arriving on the scene. The presence of so many armored guards effectively prevented anyone from trying to barge their way forward, and at the same time the armored guards near the platform changed their formation to open up around a dozen patches of empty land. Around a dozen temporary teleportation formations appeared at the center of these patches of land, and some of the cultivators arriving on the scene were enlightened upon seeing this, while others were still as confused as ever. Senior Han should be ready soon, right? Could it be that he's been unable to complete that thing in time? If so, the ceremony will have to be delayed, Fairy Silverlight said in a slightly uneasy manner as more and more people began to gather around the plaza. The power of a Grand Ascension cultivator is unfathomable to the likes of us. Senior Han instructed us to wait for him here a year ago, and I'm sure he won't be late, Elder Gu replied with a smile. Such a trivial matter naturally won't be able to stump a Grand Ascension stage being like Senior Han, but prior to his departure, Senior Han took close to a third of our city's supplies. Even though he only took very ordinary tool refinement materials, it's still a staggering amount, Elder Yen said with a wry smile. Hee, that may be the case, but just like you said, they're only ordinary materials, so we'll be able to gather more over time. If we can leave Senior Han with a good impression of our city, then those materials would be an entirely insignificant price to pay, Elder Gu chuckled in response. Indeed, Brother Gu. It looks like you're still the one with the most foresight among all of us, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said with a smile. Within a certain stone pagoda, Han Li was currently seated with his eyes, but his body was entirely enshrouded within a layer of purplish-golden flames. Following the conclusion of the 81 bell chimes, Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he finally opened his eyes as a smile appeared on his face. I made it just in time. That item has just been completely refined and can be used during the ceremony. As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li made a hand seal, and the purplish-golden flames around his body faded. At the same time, he opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames, within which was an indistinct miniature three-colored mountain that didn't appear to be a substantial object. Han Li quickly appraised the miniature mountain, and a pleased look appeared on his face as he pointed a finger at the object. Dazzling light immediately erupted from the miniature mountain, and it abruptly vanished into thin air. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted tens of thousands of feet above the plaza at the center of Deep Heaven City, following which a tiny three-colored mountain that was only several inches in size emerged. Countless arcs of golden lightning then erupted over the mountain's surface, and it began to rapidly expand, swelling to over 1,000 feet in size in just a few flashes, while emitting a terrifying aura. Immediately thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted near the mountain, and Han Li suddenly appeared. He looked down at the masses of people gathered around the plaza, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. He then cast his gaze toward the three-colored mountain up ahead before opening his mouth to expel a burst of azure light, which vanished into the mountain in a flash. The giant three-colored mountain began to rotate on the spot, and the three-colored runes on its surface surged forth in a frenzy while releasing a formidable aura. All of a sudden, a resounding boom akin to a rumbling thunderclap rang out, and all of the world's origin chi in the entire sky surged violently before converging toward the plaza as streams of five-colored light. Brilliant silver light radiated from the surface of the three-colored mountain, absorbing all of the world's origin chi, upon which it swelled drastically in size once again. Chapter 2205, revered by countless cultivators within the flashing lights, a gargantuan mountain that was close to 100,000 feet tall appeared high up in the air. Just the base of the gigantic mountain was close to 50 kilometers in size, and the shadow that it case encompassed the entire central area of Deep Heaven City. Such a massive commotion naturally drew the attention of everyone around the plaza, and they all looked up with stunned expressions, only to be greeted by the sight of the enormous underside of the mountain. It wasn't the case that no one had seen such a massive mountain before, but no one had ever seen a mountain of this stature hovering in mid-air. What made this situation even more astonishing was that there had been nothing in the air just a moment ago. Even further in the distance, there were more people rushing over to attend the ceremony, and they were able to glean the entirety of the three-colored mountain, which filled them with a sense of awe and veneration as well. At the same time, the approaching cultivators discovered that the top half of the mountain was littered with countless pavilions, while the summit of the mountain was enshrouded within a layer of thin white mist, seemingly obscuring something from view. Some of the more curious cultivators ignored the guards on the plaza down below and flew directly toward the giant mountain. At this moment, the silver light finally faded, and the three-colored mountain ceased in its expansion. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of the cultivators flying toward the massive mountain, and he made a hand seal in a nonchalant manner. Countless runes immediately flashed on the surface of the three-colored mountain, conjuring up a transparent restriction that encompassed all of the space within several kilometers of the mountain. All of the cultivators that reached this area were instantly repelled and kept at bay by an invisible light barrier. After steadying themselves, the cultivators exchanged a few glances, but no one dared to try and barge their way through any further. It was clear that this giant mountain was somehow related to Han Li, and if they were to irk this new Grand Ascension Stage Patriarch, it would be akin to committing suicide. All of a sudden, a casual male voice rang out from the peak of the mountain. "I am truly honored to have so many fellow Taoists attend my celebratory ceremony. Those who are eligible to attend the ceremony can enter through the teleportation formations down below. I will be awaiting your arrival on the Grand Ascension Immortal platform at the mountain's summit." The voice belonged to none other than Han Li, and he had used some type of ability to make it clearly audible to all of the people attending the ceremony. "Senior Han." That's Patriarch Han's voice. A stir immediately ran through the nearby cultivators upon hearing this voice, and they all descended toward the plaza down below. At the same time, some of the attendees had already been arranged into orderly lines by the armored guards in front of the dozen or so teleportation formations on the platform, and they were teleported away in groups. The first batch of cultivators to enter the teleportation formations arrived within a hall on the giant three-colored mountain, and as soon as they emerged, they began to inspect their surroundings in a curious manner. There was already a group of white-robed servants waiting for them, and after extending slight bows toward these cultivators, one of the servants stepped forward as he said, "Please follow me, seniors, I'll take you to the top of the mountain." These servants were mostly at the core formation stage and nascent soul stage, so the cultivators that had arrived didn't pay much heed to them. They merely nodded in response and allowed themselves to be led out of the hall, onto a winding path that led to the mountain summit. Some of these white-robed servants were Qi Lingzi's disciples, while the rest had been temporarily borrowed by Han Li from the elders of the city. Their cultivation bases weren't all that advanced, but they were certainly fit for such a simple task, and they had been teleported into the hall in the instant that the giant three-colored mountain had taken shape. More and more people began to pour out of the teleportation formations in the hall, and once the hall was crowded to a certain extent, a servant would guide everyone up to the mountain summit. As the cultivators walked upward along the mountain path, they were greeted by the sight of a series of beautiful buildings, as well as strange and exotic plants and flowers. There were also some spirit beasts and spirit birds roaming their scenic surroundings, and there was no lack of rare and legendary beasts among them. Some of the cultivators became very curious upon seeing this, and they wanted to take a closer look, but as soon as they strayed off the mountain path, they would find themselves in a space that filled with white mist, and the ground beneath their feet would also disappear, leaving them feeling as if they were hovering in mid-air. These people were all quite alarmed by this, and some of them stood still on the spot, not daring to move, while others unleashing different incantation seals to try and break out of the restriction. However, regardless of what they did, none of the measures that they had taken proved to be effective. In the eyes of those who were still on the mountain, it appeared that the cultivators who strayed off the path suddenly stiffened and became completely still, as if they had been turned into puppets. They've fallen into an illusionary technique. Those who were more adept in the art of formations immediately identified what was going on. The white-robed servant that was leading the group remained calm as he raised a hand to summon a silver badge, which he swept through the air to release a burst of five-colored light. The light swept up all of the cultivators who had fallen prey to the illusionary technique and dragged them back onto the mountain path, upon which they were immediately brought back into the real world. Before these cultivators had a chance to react, the white-robed servant extended a bow toward them and said, "This mountain is a treasure created by Patriarch Han, and aside from the mountain path we're currently walking on, there are restrictions everywhere else, so please follow along closely behind me, seniors. Otherwise, if I fail to intervene and save you in time, something bad could happen." Everyone exchanged a few glances upon hearing this, then nodded with wry smiles on their faces. An illusionary restriction set up by a Grand Ascension cultivator was unfathomable to them, But one thing was for sure, it definitely wasn't something that they could contend with. The rest of the people to emerge from the hall were also issued the same warning by the white-robed servants, and aside from a very rare selection of reckless individuals, no one tried to oppose the restriction. As the first batch of people arrived on the mountain summit, the thin veil of mist there had already dissipated. A massive plaza that was paved with white jade bricks was revealed to everyone, and atop the plaza was placed countless futons of different colors. At the center of the plaza was a translucent pagoda with 7 levels and was several hundred feet tall. There were countless green spirit patterns engraved on the surface of each and every level, and at the top of the pagoda was a giant azure lotus flower that was around an acre in size. The azure lotus was in a half-bloomed state, and at its center sat an azure-robed young man, who had his eyes closed with a faint smile on his face. This man was naturally none other than Han Li. The leopard Kirin beast was lying beside him, and it was appraising the approaching cultivators in a lazy manner. Even though Han Li didn't pay any heed to the cultivators who had entered the plaza, all of them extended respectful bows toward him from afar, and only then did they dare to allow themselves to be led to a corner of the plaza, where they took a seat on the provided futons. The ceremony-goers who arrived thereafter also paid their respects to Han Li before sitting down on the plaza as well. Among them were individuals of both genders and all ages, and there were even some demonic beings with animalistic appendages and features. After these people had taken a seat, they immediately closed their eyes to meditate, not even daring to chat with those around them. Thus, the entire platform was completely silent. The plaza that Han Li had set up on the mountain summit was very massive, but it still only had a maximum capacity of around 40,000 people. Shortly thereafter, almost all of the futons on the entire plaza were occupied, yet there were still close to 1 million people ineligible for entry stuck outside the teleportation formations. After that, the representatives of the different powers also began to arrive on the platform. These people were guided by the white-robed servants to the inner circle that was quite close to Han Li, and these representatives also came from a variety of different races. After another hour, the entire plaza had reached full capacity, and the elders of Deep Heaven City had also arrived at the entrance to the plaza. At this point it was noon sharp and there were 7 scintillating suns hanging up in the sky. Qi Lingzi appeared at the foot of the pagoda amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then extended a salute toward everyone before announcing in a serious voice, "It's time, let the ceremony begin." As soon as his voice trailed off, the heaven-shaking bell tolled several more times, and 5-colored light flashed in the sky as a series of beautiful figures began to dance up above amid bursts of heavenly music. Countless 5-colored petals fell out of the sky from these beautiful figures, filling the entire plaza with a fragrant aroma. As soon as these cultivators breathed in this scent, they were immediately struck by a sense of great comfort and improved focus. This is grasswood essence refined from the essence collected from 81 types of rare spirit plants and flowers. Someone immediately exclaimed before falling silent just as quickly, realizing that their sudden outburst had been rather inappropriate. Expressions of ecstasy instantly appeared on many people's faces, and they began to absorb the fragrance in the air with all their might. However, right at this moment, Qi Lingzi suddenly said, "You may now pay your respects." All of the human cultivators immediately rose to their feet upon hearing this, then extended respectful bows toward Han Li in unison. "Congratulations on reaching the Grand Ascension stage, Senior Han." The envoys from the other races didn't say anything, but they also extended respectful bows toward Han Li. The congratulatory words were amplified by special restrictions, and they reverberated incessantly throughout the entire city. Chapter 2206. Envoys and Presents. Han Li waved a sleeve through the air as he sat on his azure lotus platform and said, "Please take a seat, fellow Taoists. Thank you for traveling from afar to attend my Grand Ascension stage celebratory ceremony. I haven't prepared too much. I can only offer you some tea to quench your thirst from your long journeys." As soon as Han Li's voice trailed off, Qi Lingzi immediately clapped his hands together twice in succession, and groups of beautiful white-robed women immediately strode into the plaza from all directions. Each of them was holding a platter, atop which sat cups of tea that they offered to the cultivators present. The spirit tea being offered was extremely exceptional, but it wasn't all that noteworthy considering Han Li's status as a Grand Ascension stage being. What was much more astonishing to everyone was that even though all of these white-robed women were very beautiful, they were all completely expressionless, and their movements were rather stiff, clearly indicating that they were all humanoid puppets. The arrival of several hundred humanoid puppets that were so lifelike filled most of the guests with amazement, and after the spirit tea had been presented, a burly man who was seated in the inner circle suddenly stood up before extending a deep bow toward Han Li. I am the envoy of the Heavenly Radiance sect. As a congratulatory present, our sect offers you a pair of longleaf insect shells, both of which are over 10,000 years old. We hope that you'll reach the summit of the mountain of immortality, and that your powers will rival the might of the heavens. The burly man summoned a yellow wooden box as he spoke, then removed the lid to reveal a pair of fist-sized insect exoskeletons, both of which were translucent and strikingly crimson, as if there were balls of fire burning within them. Han Li smiled and replied, Your Heavenly Radiance sect is one of our human race's 3 major sects, and I've heard much about your Grand Elder. I'll be sure to pay your sect a visit should the opportunity arise. The Heavenly Radiance sect was extremely renowned in the human race, and not only did it have over 10 human cities under its direct jurisdictive power, the sect also had several body integration cultivators among their ranks. As for the Grand Elder of the sect, he also had a resounding reputation in the human race and had once slain 2 body integration stage foreign beings in battle. Unfortunately, he had failed several times thus far in his attempts to progress to the Grand Ascension stage. I'm sure our Grand Elder would be extremely honored to know that he's in your thoughts, Senior Han. He's currently at a critical juncture in his seclusion, so he's unable to attend the ceremony in person, but he was the one who chose this pair of longleaf insect shells as our sect's congratulatory present, the burly man said as he hurriedly extended another bow with an elated expression. These shells are one of the main ingredients for refining spirit-settling liquid, which is something required by all new Grand Ascension stage beings, so this is clearly a very thoughtful gift, Han Li continued with a smile. The elation on the burly man's face grew even more pronounced upon hearing this, and he handed over the wooden box to a white-robed servant with both hands, then extended another bow before sitting down again. An armored young man seated on the outskirts of the inner circle stood up, and said in a respectful manner, On behalf of Cloudguard City, I offer 15 tons of golden essence and 5 tons of profoundine sand as a congratulatory present. Your present is much appreciated. Cloudguard City was only a medium-sized city on the border of the human and demon territories, so Han Li naturally wasn't going to treat the representative with as much enthusiasm, and merely gave him an indifferent nod. Even so, a hint of excitement flashed through the young man's eyes, and he hurriedly extended a deep bow before taking a seat again. After that, 2 green-skinned demonic cultivators with red hair presented a jade box in a respectful manner. We are the envoys of Thousand Domain Mountain, and on behalf of our mountain master, we offer Senior Han our heartfelt congratulations, as well as 3 pieces of profound phoenix wood, 3 spirit enchanting beads. Thus, one representative after another began to offer their congratulatory presents to Han Li, and it didn't take long for dozens of sets of presents to have been offered. The representatives were all of different cultivation bases, but they encompassed all of the important powers among the human and demon races. All of them were extremely respectful toward Han Li, and they either offered extremely precious presents or presents of staggering quantities, clearly doing their best to leave a good first impression with Han Li. As for the vagrant cultivators in attendance, it was also quite an eye-opening experience for them to witness so many rare and precious items that they had only ever heard of in the past. Of course, as long as they weren't mentally handicapped, no one would dare to try and steal these presents from right under Han Li's nose. In the face of all of these offerings, Han Li maintained a faint smile and reciprocated with brief words of thanks. However, as a woman in a white dress rose to her feet, Han Li initiated a conversation for the first time. So you've also come to attend my ceremony, Fairy Su. Are you here on behalf of the Su family? The woman was none other than Su Qinyu, and everyone was quite surprised to see this. After all, her cultivation base wasn't anything special, so it was very unexpected for Han Li to be so hospitable toward her. Su Qinyu had been feeling quite nervous, but Han Li's benevolent display eased her anxiety significantly and she replied, I am indeed here on behalf of our Su family, Senior Han. I've brought with me 1 stick of East Sea Purple Flame Bamboo, 3 boundless spirit fruits, and a Heaven Void Cauldron. Our Su family wishes you luck in your journey to immortality, Senior Han. A hint of enlightenment appeared in Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, and he said, Heaven Void Cauldron, eh? I understand. You and I are old acquaintances, so why don't you stay and explore this mountain for a while? Perhaps you'll encounter some opportunities. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Han. Su Qinyu replied in an elated manner before taking a seat again, and many of the other cultivators present immediately turned toward her with envy in their eyes. It was quite clear that Han Li was implying that he was going to give her something, and that naturally evoked a lot of envy in everyone's hearts. After that, the representatives of the true spirit families presented themselves. Among them, the Gu family had sent Fairy Xiaofeng, while Yi Ying was the representative of the Yi family. Both of them were also old acquaintances of Han Li's, and witnessing this astonishing scenario made them feel as if they were in a dream. If they hadn't sensed the unfathomable aura being released by Han Li's for themselves, they wouldn't have even dared to believe that he had actually already become a Grand Ascension cultivator. As these two offered their congratulatory presents, Han Li also chatted with them, and that drew another round of envy from all of the other cultivators. This didn't appear to be anything important, but at the very least, it was clear that the two women really were acquaintances of Han Li's. As such, if anyone wanted to plot against them or their families in the future, they'd have to take Han Li's indirect intimidation into consideration. Of course, the Long family had also sent someone, and it was their new Grand Elder. This Grand Elder was a body integration cultivator who had remained hidden in the Long family this entire time, and he treated Han Li with the utmost respect, thanking him openly for informing the Long family of the death of their patriarch. Back when Han Li was still on Wood tribe territory, he had already sent messengers to inform the Long family and Yi family of what had happened. He didn't know what their reactions to this news had been, but now that Han Li had progressed to the Grand Ascension stage, neither of the families dared to voice their suspicions, assuming they had any in the first place. What came as a slight surprise to Han Li was that the Black Phoenix race had sent a body integration stage elder as opposed to Dyer. It seemed that she really was still in seclusion. Otherwise, there was no way that Black Phoenix Monarch wouldn't have sent Dyer as their representative to establish closer ties with him. I am Ben Yu of the Spirit Race, and on behalf of the Spirit Monarch, I offer one each of the 5 elemental spirit cores, 3 balls of heavenly light spirit flames, 10 top-grade treasures, 100 pieces of azure lock wall and 5 tons of deep-sea purple crystal iron. A humanoid figure who was enshrouded in purple light said as he extended a respectful salute. Welcome. I've heard much about the Spirit Monarch, and I'm truly honored to receive such lavish presents from him, Han Li said as he rose to his feet before returning the salute. The figure within the purple light didn't dare to accept Han Li's salute, and he stepped aside slightly as he continued. Aside from offering his congratulations, our Spirit Monarch also instructed me to ask you some things, Senior Han. All of the cultivators on the plaza faltered slightly upon hearing this, but Han Li didn't seem to be surprised at all as he prompted, "Go ahead. Our Spirit Monarch has instructed me to ask you about 2 things, and replies to both questions are optional," the spirit being explained in a cautious manner. "I'd be happy to answer the Spirit Monarch's questions, but I'll only permit you to ask me those 2 questions, no more than that. Do you understand?" Han Li said in a calm voice. The spirit being's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this and he hurriedly replied, "I understand. I definitely won't harass you with unnecessary questions, Senior Han." "Alright then, go ahead," Han Li replied with a nod. "The first question pertains to Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns. Is she still alive?" the spirit being asked. "No," Han Li replied without any hesitation. The spirit being wasn't surprised to hear this and he continued, "Who was she killed by?" "A devilish patriarch," Han Li replied as his eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 2207, Black Owl Monarch. The term, devilish patriarch, immediately sent a massive stir running through the crowd, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. Having just endured the devilish tribulation, they were naturally extremely fearful of the most powerful trio among all devilish beings. The spirit being's expression also changed slightly upon hearing this, but he also didn't seem to be surprised by this answer. After heaving a long sigh, he extended another respectful salute. "Thank you for your response, Senior. Please forgive me if I've caused you any offense, and I'll be sure to relay your answers to our Spirit Monarch." Han Li merely nodded in response. After the spirit being sat down again, the other representatives of the foreign race also began to offer their congratulatory presents and good wishes, among which were several Wood tribe representatives from the factions that had already become subsidiaries to the other races. Han Li offered his gratitude to these foreign representatives, and after that, a beauty in a yellow hooded cloak stood up from a corner of the plaza. After removing her cloak, an exquisitely beautiful set of facial features that resembled an artistic masterpiece was revealed. "Impossible. It's Fairy Rong. It really is Fairy Rong. Didn't the Holy Island declare that no news of her has surfaced since she ventured into the primordial world over 3,000 years ago?" A stir immediately ran through the crowd among those who were familiar with this woman, and all of them were incredulous to see her. It seemed that she was also quite a renowned figure. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon seeing this, and he cast his gaze toward her to find that she was only at the mid-body integration stage, but her aura was very peculiar, and there was faint light emanating from her skin, further accentuating her stunning beauty. It was clear that this woman was no ordinary body integration cultivator and was using very special cultivation arts. "May I ask your name?" Han Li asked. "I am Li Rong, and I'm here on behalf of the Holy Island to congratulate you on becoming our human race's second Grand Ascension cultivator. I bring with me a top-grade flying ark, 10 exceptional female servants, 100 top-grade spirit beasts, and 1,000 armored warrior puppets," Li Rong said as she extended a salute with a sweet smile, and her voice was as pleasant to the ears as heavenly music. "I see. I must thank the Holy Island for these precious gifts, and I'll be sure to pay the island a visit after the ceremony," Han Li replied with a nod. "We would certainly be honored to have you on our island, Senior Han. My fellow Taoists on the Holy Island have some very important things to discuss with you," Li Rong said with a smile. Han Li merely nodded in an ambiguous manner in response. "There's also something else Who's sneaking around back there?" Just as Li Rong was about to say something else, Han Li's expression suddenly darkened, and he abruptly swept a sleeve toward the distance. A burst of invisible force passed through the restrictions around the giant mountain, then struck something with a heavy impact several kilometers away. A ball of black light abruptly exploded, and a burly black-armored man appeared out of thin air. The man wore a surprised expression, clearly not expecting to have been discovered by Han Li from so far away, but he then burst into nonchalant laughter. "Haha. I came of my own accord without an invitation, but I'm sure I'm still welcome here, right?" The burly man then cupped his fist in a salute from afar before covering a distance of several kilometers with a single stride, appearing right above the three-colored mountain, then descended in a nonchalant manner. The light barriers formed by the restrictions around the mountain were instantly torn apart by the burly man's body, and he arrived right above the plaza, looking on at Han Li from afar with his arms crossed. All of the cultivators present faltered initially upon seeing this, following which some of the more short-tempered human cultivators immediately began to hurl verbal insults at the intruder. Even some of the more steadfast individuals present were quite dismayed by the burly man's rude intrusion. "It's the Black Owl monarch of the Yiksha race." Li Rong immediately drew a sharp breath upon identifying the burly man. "Black Owl monarch?" Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Those who were insulting the burly man had clearly all heard of this name, and their voices abruptly cut off as horrified looks appeared on their faces. "Oh, you've seen me before?" the burly man asked in a surprised manner as he turned toward Li Rong. Li Rong's face was slightly pale as she hurriedly replied in a fearful manner, "I once saw you several thousand years ago with Master Mo Sr. So you're the little girl who was following Old Man Mo around? You've done quite well to have reached the body integration stage in such a short time." There was undisguised lust in the Black Owl monarch's eyes as he spoke, and Li Rong's heart immediately sank as the urge to flee surfaced in her mind. Thankfully, they were still in Deep Heaven City, and there was a new Grand Ascension stage human being present, so she was able to repress her own fear and cast her eyes downward to avoid the Black Owl monarch's sinister gaze. "Welcome, fellow Taoist Black Owl. I'm truly honored to have you here." Han Li finally spoke, and his expression was completely calm, making it impossible to glean his thoughts. You are the second Grand Ascension stage being of the human race, and the only new Grand Ascension stage being in all of our races for close to 10,000 years. Of course I had to pay you a visit and gather some experience from you," the Black Owl monarch chuckled in response. "I see. Unfortunately, I've only just progressed to the Grand Ascension stage, so I don't have any experience to offer. Prepare a seat for fellow Taoist Black Owl," Han Li instructed. "Yes, master," Shi Lingzi immediately replied. However, the Black Owl monarch waved an impatient hand and said, "There's no need for that. I only have some things to speak to you about before I leave." "What would you like to discuss with me, fellow Taoist Black Owl?" Han Li asked calmly. "The primary reason I came here was to witness your powers for myself, and you certainly haven't disappointed me, considering you were able to detect me from so far away. Secondly, I want to borrow someone from you." "Actually, I changed my mind. I want to borrow 2 people now," the Black Owl monarch said as a sinister look appeared on his face. "Which 2 people are you referring to?" Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. "I heard that one of your disciples possesses a recessive lightning spiritual root. I'd like to employ his services to help me transcend my next heavenly tribulation." As for the second person, that would be this fine celestial maiden here. She's caught my eye, and I'd like her to be my servant, the Black Owl monarch said in a rumbling voice, much to the astonishment of all of the cultivators present. What? He wants to take Senior Han's disciple? And he wants Fairy Roang to be his servant? How dare he? Many of the cultivators present immediately flared up with rage, but they didn't dare to actively oppose a Grand Ascension stage being, so they could only look on with fury burning in their eyes. Li Rong's expression became extremely strained upon hearing this, and she said in a cold voice, "How dare you, Black Owl Monarch? Have you forgotten Master Mo's warning to you?" Master Mo? Haha, you humans sure do like to deceive yourselves. Do you really think that I don't know that Old Man Mo and Old Man Ao have disappeared from your races? If I hadn't known that, do you think I would have dared to come here? The Black Owl Monarch burst into raucous laughter, and everyone's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. What's happened to Senior Mo and Senior Ao? He must be lying. How could something happen to those two seniors? Having said that, there really has been no news about those two seniors for the past several decades. Everyone on the plaza had become extremely panicked upon hearing this, while the foreign representatives all displayed differing reactions. Fellow Taoist Han, you're not going to bring disaster to your race over those two people, right? You've only just reached the Grand Ascension stage, and it would take you at least several centuries to fully master your newfound power, so you're no match for me, the Black Owl Monarch threatened in a cold voice. I see, so you're here to cause trouble rather than actually attend my celebratory ceremony, Han Li chuckled in response. Cause trouble? I guess you can say that, fellow Taoist Han. The Black Owl Monarch had done away with all semblance of pleasantries. Alright, in that case it'll be my duty to kick out an unwelcome guest like you and teach you a lesson, Han Li said as a cold look appeared in his eyes. As soon as his voice trailed off, he made a hand seal and countless streaks of five-colored light erupted from all parts of the plaza, sweeping directly toward the Black Owl Monarch. At the same time, golden and silver lighting flashed in the air above the plaza, then came crashing down with devastating power. Han Li had unleashed the restrictions around the giant mountain without any hesitation. You dare to attack me? What an insolent fool. In that case, everything I do from here onward will be justified self-defense, the Black Owl Monarch guffawed with glee. Immediately thereafter, he clenched his fists before smashing them together, and black sound waves instantly erupted forth in a frenzy. Chapter 2208. First Grand Ascension Stage Battle. Both the five-colored streaks of light and the lightning crashing down from above were instantly destroyed by the black sound waves, and the Black Owl Monarch let loose a loud cry as he made a grabbing motion downward. The black sound waves immediately converged toward his hand, then transformed into a black Kirin projection that pounced forward violently. Gusts of glacial winds were swept up around the projection, causing the air to warp and blur as if it were about to be frozen solid. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, and he merely pointed a finger upward. A burst of silver flames flew out of his fingertip, then transformed into a giant fire raven that opened its beak to release a pillar of crimson light directly upward. A huge hole was instantly punched into the Kirin projection's body by the pillar of light, and the projection disintegrated into nothingness along with the glacial winds. The silver fire raven then unleashed another pillar of crimson light directly toward the Black Owl Monarch, and it traveled extraordinarily quickly, reaching the Black Owl Monarch in the blink of an eye. However, the Black Owl Monarch merely opened his mouth to devour the pillar of light, then smacked his lips as he praised, "Not bad." All of the cultivators down below were stunned to see this, but a smile appeared on Han Li's face as he said, "We're both Grand Ascension stage beings, so let's do away with these little tricks. Let's use our true powers to decide this battle." My thoughts exactly. The Black Owl Monarch was infuriated by Han Li's condescending attitude, and he opened his mouth to release a green jade fan that landed in his grasp. At the same time, his body swelled drastically to several thousand feet tall amid bursts of swirling black light. The jade fan in his hand had also expanded to around 1,000 feet in length, and its surface was riddled with countless golden and silver runes. On top of that, the fan was enshrouded within 7 layers of light, creating quite a mystical sight to behold. The Black Owl Monarch's muscular arm bulged as he swept the giant fan through the air, sending a vast expanse of 7-colored light crashing down toward Han Li and the people on the plaza. The cultivators on the plaza immediately adopted defensive measures in a horrified manner, and thus, countless treasures rose up into the air in retaliation. A cold smile appeared on the Black Owl Monarch upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger at the jade fan, upon which a burst of black chi shot out of his fingertip before vanishing into the fan. As a result, the seven-colored light it had unleashed swelled even further, and the attacks from all of the opposing treasures were instantly nullified. In the next instant, many of the weaker cultivators present threw up mouthfuls of blood essence, both from magic power backlash and due to the enormous spiritual pressure of the giant fan weighing down upon them from above. The more powerful cultivators were able to just barely repress the effects of the backlash, but their blood and magic power were also churning violently, rendering them unable to unleash any further attacks. The Black Owl Monarch had crushed all of the cultivators on the entire plaza, and even though it was only for a short while, this was still an extraordinary feat. The Black Owl Monarch was very pleased with himself, yet just as he was about to burst into hearty laughter, his gaze fell upon Han Li, following which his expression immediately stiffened. Han Li was standing atop his giant azure lotus with azure flames rising up over 1,000 feet from his body to keep the seven-colored light at bay with ease. He was currently appraising the Black Owl Monarch with a hint of a smile on his face, completely unaffected by his attack. The Black Owl Monarch was further incensed upon seeing this, and the seven-colored light focused most of its power on Han Li at his behest. Immediately thereafter, a giant ball of seven-colored light took shape above Han Li, and Han Li's smile faded at the sight of the ball of light, but he then immediately harumphed coldly, "Know your place." As soon as his voice trailed off, he made a hand seal, and a purplish-golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged behind him amid a flash of golden light. Not only was the projection completely enshrouded in purplish-golden light, there were silver spirit patterns all over its body, and it instantly transformed into the substantial provenance golden body. As soon as the golden body appeared, it thrust all 6 of its shimmering golden palms upward in unison. A resounding boom immediately rang out up above as 6 bursts of enormous power erupted upward, forcibly keeping the ball of seven-colored light at bay. The Black Owl Monarch expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he rubbed his hands together before raising them, sending a torrential barrage of incantation seals flying into the giant fan. Even so, the giant fan was still unable to descend any further. The Black Owl Monarch was truly astonished to see this, yet before he had a chance to do anything, Han Li swept a sleeve toward the massive azure lotus flower below him, and it immediately exploded as 72 streaks of azure sword chi rose up into the in unison. The streaks of sword chi then combined to form a giant azure sword projection, which came crashing down toward the Black Owl Monarch at an incredible speed. The Black Owl Monarch harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and he raised a mountainous hand to catch the oncoming sword projection before tightening his grip, upon which the sword projection immediately exploded, unable to withstand the crushing force of his grip. The Black Owl Monarch immediately burst into raucous laughter upon seeing this, but in the next instant, the azure light that had exploded through the air shot forth as a translucent thread that revolved around his wrist in the blink of an eye. A geyser of blood erupted over 100 feet up into the air, and the giant hand was completely detached. The Black Owl Monarch howled with agony as he hurriedly tossed his giant fan aside before reaching for his detached hand. However, right at this moment, Han Li suddenly vanished on the spot, then reappeared beside the detached hand amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. As soon as he emerged, he raised a hand to lay a finger on the massive hand without any hesitation, upon which it instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. "I'm going to tear you to pieces." The Black Owl Monarch's eyes reddened with fury upon seeing this, and he let loose a thunderous roar as 5 silver claws sprang out of his fingertips, each of which was several feet in length. The claws were then slashed downward like 5 sharp blades, in response to which Han Li casually lashed out again as a faint smile appeared on his face. Countless silver patterns instantly surfaced over his body alongside a purplish-golden light barrier, and as soon as the 5 sharp claws struck his body, they were immediately snapped like twigs bursts of piercing purplish-golden light. Arg! The Black Owl Monarch could hardly believe what he was seeing. Yaksha beings were renowned for their powerful physical bodies, and having just unleashed a secret technique, his Grand Ascension stage body was naturally powerful to the extreme. On top of that, his 5 claws had been specially refined, making them as powerful as spirit treasures, but they had been snapped by Han Li's physical body alone. The Black Owl Monarch was immediately struck by a sense of foreboding, but it was already too late for him to withdraw his hand. Han Li's arm extended by several feet amid an explosive boom, and he lashed out with a seemingly gentle punch to strike the opposing mountainous hand. A burst of scintillating light erupted alongside another thunderous roar of fury, and Han Li merely chuckled as he casually flew back to several hundred feet away, then steadied himself as a mocking smile appeared on his face. At the same time, the scintillating light faded, revealing an extremely encouraging scene to all of the cultivators on the plaza. As it turned out, most of the Black Owl Monarch's arm had disappeared, and what remained of it was nothing more than a mangled mass of broken flesh and bones. You progressed to the Grand Ascension stage while primarily using a body refinement secret technique. The Black Owl Monarch exclaimed with incredulity as a hint of wariness appeared in his eyes for the first time. I guess you can say that. Seeing as you've already come here, why don't you stay for a few days in our human race before you go, fellow Taoist Black Owl? Hanli replied with an ambiguous smile. Don't think that these trivial injuries will hinder me, the show has only just begun. I was only caught off guard by your attack. There's no way a rookie Grand Ascension stage being like you could be a match for me, the Black Owl Monarch said in a vicious manner as bursts of black chi surged out of his body to instantly inundate the entirety of his massive frame. A string of loud cracks and pops rang out incessantly from within the black chi, and a hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. In the next instant, the black chi dissipated, and it was revealed that the Black Owl Monarch had fully regenerated from all of his injuries. So you've cultivated an immortal body, it's no wonder that you dare to fight me directly with your physical body, Han Li mused as he appraised the Black Owl Monarch. I'll concede that your physical body is more powerful than mine, but how about this? Reversing heaven and earth. The Black Owl Monarch's body expanded even further in size, and it swept an arm through the air, sending a burst of indescribable energy fluctuations spreading in all directions. You're using the power of laws. Han Li murmured to himself as his pupils contracted slightly. That's right, there's no way a rookie Grand Ascension stage being like you could have much of an understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. The Black Owl Monarch guffawed as a thin black line suddenly appeared in the air before him. Immediately thereafter, the line blurred and heaven and earth suddenly flipped as the sky became inky black, while the earth abruptly became bright and clear. Chapter 2209. Crushing a Grand Ascension stage being all of the cultivators were horrified to find that they had suddenly become completely immobilized, as if their bodies were being crushed under giant mountains. In contrast, a cold smile appeared on Han Li's face as he swept his spiritual sense through this black and white world, following which the Provenance golden body rose up into the air as a streak of purplish golden light, then surged into Han Li's body. A resounding boom rang out as Han Li transformed into a giant purplish golden ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. The giant ape thumped its own chest violently with its 6 fists, then swelled drastically in size to around 8,000 feet tall as countless silver spirit patterns revolved around its body. The silver spirit patterns then fused as one to form silver formations all over the giant ape's body, as if they were a natural appendage. The Black Owl Monarch's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately drew a circle downward with his finger. A resounding boom rang out within the black and white world, and a giant black and white ring with a diameter of around 10,000 feet appeared around the giant ape, then shrank to bind around the massive ape's body like a torture device. The giant ape looked down at the restrictive black and white ring with a cold expression, and a derisive sneer appeared on its 3 faces as all of its purplish golden fur suddenly stood up on end. Immediately thereafter, the silver patterns became extremely bright, and a burst of enormous invisible power surged forth in a frenzy, striking the massive ring with a devastating impact. The black and white ring tremored violently before being forced open, following which the massive ape grabbed onto the ring with its 6 giant hands, then crushed it into countless fragments amid an explosive boom. An unnatural flush immediately appeared on the Black Owl Monarch's face, and he couldn't help but throw up 2 mouthfuls of silver blood. The Black Owl Monarch frantically attempted to repress the backlash from the power of laws in a panicked manner while considering how he was going to target Han Li next, but right at this moment Han Li took the initiative to attack first. He raised his 6 giant arms up into the air, and a dozen or so silver formations took shape on each of his fists, then instantly fused as one. Scintillating light immediately erupted from his 6 massive fists, and he let loose a thunderous roar as he unleashed a barrage of countless fist projections upward. The fist projections then transformed into countless silver threads of light that struck the inky black sky with immense power, forcibly tearing it apart. The entire black and white world flashed violently a few times before completely crumbling away, returning the plaza to its former state. The immobilized cultivators down below immediately recovered their freedom, and they all looked up with elation in their eyes. Right at this moment, all of the silver threads up above converged to form a massive silver hand that was over 1,000 feet in length, which lashed out violently toward the Black Owl Monarch down below. A hint of fear flashed through the Black Owl Monarch's eyes upon seeing this, but he then made a grabbing motion to draw the jade fan into his grasp again before unleashing another burst of powerful seven-colored light. At the same time, he opened his mouth to expel an inky black treasure that was rectangular in shape, and it instantly swelled to become a giant brick that was several hundred feet in length. The seven-colored light and massive black brick struck the giant hand almost at the exact same moment, and the entire sky tremored violently amid an earth-shattering boom. The huge silver hand was able to pulverize the black brick with ease, and the seven-colored light was also instantly torn apart, following which the massive silver hand abruptly appeared right above the Black Owl Monarch before crushing downward without any hesitation. The Black Owl Monarch was horrified by the sight of his two treasures being crushed so easily, and he immediately fled the scene, vanishing into thin air in a flash. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this before lashing out viciously with a giant furry fist, and a silver fist projection instantly shot forth before disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, the Black Owl Monarch re-emerged several hundred feet away, but almost at the exact same moment, the silver fist projection also appeared behind him amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. The Black Owl Monarch was extremely alarmed by this, but it was already too late for him to evade. A resounding boom rang out as his suit of black armor was shattered by the silver fist projection, and he was sent flying through the air. Due to the ferocious impact, he was no longer able to maintain his giant form, and reverted back to his original size in a flash. Upon steadying himself, the Black Owl Monarch immediately threw up another mouthful of blood essence, and his aura was significantly debilitated. His suit of black armor was a supreme defensive treasure that had been refined using 49 types of precious materials over the span of several centuries, yet it couldn't even withstand a single attack from Han Li. This was extremely astonishing to the Black Owl Monarch, and he immediately realized that he was no match for Han Li. As such, he rose up into the air without any hesitation to flee into the distance as a streak of black light, covering a distance of several thousand feet in the span of just a single breath. You think you can just come and go from my ceremony as you please? Sword observation art / Han Li roared, and as soon as his voice trailed off, his three glabellas split open in unison, revealing three inky black vertical eyes. Each of the vertical demonic eyes released a pillar of black light, which instantly transformed into three small translucent swords that vanished into thin air. In the next instant, the Black Owl Monarch was just about to unleash a secret technique to speed up in his escape when his expression changed drastically, and he immediately took evasive measures. Right at this moment, three streaks of translucent sword chi shot forth out of the nearby space like lightning. The Black Owl Monarch was able to evade two of them, but his body was sliced cleanly in half by the last one. A howl of anguish rang out as silver blood rained down from above, but what would have surely been a lethal wound for a normal cultivator wasn't enough to kill a Grand Ascension stage being like the Black Owl Monarch. A black shadow flew out of the top half of his body, then transformed into a miniature humanoid figure that was completely identical to the Black Owl Monarch. The miniature figure released a gust of black wind to sweep up the two halves of the body, then continued to flee into the distance. I'll remember this. Next time I'm going to repay you 100-fold. The Black Owl Monarch's enraged voice rang out from the distance. Next time? Let's see if you can escape my spirit insects first. Han Li reverted back to his human form amid a flash of purplish golden light, then swept a sleeve through the air to release three golden flowers, which transformed into three massive golden beetles with sinister purple patterns all over their bodies. As soon as they appeared, the three giant beetles flew away like three golden shooting stars, and it seemed that their speed wasn't inferior in the slightest compared to that of the Black Owl Monarch. These three faux gold-devouring beetles monarchs possessed late body integration stage power and virtually indestructible bodies, as well as stamina that struck fear into the hearts of even Grand Ascension stage beings, so they were perfect for hunting down the severely wounded Black Owl Monarch. Han Li was confident that even if the Black Owl Monarch could escape, he would definitely sustain even further wounds, rendering him unable to regenerate during his return journey. As such, even in the best-case scenario for the Black Owl Monarch, he would have to rest for centuries to recover to his former level of power. All of the cultivators on the plaza were stunned by Han Li's extraordinary display of power, and now that the Black Owl Monarch had been forced to flee in such an embarrassing manner, everyone immediately erupted into a frenzy. Senior Han's powers are truly unmatched. Countless human and demon cultivators were yelling at the top of their lungs with fervent looks in their eyes. Han Li had only just progressed to the Grand Ascension stage, yet he had just defeated a veteran Grand Ascension stage being with ease, and this extraordinary display filled the human and demon cultivators present with immense confidence that he would lead the two races to greater heights. Raucous cheers erupted into the heavens, piercing through the restrictions to be audible throughout the entire city. Those who were ineligible to attend the ceremony had no idea what had happened, but the excited and fervent cheers were contagious, and they all erupted into cheers as well. Thus, the entire Deep Heaven City was instantly transformed into a sea of excitement and celebration. In contrast, the foreign representatives present at the ceremony were both in awe and feeling extremely wary after witnessing the battle that had just taken place. The emergence of such a powerful Grand Ascension cultivator in the human race was not necessarily a good thing for the neighboring races, and the foreign envoys had decided that the first thing they were going to do following their return was to report this matter to their higher-ups as soon as possible. Chapter 22:10 News about the blood soul. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and as the raucous cheers subsided a little, he waved a hand through the air, upon which countless azure threads converged beneath his feet to form the giant azure lotus flower above the pagoda again. The unwelcome guest has already been dealt with. According to past conventions, I will be retelling my cultivation journey for 7 days and 7 nights from now on. As for how much you can benefit from my retelling, that will be up to you. However, in contrast with past ceremonies of this nature, I will be removing the restrictions so anyone can come to the mountain and listen if they wish to do so, Han Li said. His voice wasn't very loud, but it spread in all directions and was audible throughout the entirety of Deep Heaven City. All of the cultivators faltered initially upon hearing this, following which joyful cheers erupted once again. Immediately thereafter, everyone began to converge toward the giant three-colored mountain in a frenzy, and even the armored guards responsible for maintaining order had abandoned their posts to rush toward the mountain themselves. Meanwhile, Han Li had already sat down onto the azure lotus flower and begun to retell his experiences and insights starting from the chi condensation stage. All of the cultivators on the plaza immediately began to listen intently with solemn expressions. A Tao retelling from a Grand Ascension stage being was a massive opportunity for anyone, so everyone was listening with rapt focus, even though the retelling had commenced from such a low cultivation base. As Han Li began his retelling, more and more cultivators flocked onto the mountain, and all of the space around the plaza was quickly packed to the rafters. As such, the people that arrived thereafter could only gather elsewhere on the mountain. Several hours later, the entire top half of the giant mountain was completely full, and there were still more people gathering on the bottom half. Regardless of where one stood, as long as they were situated on the mountain, Han Li's voice would immediately become clearly audible to them. Many people wanted to scale even further up the mountain, but they would often involuntarily stop in their tracks as they listened to Han Li's Tao retelling, falling into a special state of enlightenment. A day and a night later, virtually every single inch of the mountain was occupied, and everyone was completely silent with only Han Li's voice ringing out audibly from the mountain summit. 6 days and 6 nights later, rainbow light suddenly appeared in the sky, and a flurry of flower petals rained down from above once again. Han Li's voice drew to an abrupt halt, and all of the enraptured listeners were instantly brought back to reality. Many people were immediately able to return to their senses, but they still appeared to be slightly disoriented, as if they had just awoken from a dream. Moments later, Han Li's voice rang out once again. Thank you for attending my Grand Ascension stage celebratory ceremony. The ceremony has concluded, you may all go now. For many cultivators, Han Li had only just reached the critical juncture of his Tao retelling, so they were naturally very reluctant to leave, but in their eyes Han Li was currently like a god, so they didn't dare to oppose his instructions. Thus, everyone extended respectful bows toward the mountain summit before departing, and only then did the ceremony truly conclude. Half a day later, the three-colored giant mountain vanished amid a rumbling boom, and the remaining armored guards near the plaza extended respectful bows once again before departing in an orderly fashion. In the hall on the first floor of the stone pagoda, Han Li was already situated on the main seat. On either side of the hall stood Qi Lingzi Hai Yuetian, and the elders of Deep Heaven City. Bai Guer had also returned, and she was standing next to Zhu Guer, who was of a similar age, and they really did look as if they were sisters. Bai Guer had managed to return just before the commencement of the ceremony, and she was currently at the mid-deity transformation stage. As for the elders of Deep Heaven City, the respectful expressions in their eyes had become far more genuine compared to prior to the ceremony. It was quite clear that they had been completely won over by Han Li's dismantling of the Black Owl Monarch. Li Rong was also standing in front of Han Li in the hall, listening intently to his every word. So you're saying that Senior Ao Shao and Senior Mo Jianli have entered the Elder Devil realm with the Grand Ascension stage beings of the other races to help the devilish patriarchs transcend the tribulation of the Elder Devil realm, Han Li said with furrowed brows. Indeed. Not only have all of the Grand Ascension stage beings of the neighboring races entered the Elder Devil realm, many of the super races of the Spirit realm have also sent Grand Ascension stage beings to assist in the same endeavor. That's why the devilish army was forced to abandon the territory they had claimed in our Spirit realm and return to the Elder Devil realm, Li Rong replied. So in return, the Grand Ascension stage beings of our races must enter the Elder Devil realm with the Grand Ascension stage beings of those super races to resolve the issue in the Elder Devil realm. After all, if the Stemborer Queen were to destroy the Elder Devil realm, perhaps our Spirit realm would be next, Han Li sighed. Indeed, Senior Han. If it weren't for this agreement, the devilish army wouldn't have retreated, Li Rong said in a resigned manner. I was wondering why no battle had erupted between our two races and the Shadow Tribe and Yiksha race. So it's because all of the Grand Ascension stage beings have entered the Elder Devil realm. The Yiksha race must have intentionally hidden the Black Owl Monarch as a trump card to usurp our two races. If I hadn't made a breakthrough to the Grand Ascension stage at this juncture, our two races would have been in some trouble, Han Li mused in a contemplative manner. Indeed. If you hadn't progressed to the Grand Ascension stage, no body integration stage being would have been able to oppose the Black Owl Monarch. I'm sure that once word of what happened during the ceremony spreads, none of the foreign races would dare to plot against us again, Li Rong replied with a smile. So the elders of the Holy Island would like to meet me to discuss how to deal with the other races, as well as to track down Senior Ao Shao and Senior Mo Jianli, is that correct? Han Li asked. Yes, Senior Han, Li Rong replied. It was clear that she had already been completely won over by Han Li's scintillating display of power, and was telling him everything that she knew. All right, you can accompany me to the Holy Island later. Aside from discussing these matters with the fellow Taoists on the Holy Island, I'm also quite interested in the Heavenly Tome Library and chaotic myriad spirit role there, Han Li said. Li Rong was ecstatic to hear this and she immediately replied, I'd be honored to accompany you to the island, Senior Han. Han Li then turned to Elder Gu and the others and said, I'll have to trouble you to look after my disciples again, fellow Taoist Gu. Rest assured, Senior Han, as long as they continue to remain in our city, we'll be sure to keep them safe, Elder Gu assured with a respectful bow, and all of the other elders also chimed in agreement. There's no need to be overly concerned, I'll be taking Yuetian away from the city for now. In his absence, I'm sure no one will cause any trouble for the city. Qilingzi Zhuguer, you two can come with me as well, Han Li instructed with a smile. Yes, Senior Han. Yes, Master. The two of them replied in unison. Shortly thereafter, everyone departed from the hall, but right before Qilingzi left, Han Li delivered an instruction to him through voice transmission, and Qilingzi immediately gave an affirmative response before also departing. Han Li remained in the hall with a contemplative look on his face, and shortly thereafter footsteps rang out outside again, following which a slender figure appeared before him. Su Qinyu pays her respects to Senior Han. No need for formalities. I'm sure you know why I asked you to stay, right, fellow Taoist Su? Han Li asked. Su Qinyu didn't dare to look directly at Han Li, so her head was slightly bowed as she replied. I'm guessing you want to ask me about the Heaven Void Cauldron. That's right. If I recall correctly, the Heaven Void Cauldron is an extremely important treasure to your Su family. Why has it suddenly been offered to me as a present? Han Li asked. Truth be told, I was instructed by the blood soul of our matriarch to present the Heaven Void Cauldron to you as a congratulatory present, Senior Han, Su Qinyu replied in a slightly uneasy manner. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before asking, the blood soul? Has fellow Taoist Ice Soul's blood soul already returned to the Su family? Yes. Around half a year ago she suddenly returned with severe injuries, but not long after her return she fell unconscious from those injuries. However, prior to this she instructed us to present the Heaven Void Cauldron to you in the hope that you would pay a visit to our Su family with the cauldron, Su Qinyu replied. I see, so fellow Taoist blood soul asked you to present this cauldron to me after she was made aware that I had progressed to the Grand Ascension stage, is that correct? Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. That's right, Su Qinyu replied. Has your Su family not tried to treat fellow Taoist blood soul? Han Li asked. The seniors of our Su family have exhausted all available methods for treatment, but all to no avail. Prior to my departure, Senior Blood Soul was still in an unconscious state, Su Qinyu replied. Alright, I understand now. You can go back. I'll pay your Su family a visit in the next few days, Han Li said after a brief moment of contemplation. Su Qinyu was naturally ecstatic to hear this, and she hurriedly extended another grateful curtsy. Chapter 22:11 Blood Curse Insect 3 days later, Han Li departed from Deep Heaven City with Silver Moon, Dao Xie Zhu Guer, and Li Rong, and the 5 of them traveled to the Su family. Following the retreat of the devilish army, the Su family had returned to its former site of residence, so through the use of several teleportation formations, Han Li was able to arrive after just half a month of travel. As soon as his arrival was announced, the entire Su family erupted into a frenzy. Not only did family leaders Su Jiao and Su Qinyu hurriedly come out to greet him, they were also accompanied by the elders of the family, including Su Yen and Su Hua, whom Han Li had met once in the past. It seemed that the Su family had managed to preserve most of its powerful beings despite the devilish tribulation. We pay our respects to Senior Han. Your visit is truly a great honor for our entire family, Su Jiao said as he extended a respectful bow, and all of the elders also followed suit. As one of the major families of the human race, the Su family had been able to maintain a hint of pride in the face of Han Li back when he was only a body integration cultivator, but they certainly didn't dare to treat him with the same attitude now that he was at the Grand Ascension stage. Han Li's group was invited into the main guest hall, and after sitting down on the main seat he turned to Su Jiao and said, "I'm sure you know why I'm here. Fairy Su has already informed me of the Blood Soul's current situation, but I want you to give me a more detailed account to see if there's any additional useful information." "Yes, Senior. Senior Blood Soul suddenly returned to our family around 7 months ago." Thus Su Jiao began a detailed recount. Han Li listened carefully to his story, and after the recount was completed, a serious look appeared on his face as he said, "So prior to falling unconscious, fellow Taoist Blood Soul told you that I'm the only one who would be able to awaken her." "That's right, Senior Han. As a clone of our matriarch, the Blood Soul is only at the spatial tempering stage, but due to the semi-insubstantial nature of her body, it's very difficult for her to sustain injuries. However, she's been afflicted by some type of condition where there is no visible damage to her body, but she's remained unconscious this entire time. I've already tried everything to awaken her, but all to no avail. I hope you can do our matriarch a favor by saving her, Senior Han," Su Jiao said in a careful manner. "That's quite interesting. Let me see fellow Taoist Blood Soul for myself first. If I can save her, I'll be sure to do so," Han Li said with a faint smile. Su Jiao was ecstatic to hear this. "Thank you, Senior Han. I'll take you to see her right away. Come with me, Brother Xie. Silver Moon Guer, fellow Taoist Li, you can all stay here for now," Han Li instructed. "All right, I'll wait here with Guer and fellow Taoist Li," Silver Moon replied in an obedient manner. As for Li Rong and Zhu Guer, neither of them dared to raise any objections either. The Su family cultivators had already noticed Silver Moon and the others, but the disparity between their cultivation bases was far too great for the Su family cultivators to be able to glean their true powers. As such, the Su family cultivators were treating them with a lot of respect as well. After leaving several servants with Silver Moon and the others, Su Jiao and the Su family elders led Han Li and Dao Xie to the Su family's restricted area. Thus, the group soon arrived in the deepest part of an underground stone hall, where a semi-transparent coffin was situated. Within the coffin laid a white-robed woman with her eyes tightly shut, and a layer of black qi enshrouding her entire body. This was none other than Fairy Ice Soul's Blood Soul clone. Han Li approached the coffin, and as soon as he reached within 10 feet of it, he was immediately struck by a glacial sensation. "Is this myriad-year profound ice?" Han Li asked in an expressionless manner. "This is indeed a coffin constructed from myriad-year profound ice, Senior. Only this material can slow down the rate at which Senior Blood Soul's aura is fading," Su Jiao hurriedly explained. "Glacial power is quite effective for controlling most injuries, so it's not a bad idea to place fellow Taoist Ice Soul in a myriad-year profound ice coffin while you're still unsure of exactly what condition she's been afflicted by," Han Li said with a slight nod. He then turned his attention toward the Blood Soul to find that not only was there black qi emanating from her entire body, there was also a peculiar crimson symbol on her glabella that was flashing faintly. Han Li's brows immediately furrowed slightly at the sight of the crimson symbol, as if a thought had suddenly occurred to him. "Senior Han, have you identified the root cause for Senior Blood Soul's condition?" Su Jiao hurriedly asked. "I think so, but I can't be sure. I'll need to verify her condition," Han Li replied as he released his spiritual sense toward the coffin. Moments later, Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly pointed a finger at his own glabella, upon which a third demonic eye appeared. As soon as the demonic eye was opened, a translucent thread shot forth from within, then vanished into the body of the blood soul within the coffin. In the next instant, the translucent thread returned with a thumb-sized crimson insect impaled on its front tip. At the same time, the crimson symbol on the blood soul's glabella instantly vanished. The insect resembled a snail with 8 feelers of different lengths on its head, and as soon as it emerged from the blood soul's body, it immediately began to thrash and struggle frantically. What is that thing? How did we fail to discover it in Senior Blood Soul's body? Su Jiao exclaimed as he stared at the snail-like insect with a flabbergasted expression. It's no surprise that you failed to discover it. This is a blood curse insect that has no detectable form and fuses with the host's blood. If I hadn't forced it out with my spiritual sense thread, you would have most likely never discovered it, Han Li said in a calm manner. A blood curse insect? How have we never heard of such an insidious insect before? Su Jiao asked in a hesitant manner. That's because this insect can't be found on our continent. Instead, it can only be found on the Blood Sky continent, the most mysterious of the 3 continents in the spirit realm, Han Li replied. The Blood Sky continent? How could that be? Su Jiao and the Su family elders were stunned to hear this. I've never been to the Blood Sky continent, but I did travel through the Thunder continent for a while, and I saw a description of this insect in a tome on the Thunder continent, so there's no mistaking it, Han Li explained, and the spiritual sense thread he had released suddenly unleashed countless thread projections that abruptly wound themselves around the crimson insect. The translucent thread vanished in a flash, and the crimson insect was also torn into countless shreds before raining down onto the ground as droplets of blood. The blood curse insect is extremely sinister and difficult to expel even for body integration stage beings, but once it's outside of its host's body, it becomes completely vulnerable, Han Li said with a cold smile. Thank you for the lesson, Senior Han. What will happen to Senior Blood Soul now? Su Jiao asked in a concerned manner as he glanced at the blood soul, who was still unconscious. Rest assured, now that the blood curse insect has been expelled, she'll wake up on her own eventually. However, I don't have that much time to wait for her, so I'll help her awaken a little earlier, Han Li replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Thank you, Senior. Su Jiao and the Su family elders were all ecstatic and extremely grateful to hear this. Han Li withdrew his demonic eye, then approached the ice coffin before suddenly pointing a finger at the blood soul's forehead. A burst of immense spiritual power immediately erupted forth as a pillar of azure light, vanishing into the blood soul's body in a flash. The spiritual power then surged through all of her meridians at Han Li's behest, clearing away all blockages in the process. The blood soul gave a pained moan, and her brows furrowed slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Han Li then flicked a finger to release a streak of green light that flew into the blood soul's mouth with unerring accuracy. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he departed from the hall. Bring fellow Taoist blood soul to come and see me once she completely absorbs the power of the pill. Yes, Senior Han. Su Jiao and the others were completely overjoyed. Taoist Xie remained as expressionless as ever as he followed Han Li out of the stone hall. Around 15 minutes later, the awakened blood soul arrived before Han Li in the main guest hall. How do you feel, fellow Taoist blood soul? Han Li asked with a smile. The blood soul was looking rather pale, but she still forced a smile onto her own face and replied, I'm fine now thanks to the essence replenishment pill you just fed me, Senior Han. Chapter 22:12. The Secret of the Cauldron. The essence replenishment pill can help you recover some of your energy, but if you want to fully recover, you'll have to rest some more. Before that, tell me how you fell victim to a blood curse insect. Those things are extremely rare on our Tianyuan continent, Han Li said with an intrigued expression. Seeing as you're aware of the existence of blood curse insects, I'm sure you're also aware that they're not found on our Tianyuan continent. I fell prey to this blood curse insect on the Blood Sky continent, and if it weren't for the special nature of my body, I most likely wouldn't have been able to return alive to our Su family, the blood soul sighed. So you really did go to the Blood Sky continent. According to fellow Taoist Su Jiao, didn't you intend to go to the Thunder continent? Why have you gone to the Blood Sky continent instead? Han Li asked. I did indeed go to the Thunder continent first, but after recovering a part of my memories, I discovered that I had to pay the Blood Sky continent a visit as well, and that was something I didn't foresee, the blood soul replied with a wry smile. I see. According to my knowledge, blood curse insects are extremely rare even on the blood sky continent, and not just any cultivator can come into possession of them. It looks like you must have run into quite a bit of trouble on the blood sky continent, Hanli said with a meaningful expression. That's an understatement. I've made myself several powerful enemies on the blood sky continent, and if I were to return to the continent on my own, there's a very good chance that it'll be my final resting place. The blood soul sighed. Oh? It sounds like you plan to go back to the blood sky continent again, Hanli remarked as his brows furrowed slightly. Unfortunately, that is a trip that I must make. My newfound memories tell me that Ice Soul vanished on the blood sky continent, and I've already gathered some leads, but if I want to find my true body, then another trip to the blood sky continent will be nothing short of mandatory, the blood soul said in a resigned manner. So fellow Taoist Ice Soul disappeared on the blood sky continent. It's no wonder that the Su family was unable to track down any leads. Having said that, this still doesn't explain why you decided to offer the Heaven Void Cauldron to me, Hanli said with an inquisitive expression. A peculiar look flashed through the blood soul's eyes upon hearing this, and she suddenly turned to the other members of the Su family present before instructing, "You can all go now. I have something very important to discuss in private with Senior Han, and I'll call for you if I need anything." Su Jiao and the others didn't dare to oppose her wishes and he replied, "Yes, Senior, we'll be waiting outside." "Senior Han, may I ask these fellow Taoists to give us some privacy as well?" The blood soul asked as she cast a hesitant gaze toward Silver Moon and the others. "It looks like fellow Taoist blood soul really does have something very important to discuss with me, so I'll have to ask you to leave for now as well, Silver Moon," Hanli instructed in a calm manner. Silver Moon and the others naturally had no objections to this, and they also departed along with the expressionless Taoists. Thus Hanli and the blood soul were the only two people left in the room. "All right, you can go ahead and tell me what you want to say now," Hanli prompted with a hint of a smile on his face. "Forgive me, Senior Han, but what I'm about to tell you next concerns very sensitive information. Would you like to know the true purpose of the Heaven Void Cauldron? I'm planning to use it to make an exchange with you, Senior Han," the blood soul said with a serious expression. "An exchange?" A hint of intrigue appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. "That's right, I can assure you that learning this secret will benefit you immensely, Senior Han," the blood soul said. "If this secret really is as useful as you proclaim, then I certainly wouldn't be opposed to an exchange, but you'll have to convince me first, fellow Taoist blood soul," Hanli replied. "I knew you'd be interested in this, Senior Han. Regarding the true origins of the Heaven Void Cauldron, I'll have to go back to an opportunity one encountered in the human world. The cauldron is actually a treasure that I created while trying to replicate a treasure recorded on a page of the Golden Jade Tome, and its true purpose is not for battle. Instead, it's to be used as a key." Thus, the blood soul began her story, and initially Hanli listened with a faint smile, but his expression then gradually became more serious, and at the end even a hint of astonishment had crept into his eyes. Around half a day later, Hanli departed from the Su family and traveled toward the center of the human territory on a giant white ark. "You spoke with fellow Taoist blood soul for quite a long time, Brother Han. What did she discuss with you?" Silver Moon asked. "Not much, we simply made an agreement," Hanli replied with a smile. "An agreement?" A contemplative look appeared in Silver Moon's eyes. "You can call it an exchange as well," Hanli added in a nonchalant manner. Silver Moon merely smiled and didn't raise any further questions. Li Rong was also very intrigued, but she knew that she couldn't compare with Silver Moon, so she made the wise decision to remain silent. In contrast, Zhu Guer didn't think much of the matter and asked, "Senior Han, where are we going next?" "We'll be going to the Holy Island next. Fellow Taoist Li, I'll be counting on you to lead the way," Hanli said. "Rest assured, Senior, I'll be sure to get us to the Holy Island as soon as possible," Li Rong hurriedly said in an elated manner. Hanli nodded in response, and all of a sudden, the giant ark they were situated on accelerated by about twofold, almost instantly vanishing into the distance as a long streak of light. 2 months later. In an extremely secluded mountain range on the border of the human and demon territories, there was a vast sea of mist that stretched as far as the eyes could see, and encompassed close to a third of the entire mountain range. However, once one traveled close to 10,000 kilometers into the sea of mist, they would discover an island hovering several thousand feet in the air with hundreds of massive meteorite-like rocks slowly orbiting around it. Each giant rock was several acres in size, and there was a series of buildings situated on each rock alongside groups of armored warriors. There were also some flying boats and carriages that occasionally entered and exited the giant island, patrolling the surrounding area. A series of light barriers could be seen in the air around the island, spreading over virtually the entire sky. This was none other than the revered Holy Island, and its defenses were truly quite formidable. Within a hall at the center of the island, there were around a dozen body integration stage elders in attires of different colors seated on 2 rows of chairs, and all of them wore anxious and uneasy expressions. "Fairy Lee should be here soon, right?" a clean-shaven man asked. "Don't be so agitated, fellow Taoist Sun. Fairy Rong has informed us in advance that she would arrive today, so she's definitely coming," an elderly man replied. "I'm naturally aware of that, but it's already past noon now. I'm just concerned that they may have had an accident," the clean-shaven man sighed. "Hee, what could possibly go wrong with Senior Han accompanying them?" a woman in a white coat chuckled. "Indeed, the powers displayed by Senior Han during his ceremony most likely place him above even Senior Mo and Senior Ao Shao in terms of power. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't have waited here for him for so long," the elderly man said with a wry smile. "Having said that, rumors are still just rumors. None of us have ever seen Senior Han in action in person. If he really is powerful enough to severely wound the Black Owl monarch of the Yaksha race with ease, then that would be quite extraordinary," the clean-shaven man said with a hesitant expression. "Even if the rumors are slightly exaggerated, it's definitely true that Senior Han is far more powerful than the average new Grand Ascension stage being. On top of that, both Senior Mo and Senior Ao Shao have disappeared in the Elder Devil realm, and Senior Han is the only one we can count on to save them. Regardless of how we look at it, it's imperative for us to assist Senior Han with all our power," the elderly man said without any hesitation. "That is indeed true, but we've already severely offended him by trying to take his disciple. Senior Han isn't going to exact revenge on our holy island, is he?" the clean-shaven man sighed with a wry smile. Several of the other elders' expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. Rest assured, Senior Han was able to progress to the Grand Ascension stage, so he's definitely not a petty individual. On top of that, we were only doing what was best for our 2 races, so I'm sure Senior Han wouldn't blame us for that," the elderly man said in a nonchalant manner. The other elders' expressions eased slightly upon hearing this. Just as the elderly man was about to say something else, a pleasant voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Looks like everyone's all here. In that case, I won't have to inform all of you of my arrival one by one." As soon as this voice trailed off, 3 women strode into the hall. They were none other than Li Rong, Silvermoon and Zhu Guer, and Li Rong was the one who had just spoken. However, Han Li and Taoist Ye were nowhere to be seen. "Ah, Fairy Li, fellow Taoist Ling Long, has Senior Han already arrived?" the elderly man immediately asked as he rose to his feet. "Senior Han has indeed already arrived at our holy island, but he's gone somewhere else first. Rest assured he'll be joining us soon," Li Rong replied with a smile. Chapter 22:13 Heavenly Tome Library. Meanwhile, at the foot of a tall cliff at the center of the Holy Island, Han Li was staring intently at a massive crystalline wall that was around 1,000 feet tall. Taoist Ye was standing beside him and he was also appraising the giant wall. Around 80 feet away from the 2 of them, there were 2 green-robed elderly men standing off to the side with overwrought expressions. They were naturally the guards of this place, and they were both at the late spatial tempering stage. As soon as Han Li arrived, he released a sliver of his Grand Ascension stage spiritual pressure, and the pair of elderly men immediately granted him access. At this point, Han Li had already cast his gaze over the contents of the entire crystalline wall, and his attention was currently focused on several ancient golden characters that were ranked 3rd on the list. "Profound Heavenly Spirit/Sword," Han Li murmured to himself as he reflexively began to stroke his own forearm. A certain diagram on his forearm began to heat up and throb slightly under his fingertips. Han Li exhaled before suddenly asking, "Is this Profound Heavenly Spirit/Sword the newest profound heavenly treasure on the roll? I heard that all races on the Tianyuan continent had been scrambling to search for it when it first appeared." The 2 green-robed elderly men exchanged a glance before one of them stepped forward and replied, "Indeed, Senior. When this profound heavenly treasure first appeared on the roll, even some super races from other continents had sent people to search for it, but for some reason, none of them managed to find it and no news of it arose thereafter. However, I'm sure those major races are still searching for it in secret." "Perhaps so. Let's go now, Brother Xie," Han Li said with a smile, then immediately departed. "We are greatly honored by your visit, seniors." The pair of green-robed elderly men hurriedly extended respectful bows as they spoke. Shortly after their departure, Han Li suddenly asked, Brother Xie, do you know anything about this chaotic myriad spirit roll? I have no recollection of this object, and nor have I ever heard my past master mention it, but I did sense a hint of immortal spiritual qi within it just now. Immortal spiritual qi? Hanli was quite stunned to hear this. Indeed. It's far from abundant, but it's extremely pure, no less so than the immortal spiritual qi in the spirit liquid you've been providing me with, Taoist Xie replied. That's quite interesting. It's been many years since our spirit realm lost contact with the true immortal realm, but it seems that some things can't be completely severed, Hanli mused. Taoist Xie's expression remained unchanged and he offered no response to this. The Holy Island wasn't very large, and with the map provided to him by Li Rong, Hanli soon arrived in front of a small teleportation formation. He stepped into the teleportation formation with Taoist Xie, then made a hand seal, and a buzzing sound rang out as white spiritual light erupted from the formation, following which the duo instantly vanished. In the next instant, white light flashed in front of a pavilion that was around 800 feet tall, and Hanli and Taoist Xie reappeared in another formation. Heavenly Tome Library. Hanli looked up at the massive plaque hanging above the entrance of the pavilion, and a peculiar look flashed through his eyes as he said, "Please wait for me here for now, Brother Xie, I'll be back soon." "Go ahead, fellow Taoist Han," Taoist Xie replied without any hesitation. Hanli nodded in response before making his way toward the entrance of the pavilion. Moments later, he found himself standing in front of a pale-faced elderly woman. "I've heard that the Heavenly Tome Library holds countless secret techniques. Would you be able to open the restriction and grant me access, fellow Taoist?" The elderly woman was seated at the center of a spacious hall on the first floor, and she appraised Hanli with her brows slightly furrowed as she said, "You're very unfamiliar. Have you only just arrived on the island? Seeing as you've come here, I'm sure you're already aware of the rules of our Heavenly Tome Library." She was unable to detect this person's exact cultivation base, and that naturally came as quite a surprise to her. "In order to learn a secret technique, I have to offer a sum of spirit stones or exchange for it with another secret technique not yet in the library's collection, correct?" Hanli asked with a smile. "That's right. You're planning to issue spirit stones, right? Each secret technique is extremely expensive, but it's easier than offering another secret technique in exchange. There are already over 10,000 secret techniques in the library's collection, so it won't be that easy to find new ones," the elderly woman chuckled. "I see. I actually do have quite a few secret techniques I collected from foreign races. You can examine them to see if there are any new ones," Hanli said with a smile. Before the elderly woman had a chance to respond, Hanli suddenly swept a sleeve through the air, releasing close to 100 jade slips of different colors that hovered before the elderly woman. The elderly woman's mouth gaped open in shock, and only after a long while did she ask, "These jade slips were all collected from foreign races?" "That's right. Go ahead and examine them, fellow Taoist," Hanli replied. "Please give me a moment, fellow Taoist," the elderly woman said as she finally regained her composure. After that, she quickly grabbed a jade slip before injecting his spiritual sense into it. "Origin Light Splitting Technique. Isn't this a renowned secret technique of the flying spirit race? I've heard that only the core flying spirit beings with the purest bloodlines are able to learn this technique. This is indeed a secret technique that our Heavenly Tome Library does not yet possess," the elderly woman said with a stunned expression after a brief examination. "Oh, it seems like you're very familiar with foreign secret techniques. This was indeed a secret technique I obtained from the flying spirit race, but it's not suitable for me to cultivate, so I've never used it," Hanli said with a slightly surprised expression. "Hee, I'm renowned as the leading secret technique expert among our two races. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been assigned with the task of looking after this Heavenly Tome Library," the elderly woman said in a pleased manner. After that, she stowed the jade slip away before taking another one for examination. 9 Flame Devilish Technique. This seems to be a devilish secret technique that's also a new addition to our library. Heavenly Light Azure Wood Arts. This is a wood tribe secret technique that our library already has. The elderly woman was able to determine the origins of most of these jade slips, and it seemed that she wasn't exaggerating about her status as the leading secret technique expert of the two races. After looking through only around a dozen jade slips, the elderly woman was already in shock. Not only did these secret techniques come from a diverse range of origins, around 2/3 of them were new to the Heavenly Tome Library. Generally speaking, one would only be able to bring out 1 or 2 types of secret techniques to be exchanged at the Heavenly Tome Library. Such a large number of secret techniques being offered at once was unheard of. After about 15 minutes, the elderly woman finally examined all of the jade slips, and she exhaled before asking, "Among these secret techniques, 61 of them are new to the Heavenly Tome Library. Are you planning to exchange all of them?" 61, eh? That's not bad. I'll use them to exchange for 61 of the secret techniques in this library, Hanli replied with a smile. In that case, I'll open the restriction right away for you to select other secret techniques. I must remind you that you have to come out right away after completing your selection, and these secret techniques can only be cultivated by yourself. They're not to be given to others. Otherwise, if the Holy Island is made aware of your transgression, you'll be punished by our enforcers, the elderly woman warned. Rest assured, I'll only be referencing most of these secret techniques and only truly cultivate a few of them, and I won't give them to anyone else, Hanli replied as he swept a sleeve through the air to recover all of the jade slips that were rejected by the elderly woman. Good. I'll be opening the restrictions now, the elderly woman said before opening her mouth to release a shimmering golden badge. She then made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the badge, which immediately released a burst of silver light that surged toward the stairwell. A dull thump rang out from the stairwell as if several invisible restrictions had been opened, and Hanli quickly vanished up the staircase, leaving the elderly woman alone on the first floor. Hanli didn't stay in the pavilion for too long before he re-emerged in a calm manner, then cupped his fist in a salute toward the elderly woman before departing. Who was that? He definitely doesn't seem like an ordinary new body integration cultivator that's just come onto the island. Even I was unable to ascertain his cultivation base, and he was able to bring out so many foreign secret techniques at once. Could it be that he's... The elderly woman murmured to herself, and as she did so, her eyes gradually lit up with a hint of realization. Meanwhile, Hanli had just emerged from the pavilion when 3 balls of golden light suddenly appeared in the air above him. Chapter 22:14. Entering the Elder Devil realm again. Hanli's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, and he merely swept a sleeve upward, upon which the balls of golden light instantly disappeared down his sleeve. Hanli then flipped a hand over, and a fist-sized golden beetle appeared on his palm. This was none other than one of 3 faux beetle monarchs that he had sent after the Black Owl monarch. Hanli appraised the golden beetle momentarily before his brows furrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "So the Black Owl monarch managed to escape." Having said that, close to half of his body was devoured, and he was wounded far more than I anticipated, so this isn't a bad result. After that, Hanli stowed the beetle away before a jade slip appeared in his grasp amid a flash of green light. Hanli cast his gaze toward the jade slip, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Even though he had witnessed quite a few powerful techniques in the Heavenly Tome Library, his true objective was the second half of the lightning wield technique. Back when he had obtained the lightning wield technique from the demon monarchs of the Earth Abyss, it was an incomplete version. The divine Devilbane lightning that it could unleash was extremely powerful, but it took a very long time to set up and had no use in practical battles. After learning from Master Black Rain that the Holy Island had the second half of the lightning wield technique, he had immediately made up his mind to get his hands on it. After finding the second half of the lightning wield technique and discovering that it could match up with the first half, he was naturally ecstatic and immediately took a jade slip containing this technique. As for all of the other secret techniques he had taken with him, those were mere accessories. However, there were some of them that had caught his eye, and he planned to cultivate those when he got back. After quickly assessing the lightning wield technique recorded in the jade slip to verify that there were no issues, Hanli stowed the jade slip away before making his way toward the teleportation formation not far away. Daoist Xie was still waiting for him there, and he gave Hanli a slight nod. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Xie. Let's go and meet the elders of the Holy Island. I'm sure they're growing tired of waiting," Hanli said with an apologetic smile. Daoist Xie naturally had no objections to this, and thus the two of them quickly departed using the teleportation formation. Several days later, a white jade arc emerged from the Holy Island before flying away into the distance. Hanli, Daoist Xie, and Silvermoon were all on the arc, and they were accompanied by the white-haired Holy Island elder with the Luo surname. Hanli was standing at the front of the ark with his brows slightly furrowed, seemingly contemplating something quite important. "Fellow Taoist Luo, the Black Owl monarch has been severely wounded by me, and he won't be plotting against our 2 races for at least several centuries. As for the other races, I'm sure they wouldn't dare to do anything without Grand Ascension stage beings among their ranks. However, as a safety precaution, you have to ensure that news of my departure doesn't get leaked for at least the next century," Hanli instructed. "Yes, Senior Han, I'll do everything in my power to keep your departure from the spirit realm a secret. Having said that, do you really have to leave so soon, Senior? You've only just reached the Grand Ascension stage. Why don't you take some time to consolidate your cultivation base before entering the Elder Devil realm? The elderly man asked in a hesitant manner. It's been a long time since fellow Taoists Mo Jianli and Ao Shao have disappeared in the Elder Devil realm, and they could be in grave danger. How can I continue to delay? As for consolidation, that's not required for me. I progressed to the Grand Ascension stage primarily using a body refinement cultivation art, so I don't need much time for consolidation, Hanli explained with a shake of his head. In that case, I won't say anything more about this matter. The spatial node that we're traveling to now is one that was used by the Devilish army during their retreat. Even though the passageway has already disappeared and transformed into a spatial node, there are occasional reports of violent spatial fluctuations erupting out of it, so it's clear that the interrealm walls in there are still quite fragile. With your powers and that star-defying plate, it should be easy for you to break into the Elder Devil realm. As long as there are no issues with the spatial node, this shouldn't be an issue, Hanli replied. Senior Han, if you're willing to wait for a while longer, I'm sure the other major races will send more people into the Elder Devil realm to investigate. After all, they also have Grand Ascension stage beings that have disappeared in the Elder Devil realm, Li Rong interjected. Even if that does happen, those people will only be concerned about the Grand Ascension stage beings of their own races. No one will care about beings from small races like ours. Besides, those super races may have already sent more people into the Elder Devil realm to investigate. I'm certainly not going to hold my breath and wait for them to go out of their way to report back to our two races, Hanli chuckled coldly in response. Both Li Rong and Elder Luo fell silent upon hearing this. A thought then seemed to occur to Hanli and he said, There's no need for you to be concerned. Brother Sierra and Silver Moon will be accompanying me into the Elder Devil realm, so I'll be able to ensure self-preservation. However, it would be unsafe to take Guer with me, so I'll have to get you to look after her. Rest assured, Senior Han, we'll take fellow Taoist Zhu back with us to cultivate on the Holy Island following your departure. Elder Luo hurriedly replied with a respectful bow. Zhu Guer pouted slightly with displeasure upon hearing this, but she didn't dare to raise any objections. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and his lips tremored slightly as he transmitted his voice toward Zhu Guer. It will take some more time for the entrance to the small spirit sky to open up, so stay on the Holy Island and cultivate for now. After you make some progress, you'll be able to look after yourself once we find the small spirit sky. Zhu Guer's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, and she immediately nodded in response. As for Silver Moon, she was very concerned for Patriarch Ao Zhao's safety, so she was naturally more than willing to accompany Han Li into the Elder Devil realm. Thus, the Jade Ark continued onward, and after flying for around half a month, it arrived at a lush grassland. After flying deeper into the grassland for 2 days and 2 nights, the Ark stopped above the remains of a stronghold. This should be the place. There were once devilish troops situated here, but it's been abandoned for a long time, Elder Luo said after consulting a formation plate in his hand. Han Li cast his gaze upward upon hearing this, and he discovered that there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary with this place aside from a blanket of gray clouds in the sky. All of a sudden, Han Li's expression changed slightly as he pointed a finger at his own glabella. A third vertical eye quickly emerged there amid a burst of black chi, and as soon as the eye was opened, it released a beam of black light that vanished high up in the air in a flash. In the next instant, a burst of rumbling rang out within the gray clouds, followed by a burst of faint spatial fluctuations that was detected by everyone on the Ark. Elder Luo and the others were ecstatic to sense this, and Han Li nodded as he withdrew his third eye before sweeping a sleeve through the air. Countless formation treasures immediately shot forth in all directions before vanishing into thin air amid flashes of light. Moments later, Han Li rubbed his hands together before thrusting them downward, releasing a thick bolt of golden lightning that disappeared in a flash. In the next instant, a rumbling thunderclap rang out, and a giant lightning formation that was around an acre in area emerged. Han Li then swept his sleeve downward again, and a ball of white light emerged, containing a disc that was around a foot in size. This was none other than the vastly renowned realm-breaking treasure, the star-defying plate. As soon as the plate was released, it revolved in the air above the giant formation, then transformed into a silver moon that was suspended in mid-air. "Let's go," Han Li said before taking a step forward and vanishing on the spot. A dull thump rang out as Han Li appeared at the center of the formation down below with lightning revolving all around him, and Dao Xie and Silver Moon also followed along. Han Li aimed a parting glance at Elder Luo and Li Rong, then made a hand seal before pointing a finger upward. The silver moon above the formation immediately emitted a clear ringing sound, following which a pillar of 5-colored light was released straight into the gray clouds. At the same time, a loud thunderclap rang out from the formation beneath Han Li, and 6 pillars of black and white light erupted forth, disappearing into the same spot where the pillar of 5-colored light had just struck the gray clouds. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the silver moon up above immediately vanished, only to be replaced by a giant black hole. Han Li took a deep breath, and golden light radiated from his entire body, sweeping up the 2 people beside him before he flew up as a streak of golden light. A burst of violent spatial fluctuations erupted forth, and the streak of golden light instantly vanished into the black hole. Chapter 22:15. Stemborers. In the air above a swamp that was filled with rotting mud, a massive black hole appeared, and a streak of golden light containing several humanoid figures emerged from within the black hole. This was none other than Han Li's trio. Han Li briefly inspected his surroundings, following which his brows furrowed slightly. There was not a single living being around them. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li released his spiritual sense through the surrounding area, upon which he immediately discovered that there was a large cluster of stone buildings near the edge of the swamp. There were hundreds of these buildings and there were several protective formations set up around them. However, these formations had been destroyed, and after sweeping his spiritual sense into the buildings, Han Li discovered that their interiors were completely wrecked, and that there wasn't even a single devilish being within them. Han Li was rather surprised by all of this, but he quickly arrived at a decision. Let's go to the nearest city and find out where we are first. In contrast with when Han Li had last entered the Elder Devil realm, he was now at the Grand Ascension stage and had Dao Xie by his side, so he had nothing to fear even if he were to encounter one of the 3 devilish patriarchs. Thus, the 3 of them set off, and after flying west for no more than half a day, Han Li's expression suddenly changed slightly as he stopped in midair. Dao Xie also stopped on the spot as he peered into the distance, while Silver Moon was left feeling rather perplexed as she couldn't see anything in the distance. What's going on, Brother Han? Have you and Brother Xie discovered something? Han Li nodded calmly in response. There's something coming from up ahead. Silver Moon faltered slightly upon hearing this before hurriedly casting her gaze into the distance as well. A short while later, a strange buzzing sound rang out in the distance, and it became louder and louder, seemingly drawing closer to them. Moments later, spiritual light flashed up ahead, and several hundred streaks of light emerged before hurtling directly toward Han Li. These were hundreds of devilish beings of different cultivation bases, and they were fleeing for their lives as if they were being pursued by something extremely fearsome. Just as Silver Moon was wondering what it could be that was chasing these devilish beings, a massive dark cloud appeared up ahead amid a loud buzzing sound, surging along in hot pursuit of the devilish beings. Silver Moon hurriedly injected her spiritual power into her eyes as she peered carefully into the gray cloud, upon which her face immediately paled in horror. The gray cloud was made up of countless strangely shaped insects. The insects ranged from the size of human fists to around the size of a grown man. They either had hooked spikes all over their bodies or mouths full of sharp fangs, and their appearances were vastly different from all ordinary devilish insects. Some of the largest insects even had 2 heads, seemingly being the leaders of the swarm. In the face of such a fearsome insect cloud, it was no wonder that Silver Moon was displaying such a fearful reaction. The insects within the swarm were all flying at different speeds, with the larger insects clearly faster than their smaller counterparts. In the blink of an eye, some of the devilish beings that were lagging behind were caught by the larger insects. These devilish beings had no choice but to fight while they fled, and fierce battles quickly erupted. However, as soon as these devilish beings slowed down a little, the rest of the insect swarm immediately caught up and devoured them. A string of agonized howls rang out as all of the devilish beings that were lagging behind instantly disappeared within the sea of insects, and Han Li's expression finally changed slightly upon seeing this. He suddenly turned to Dao Xie and asked, Brother Xie, do you see any difference between these insects and the other devilish insects of this realm? Their auras are different, and their devilish chi is rather impure. It seems they're not originally from the Elder Devil realm, Dao Xie replied. I see, so these insects must be related to the Stemborer Queen, Han Li sighed. Silver Moon drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. The Stemborer Queen? Is that the creature that's behind the tribulation of the Elder Devil realm and forced my grandfather and Senior Emo to enter the Elder Devil realm? That's right, Hanli replied with a wry smile. If these insects are related to the Stemborer Queen and they've appeared in the Elder Devil realm in such huge numbers, does that mean that the Stemborer Queen has already escaped from its seal? Silvermoon asked with a strained expression. Not necessarily, maybe these are only descendants of the Stemborer Queen, Hanli replied with a shake of his head. Silvermoon wanted to ask another question, but during this short period of time, over half of the fleeing devilish beings had been devoured by the swarm of insects, and only a dozen or so remained. All of them were high-grade devilish beings, but they were extremely disheveled and wore horrified expressions. Even with the naked eye alone, Hanli was able to clearly see the expressions of the devilish beings at the front of the group. These devilish beings were quite taken aback to see Hanli's trio hovering in mid-air, seemingly completely disregarding the swarm of insects in the distance. A devilish woman who appeared to be in her 20s yelled in an urgent voice, "What are you standing there for? The Stemborers are here, hurry up and run for your lives." Immediately thereafter, she whizzed right past Hanli's trio and continued to flee into the distance. A faint smile appeared on Hanli's face as he cast his gaze toward the insect cloud, then suddenly swept a sleeve through the air. 3 miniature mountains immediately appeared before him amid a resounding boom, and they instantly swelled to tens of thousands of feet tall before hurtling directly toward the insect cloud. At the same time, the gray insects swarmed around the 3 giant mountains and completely surrounded them. Hanli pointed a finger toward the distance, and the 3 mountains began to revolve on the spot. Gray light was released from the black mountain, and all of the insects that came into contact with this gray light instantly vanished. Meanwhile, countless streaks of invisible sword chi were being released by the azure mountain, slicing countless insects into dismembered pieces that rained down from above alongside a shower of green blood. As for the 5-colored mountain, it was releasing radiant 5-colored halos that instantly crushed all of the insects in its wake into mincemeat amid a string of anguished howls. In the blink of an eye, 3 massive areas had been cleared out within the sea of insects. Regardless of how many insects swarmed toward the 3 giant mountains, they were all killed without any exception. Shortly thereafter, the gray insect swarm had become extremely sparse. All of a sudden, one of the remaining 2-headed giant insects let loose a shrill cry, and all of the insects immediately turned around and fled. Hanli's eyes lit up slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately pointed a finger at the black mountain in the distance. The black mountain instantly vanished amid a burst of gray light at his behest, then emerged without any warning above the 2-headed giant insect alongside a burst of spatial fluctuations. Gray light swept forth from the underside of the black mountain, and the giant 2-headed insect only had a chance to let loose a despairing cry before it vanished amid the gray light with all of the other insects around it. At this point, the remaining insects had already fled into the distance, and they quickly disappeared out of sight. Hanli seemed to have no intention of continuing to pursue these insects, and he merely waved a nonchalant hand toward the distance. The 3 giant mountains quickly shrank down to around a foot tall each, then disappeared into thin air. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted within one of Hanli's sleeves, and the 3 miniature mountains reappeared before vanishing in a flash once again. Only the span of a few breaths had passed since Hanli had first released his 3 extreme mountains, and the devilish woman who was fleeing for her life took a quick glance behind herself, upon which she almost plummeted out of the sky. "How is that possible?" the woman exclaimed with incredulity in her eyes. The other fleeing devilish beings faltered slightly upon hearing this, then also turned their attention toward the same direction, and they were naturally stunned as well. The fearsome insect swarm that had been pursuing them had suddenly disappeared without a trace, and all of them drew to a halt before casting their eyes toward Hanli's trio with astonished expressions. It was clear that these 3 had something to do with the insect swarm's sudden disappearance. The devilish woman was the first to return to her senses, and she carefully appraised Hanli's trio while contemplating whether she should approach them. Right at this moment, Hanli's voice rang out in the ears of all of the devilish beings in the group. "Please come over here, I have some questions I'd like to ask you." The devilish woman's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and she did as she was told after a brief moment of hesitation. The other devilish beings didn't dare to disobey Hanli's orders, and they also flew over to him. Hanli had eradicated the insect cloud with ease, so he was definitely far too powerful for them to oppose. Chapter 22:16, Black Gourd City. The devilish woman was the first to arrive, and she didn't dare to get too close as she extended a respectful salute from around 70 feet away. Thank you for saving our lives, seniors. She was completely unable to ascertain the cultivation bases of Han Li's trio with her spiritual sense, and that prompted her to act in an even more respectful manner. Who are you and where is the nearest city? Han Li asked in a concise manner. We are crystal gatherers from Chaotic Cloud Mountain, and the nearest city is Black Gourd City. If you want to go there, we'd be happy to lead the way, senior, the devilish woman replied. Black Gourd City? I've never heard of it before. There's no need for you to lead the way, just give me a map of this area, Han Li instructed. I just so happen to have a detailed map of this nearby area. It would be my honor to offer it to you, senior, the devilish woman said as she immediately offered up a black stone shard with both hands. Han Li nodded as he drew the stone shard into his own grasp, then injected his spiritual sense into it, upon which a pleased look appeared on his face. At this point, the other devilish beings had also already arrived, and they were all standing in a nervous silence. What's the deal with the stem borers you mentioned earlier? I don't recall such an insect in our holy realm, and their auras are slightly different from normal devilish insects as well, Han Li inquired as he stowed the stone shard away. Do you not know of these stem borers, senior? The devilish woman asked as a hesitant look appeared on her face, and a stir also ran through the other devilish beings, but none of them dared to say anything. I've been in seclusion for the past few centuries, is it very strange that I don't know of them? Han Li asked. I see, then it's no wonder that you're not aware of these stem borers. These insects have only appeared in the past century and apparently they were originally all ordinary devilish insects, but for some reason they suddenly mutated into their current forms. These stem borers are currently wreaking havoc across the entire holy realm, and there are even stories of entire cities being massacred by these insects. As a result, there's been a lot of unrest in our holy realm, and everyone is living in constant fear, the devilish woman explained. Oh? Have the three patriarchs and other sacred ancestors not stepped in to exterminate these stem borers? They're certainly more powerful than normal devilish insects, but they can still be easily killed by sacred ancestors, Han Li asked. With my lowly cultivation base, I don't have access to information about what the patriarchs and sacred ancestors are doing. All I know is that only a few sacred ancestors have stepped in areas where stem borer infestations have been too severe. As for the rest of the sacred ancestors and the three patriarchs, all of them seem to have disappeared at once, the devilish woman replied after a brief hesitation. All of the sacred ancestors have disappeared? When did this happen? Han Li immediately continued in his line of questioning. I can't give you an exact time, but it seems to coincide with when the first stem borers began to appear, the devilish woman replied in a respectful manner. All right, that's all I need to know. You can go now, Han Li instructed in an indifferent manner. The devilish woman was quite relieved to hear this and she said in a respectful voice, Yes, we'll be taking our leave now, senior. After that, she quickly departed, and the other devilish beings hurriedly followed along after extending respectful bows toward Han Li's trio. Following their departure, Silvermoon sighed, It looks like all of the Grand Ascension stage beings really have encountered some trouble. Otherwise, the situation in the Elder Devil realm wouldn't be this bad. The current state of affairs is indeed quite grim, but we'll have to do some further investigation if we want to know exactly what's happening. I presume there are devilish lords in Black Gourd City, and I'm sure they'll know some things about the sacred ancestors and the Grand Ascension stage beings from our spirit realm, Han Li said as a solemn look appeared on his face. Silvermoon smiled and replied, You're right, let's make a trip to Black Gourd City then, Brother Han. Hee, there's something that I have to do before that. Han Li chuckled before sweeping his sleeve through the air to release a burst of gray light, within which was contained a giant gray insect. It was none other than the two-headed stem borer that he had just captured. The insect possessed an aura that was around the late deity transformation stage, and clearly held an important position in the insect swarm. As soon as the insect appeared, it immediately began to flap its wings desperately in an attempt to escape. However, Han Li instantly released his terrifying aura, and the giant insect was slammed back down onto the ground by a burst of enormous invisible force. The giant insect's two heads thrashed violently, but its body was completely immobilized, and it could only let loose bursts of fearful cries. Han Li reached a hand out of his sleeve before pressing it toward one of the giant insect's heads, and 5 translucent threads shot forth from his fingertips before vanishing into the insect's head. The struggling insect immediately shuddered before slumping onto the ground in a motionless manner, and at the same time Han Li closed his eyes as faint golden light appeared all over his body. He was unleashing a soul search technique on this giant insect. After about 15 minutes had passed, Han Li opened his eyes, and the translucent threads were withdrawn from the giant insect's head before disintegrating into specks of translucent light. The giant insect's head then began to fluctuate unsteadily in size before abruptly exploding. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air again, and a fireball shot forth to instantly incinerate the insect carcass into ashes. "Did you get any information, Brother Han?" Silvermoon asked. "I'm afraid not. This insect only has the most basic instincts and possesses no intelligence, so I couldn't find out anything," Han Li replied with a shake of his head. "I see, that's not too much of a surprise. These stem borers have suddenly become very powerful due to their mutations, but it's not that easy to attain intelligence, and that's good news for us," Silvermoon said with a smile. "Indeed. If the stem borers are only relying on basic instincts, then they won't pose a threat to us no matter how many of them there are. Let's go to Black Gourd City now. I'm sure we'll be able to get some information there," Han Li replied. Thus, the three of them rose up into the air and flew north. 3 days later, Han Li's trio entered a highland that was full of black mud, and after flying for several more hours, a black city with an area of around 200 kilometers appeared in the distance. This was none other than Black Gourd City. However, the entire city was currently surrounded from all directions by another gray sea of insects with no end in sight, and the sounds of battle were audible even from extremely far away. This sea of stem borers covered virtually the entire sky, and even though the stem borer swarm that Han Li had witnessed before was also extremely large, it was nothing compared to this one. Currently, Black Gourd City was enshrouded under a black light barrier that sat atop the city like a giant upside-down bowl. Dense layers of stem borers covered every single inch of the light barrier, and they were all attacking the light barrier in a frenzy. Within the light barrier were countless devilish beings that were using devilish treasures of different descriptions or unleashing devilish techniques to strike back at the stem borers. The stem borers currently attacking the city were clearly not that powerful, and they were being quickly slain by the attacks being unleashed by the devilish beings in the city. There were also arrows flying out of the city like a torrential storm to exterminate even more of the stem borers. At the center of the city stood hundreds of tall towers that were rumbling incessantly, around which lightning was flashing incessantly. Hundreds of bolts of black lightning were constantly being released by these towers before splitting up into countless threads of black lightning that were reducing hordes upon hordes of stem borers to ashes. It seemed that under the protection of the city's restrictions, the devilish beings could attack with reckless abandon and held the firm upper hand. However, as blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, he was able to ascertain the true nature of the situation, and his brows immediately furrowed slightly. During this brief period of time, the black light barrier over the city had already dimmed slightly, and the devilish beings unleashing attacks from within the city were all in very bad condition, clearly already beginning to overexert their magic power. All of a sudden, the rumbling in the city drew to an abrupt halt, and all of the towers ceased their lightning attacks. Chapter 22:17. Stunning display of power. Without the assistance of the lightning being released by the towers, the offensive power of the city was reduced by close to half, and layers upon layers of stem borers landed on the light barrier, causing it to dim at a rapid rate that was discernible even to the naked eye. "We have to save this city," Han Li suddenly said with furrowed brows. Silvermoon nodded in response. "Brother Xie, in order to resolve this issue as soon as possible, I'll have to get you to assist the two of us," Han Li said. "No problem," Daoist Xie replied in a calm manner. Thus, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, releasing the 3 miniature extreme mountains amid a flash of spiritual light. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and the Provenance True Devil projection emerged behind him. The projection opened its 6 eyes at his behest, then let loose a long cry akin to a dragon's roar. The roar erupted directly up into the heavens, unleashing invisible sound waves that surged toward the sea of stem borers. The devilish beings in Black Gourd City were quite alarmed to hear this thunderous roar, yet before they had a chance to look for where the sound was coming from, the majority of the stem borers that were attacking the light barrier either self-detonated or plummeted out of the sky without any warning. In the blink of an eye, only less than half of the insect swarm remained, and the ones that did remain had been thrown into complete disarray. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted overhead, and 3 gargantuan mountains appeared above the sea of insects in a flash. The giant mountains then came crashing down in unison, and in the next instant, vast expanses of light began to wreak havoc through the insect swarm alongside streaks of lethal sword chi. The stem borers were completely powerless to resist as they were felled in hordes by the 3 mountains, and only a few stem borers that were clearly far larger than their brethren were able to pose some resistance as they fled in a blind panic. However, right at this moment, a thick bolt of silver lightning suddenly appeared up above amid a rumbling thunderclap, and the bolt of lightning instantly flashed through the bodies of the giant stem borers, reducing them to ashes alongside thousands of normal stem borers in the nearby area. After the silver lightning dissipated, a young man in a set of Taoist robes emerged in mid-air. It was none other than Taoist Xie. Taoist Xie cast his gaze toward the giant stem borers that had fled even further into the distance, and lightning flashed from his body as he shot forth once again as an arc of lightning. Countless stem borers were felled in his wake, and all of a sudden, the Provenance True Devil projection, which had swelled to tens of thousands of feet tall, appeared within the sea of insects amid an earth-shattering boom. Han Li was standing at the center of the projection with his hands clasped behind his back, appraising the nearby stem borers in a completely expressionless manner. There were currently countless purple runes flashing over the body of the massive projection, and as it swept its 6 arms through the air, silver fireballs were sent flying in all directions. The silver fireballs quickly formed vast expanses of silver flames, each of which was around an acre in size, and the flames quickly engulfed large patches of stem borers. Regardless of whether it was the normal stem borers or their larger counterparts, all of them began to struggle violently upon coming into contact with the silver flames before instantly being incinerated into nothingness. In the face of Han Li and Taoist Xie, this virtually endless swarm of stem borers was being slaughtered at a rapid rate. However, the normal stem borers were completely fearless even in the face of death, and they abandoned the assault against Black Gourd City as they flew directly toward Han Li and Taoist Xie in a suicidal manner. Even with Han Li and Taoist Xie's incredible powers, it took them quite a while to completely clear the nearby area. However, there were still some giant stem borers that managed to escape, but Han Li had no interest in pursuing them. He waved a hand toward Taoist Xie, then slowly descended toward Black Gourd City. Silver Moon also flew over to Han Li in an unhurried manner, and the two of them descended toward the city together. The countless devilish beings in Black Gourd City had been completely rooted to the spot by the display of power put on by Han Li and Taoist Xie, and now that the entire sea of stem borers had been eradicated, all of them instantly erupted into thunderous cheers. As Han Li's trio descended toward the city, a few high-grade devilish beings hurriedly rushed out and opened up a gap in the light barrier, then extended respectful salutes as they welcomed Han Li and the others into the city. An early body integration stage black-robed middle-aged man extended a deep bow toward Han Li and Taoist Xie, then said in a grateful manner, "Thank you for saving the tens of millions of citizens in our Black Gourd City, seniors. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Our Black Gourd City will never forget what you've done for us." As for the normal devilish beings nearby, they had all fallen to their knees and pressed their faces onto the ground, not even daring to look at Han Li and Taoist Xie. It was clear that in the eyes of normal devilish beings, sacred ancestors were virtually gods. Now that 2 sacred ancestors had suddenly appeared here, all of the devilish beings in the city were naturally ecstatic. "There's no need for you to know our names. Where is your city lord? Get him to come and see me," Han Li instructed. "Our city lord has severely overexerted himself during the resistance against the stem borers, and he's currently resting in his manor, but I've already sent people to notify him of your arrival, so he should be here soon," the middle-aged man replied in a careful manner. "In that case I'll wait for him here. As for everyone else, they can go and do whatever it is that they need to do," Han Li instructed in an indifferent manner. "Yes, senior, I'll get them to leave right away," the middle-aged man hurriedly replied with a respectful bow, then issued an instruction to all of the devilish beings in the surrounding area. The normal devilish beings nearby hurriedly rose to their feet, then bowed 3 times toward Han Li's trio before departing. Thus, Han Li's trio and a few high-grade devilish beings were the only ones left in the area. After no more than 15 minutes had passed, a streak of black light rose up from a certain tall building in the city, then immediately sped toward Han Li's direction. The black light faded, and a thin elderly man in a set of brocade robes appeared just over 100 feet away from Han Li. The elderly man quickly swept his spiritual sense toward Han Li's trio before immediately extending a deep bow. Junior Hu Yen pays his respects to his seniors. "Thank you for saving our city from what would have been certain destruction." "You're the city lord?" Han Li asked in an expressionless manner. The elderly man was at the mid-body integration stage and he replied with a fawning smile, "I've been the lord of Black Gourd City for over 1,000 years. If there's anything I can do for you, please feel free to tell me." Han Li nodded with a pleased expression at the sight of Hu Yan's respectful display, then turned to the other devilish lords as he said, "You can all go now, I wish to speak to fellow Taoist Hu alone." The middle-aged man naturally didn't dare to go against Han Li's orders, and he immediately replied, "We'll be taking our leave then, senior." Moments later, Hu Yan and Han Li's trio were the only ones left in the area. Hu Yan was naturally extremely nervous to be in the presence of two Grand Ascension stage beings, but he maintained an extremely respectful expression and stood with his hands by his sides. "I'm sure such a massive swarm of stem borers couldn't have gathered in a short time. When did they start attacking your Black Gourd City?" Han Li asked. "Those stem borers only appeared in the area several years ago, and I've led many hunting parties to exterminate them, but was unable to kill all of them. Much to my surprise, they were able to organize a swarm of such terrifying proportions and attack our city only 2 days ago," Hu Yan replied. "They only appeared 2 days ago? These stem borers may not be very intelligent, but it seems that they do have some organizational abilities," Han Li said as he stroked his own chin in a contemplative manner. "Indeed, senior. There are simply too many of these stem borers for them to be completely exterminated, and the swarms are constantly merging together to bolster their numbers. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many horrific instances of entire cities in our holy realm being massacred by stem borer swarms," Hu Yan hurriedly explained. "Setting that aside for now, there's something else I want to ask you," Han Li said after a brief pause. "Please go ahead, senior," Hu Yan prompted. "My fellow Taoists and I have only recently come out of a long period of seclusion, and the appearance of these stem borers came as quite a surprise to us. What I want to ask you is, where are the 3 patriarchs and other sacred ancestors? Why haven't they appeared to exterminate these stem borers? I heard that they all disappeared under mysterious circumstances not long after these stem borers appeared. Why is that?" Han Li asked. "Ah, so you've only recently come out of a lengthy seclusion. It's no wonder that I'm not familiar with the two of you. About the patriarchs and other sacred ancestors." A hesitant look appeared on Hu Yan's face. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he said, "Let me guess, the patriarchs and sacred ancestors are currently dealing with the stem borer queen, and you were told not to tell anyone about this, is that correct?" Chapter 22:18. Sacred Ancestor Xiaolian. Hu Yan faltered slightly upon hearing this before a relieved look appeared on his face. "So you already know about the stem borer queen. In that case, there's nothing for me to hide. I heard about the stem borer queen quite a few years ago, and it's why I decided to come out of seclusion. However, I'm not too familiar with the current situation in our holy realm, so you'll have to enlighten me," Han Li said. "Yes, senior. I only began hearing about these things in the past decade or so I don't know too much either. What I do know is that these stem borers in our holy realm were once normal devilish insects that mutated after coming into the contact with the aura of the stem borer queen that seeped through the seal. Following their mutations, these stem borers become significantly more powerful, and their reproductive abilities are also enhanced by close to 100-fold. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become such a huge problem in such a short time." Hu Yan paused momentarily here before continuing. "According to what I've heard, the 3 patriarchs and other sacred ancestors are indeed dealing with the stem borer queen at the original sealed site. In the beginning, things seemed to be going quite well. With assistance from powerful beings of other realms, the seal was constantly being bolstered, and it appeared that the stem borer queen would be sealed away again. However, close to 30 years ago, the original sealed site suddenly lost all contact with the outside world, and no one knows what's happening in there." "They lost contact? How is that possible with so many Grand Ascension stage beings there? Hasn't anyone gone there to assess the situation?" Han Li asked with furrowed brows. By the time it was discovered that contact had been lost, it was already too late. Countless stem borers had appeared around the original sealed site, taking over many of the nearby cities. There are even high-grade stem borers among them that possess body integration stage powers, and their presence makes it impossible for anyone to access the original sealed site, Hu Yan replied. "Body integration stage stem borers? Considering how fearsome the stem borer queen is, it's no surprise to see stem borers of this level. Aren't there some sacred ancestors who haven't entered the original sealed site yet? Why aren't they doing anything?" Han Li asked. "I don't know what those sacred ancestors' intentions are, but I haven't heard of any of them traveling to the original sealed site to examine the situation there. As for why that is, that's not something for a lowly city lord like me to know," Hu Yan replied with a wry smile. "Interesting. It seems that the other sacred ancestors must know something that we don't. Among the sacred ancestors that have yet to enter the original sealed site, which one is closest to Black Gourd City? Han Li asked. The sacred ancestor closest to this city is sacred ancestor Xielian of the Myriad Flower Mountain Range. 3 years ago, Senior Xielian eradicated all of the stem borers near the Myriad Flower Mountain Range, Hu Yen replied. Where is the Myriad Flower Mountain Range? Do you have a map of that area? Han Li asked in a nonchalant manner. I do. I once traveled to the Myriad Flower Mountain Range to request an audience with Senior Xielian, so I have a copy of the map of that area, Hu Yen said as he immediately produced a stone shard before offering it to Han Li with both hands. Han Li accepted the stone shard before briefly injecting his spiritual sense into it, upon which a smile appeared on his face. That's all I needed to know. You can go now, fellow Taoist. Yes, I'll be taking my leave now, Senior. Hu Yen was very relieved to hear this, and he extended a respectful bow before departing. A group of high-grade devilish beings that were waiting nearby immediately gathered around Hu Yen, and they flew into the city together. Let's pay this sacred ancestor Xielian a visit, Han Li said in a calm manner. Silvermoon and Taoist Xia naturally had no objections to this. Thus, Han Li raised a hand to release a black devilish flying carriage, and the three got onto the carriage before it flew away as a streak of black light. A month later, Han Li's trio appeared in the air above a lush mountain range that looked as if it could easily belong in the spirit realm. So this is the Myriad Flower Mountain Range. I have to say this sacred ancestor Xielian has found a really nice and scenic location. Where is he residing on this mountain range? Silvermoon asked. The map indicates that this sacred ancestor Xielian is living on a mountain known as Sky-Facing Peak, which is situated at the center of this mountain range, Han Li replied with a smile. In that case it shouldn't be too hard to find him. However, our visit is quite abrupt, and we didn't get a chance to gather any information on what type of person this sacred ancestor is. I hope he's not too inhospitable, Silvermoon mused. Regardless of how hostile and inhospitable he may be, we have to make him tell us what's happened in the original sealed site. Only then can we devise a plan for how to proceed. Of course, it would be even better if we can directly find out the whereabouts of Senior Ao Xiao and Senior Mo Jianli, Han Li said in a confident manner. A hint of concern flashed through Silvermoon's eyes at the mention of her grandfather, and she nodded in response. Let's go. This mountain range isn't very large, so it won't take us much time to get to Sky-Facing Peak. Thus, Han Li set off as a streak of azure light, followed closely by Silvermoon and Taoist Xia. Several hours later, the mountain range parted, and a massive white mountain that extended all the way up into the clouds appeared up ahead. The mountain was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, and its top half was entirely covered in white ice and snow, while its bottom half was enshrouded within layers of black mist, within which fierce winds and ghastly howls could be heard. Han Li's trio stopped close to 10 kilometers away from the mountain, and Silvermoon was quite startled by the mountain's peculiar appearance. This Sky-Facing Peak really is no ordinary mountain. This is just an illusion. It'll work on normal devilish beings, but it can't fool the likes of Brother Xia and myself, Han Li said with a faint smile as blue light flashed within his eyes. An illusion? Silvermoon's eyes widened as she carefully appraised the mountain in the distance, but couldn't find anything amiss. Han Li chuckled as he made a hand seal, and a third demonic eye instantly appeared on his glabella. He then let loose a low cry, and a translucent pillar of light that was around as thick a human thumb shot forth before vanishing into the distance. All of a sudden, a burst of powerful energy fluctuations erupted in the distance amid a resounding boom, and ripples surged through the air several kilometers away, following which the scene up ahead completely transformed. The massive mountain disappeared, and a huge basin with an area of around 100 kilometers took its place. At the center of the basin was a beautiful mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall, and in contrast with the gargantuan foreboding mountain from before, this one was riddled with exotic plants and flowers and enshrouded within a layer of resplendent five-colored light. Han Li's gaze was immediately drawn to a palace on the mountain summit. The palace was around several acres in area and was entirely of an exuberant green color, looking as if it had been constructed from fresh wood. So this is the true Sky-Facing Peak. Silvermoon murmured to herself. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, yet just as he was about to say something in response, when a female voice suddenly rang out from the scenic mountain. Who has paid my Sky-Facing Peak a visit? Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you sooner, fellow Taoists. As soon as the voice trailed off, a streak of green light rose up into the air from the palace before flying directly toward Han Li. After just a few flashes, the streak of light faded close to 200 feet away, revealing a woman in a green palatial dress. Han Li's expression changed drastically as soon as he caught sight of the woman, and he exclaimed, "Bao Hua? Wait, you're not Bao Hua." The woman was extremely similar to Bao Hua in appearance, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that she carried herself in a manner that was completely different from Bao Hua. "The three of you must not be from our holy realm, right? Otherwise, there's no way you would have mistaken me for Bao Hua," the woman said as she carefully appraised Han Li's trio. At this point, Han Li had reverted back to his usual calm expression, and he said, "We came directly to see you, so we had no intention of concealing our origins in the first place. Having said that, you gave me quite a surprise. May I ask if you're related to Bao Hua in any way?" "Bao Hua and I are identical twins. All of the sacred ancestors of our holy realm are aware of this, so I knew you had to be from a foreign realm," the woman replied. "I see, no wonder you bear such a close resemblance to Bao Hua. I'm sure you already know why we're here, right, fellow Taoist Xiao Yin?" Han Li asked with a hint of a smile on his face. "You're here to find information about what's happening in the original sealed site, right?" Xiao Yin asked. Chapter 22:19, White Light Realm. "Oh, you don't seem surprised by our visit, fellow Taoist Xiao Yin," Han Li said as his eyes narrowed slightly. "Are the three of you from the spirit realm or the black flame realm?" Sacred Ancestor Xiao Yin asked in an expressionless manner. "How can you be so sure that we're from one of those two realms?" Han Li asked. "Among the realms that have sent out powerful beings to assist our holy realm, only the black flame realm and spirit realm are still yet to contact us," Sacred Ancestor Xiao Yin replied. "What do you mean by us?" Han Li asked as his expression changed slightly. "I'm referring to the sacred ancestors who have still yet to enter the original sealed site. Even though I've been residing in seclusion in this mountain range, I've kept in constant contact with the other fellow Taoists. For foreign beings like you who want to learn about the situation in the original sealed site, your best option is naturally to seek out one of us," Xiao Yin replied. "I see. We are indeed from the spirit realm. Judging from what you just said, it seems you're very familiar with the situation in the original sealed site," Han Li said. "So you're from the spirit realm. You look rather familiar, fellow Taoist. Have you entered our holy realm before?" Xiao Yin asked with a contemplative expression, seemingly completely unbothered by the fact that Han Li's trio had come from the spirit realm. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this before a smile appeared on his face. "I have indeed visited this realm once before. It looks like you've already identified me, so why ask a question you already know the answer to? So you really are the cultivator with the Han surname that Yuan Yen and Lu Ji had once placed on their wanted list. Back when you left our holy realm, you were still a body integration cultivator, yet you're already at the Grand Ascension stage now. I finally understand why those two held you in such high regard. In that case, this fellow Taoist must be fellow Taoist Xie from the devilish origin sea. I'm one of the very few sacred ancestors who have yet to travel to the devilish origin sea to see Brother Xie. It's a pleasure to meet you now," Xiao Yin said, completely ignoring the early body integration stage Silver Moon. It was clear that she didn't regard anyone below the Grand Ascension stage as worthy of her attention. Taoist Xie's expression remained indifferent, and he displayed no intention of replying. However, Han Li raised an eyebrow as he said, "Seeing as you've identified Brother Xie, I won't have to make an introduction. You still haven't given me any information about what's happening in the original sealed site. I know a thing or two about the situation there, but this is a very important matter that we shouldn't be discussing here. Please come with me to my palace first, fellow Taoists," Xiao Yin invited. Han Li cast his gaze toward the mountain down below, and his brows furrowed ever so slightly. An amused look appeared on Xiao Yin's face as she chuckled. "Are you worried that I would try to plot against you, fellow Taoist Han? I'm sure someone of your lofty status wouldn't stoop to something like that, unless you're confident enough to think that you can take on two Grand Ascension stage beings at once," Han Li chuckled. "Then please go ahead," Xiao Yin said with a smile as she turned slightly to the side. Thus, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of golden light that encompassed both Taoist Xie and Silver Moon before flying toward the mountain in the distance, followed closely by Sacred Ancestor Xiao Yin. The five-colored light enshrouding the mountain parted, and Han Li and the others flew into the restriction before landing in front of the entrance of the palace on the mountain peak. Right at this moment, a pair of burly men in a set of strange attire emerged from within the palace. These two men had very dark skin and were both wearing suits of silver armor. However, their arms were bared and etched with a series of crimson spirit patterns. Furthermore, their eyes were of a shimmering silver color and were devoid of pupils, presenting a very peculiar appearance. One of the two men was completely bald, while the other had a head of disheveled long hair. Both of them had thick golden bands around their arms and were very muscular in appearance. As soon as their eyes fell upon Han Li, a slight chill ran down Han Li's spine, and he murmured, "Those two are both Grand Ascension stage beings." Silver Moon immediately drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. Indeed, both of these burly men were also Grand Ascension stage beings, but their auras were completely different compared to those of devilish beings. Are these three also reinforcements from another foreign realm, fellow Taoist Xiaolian? Why is there a body integration stage being among them? The bald man asked in a gravelly voice. Fellow Taoist Han, these two are Brother Jin Chai and Brother Shi Ding from the White Light Realm. They arrived here around half a month earlier than the three of you. Brother Jin, this is fellow Taoist Han and this is fellow Taoist Xie. Both of them are from the Spirit Realm, Xiaolian introduced with a smile. The Spirit Realm? Isn't that the realm that was in conflict with your Elder Devil Realm not long ago? I thought they weren't even going to send anyone, the bald man said with a hint of disdain in his voice. If the Stemborer Queen breaks out of its seal, all of the nearby realms will be in grave peril, so our Spirit Realm naturally can't just stand by and watch. Having said that, it's the first time I've heard of the White Light Realm, Han Li said in a calm manner. Humph, your ignorance is truly astounding. Don't tell me you've only just progressed to the Grand Ascension stage, the bald man said in a cold voice, while his companion remained completely silent and expressionless, just like Taoist Xie. Han Li was just about to say something in response when Xiaolian interjected, I'm sure you didn't come to my palace to bicker with one another, right, fellow Taoists? Seeing as all of you came here for the Stemborer Queen, let's talk about that. You've always wanted to hear about the situation in the original sealed site, right, Brother Jin? Now that fellow Taoist has also arrived, I'll elaborate on the situation to all of you. Jin Chai's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he nodded in response. Brother Shi and I are naturally happy to hear what you have to say. After that, Jin Chai returned to the palace with his companion, and Xiaolian turned to Han Li before making an inviting hand gesture. After you, fellow Taoist Han. Han Li gave her a faint smile before making his way into the palace with Silver Moon and Taoist Xie, followed by sacred ancestor Xiaolian. We pay our respects to Mistress Xiaolian. The palace wasn't very large, but the corridor behind the front gate was lined with around 40 female servants in palatial dresses, and they all extended respectful bows towards sacred ancestor Xiaolian. Prepare some spirit fruits and spirit tea, we have some important guests, Xiaolian instructed. Some of the servants immediately gave affirmative responses before departing, while Han Li and the others followed Xiaolian into the main hall of the palace. The two Grand Ascension stage beings from the White Light Realm were already seated there, and their lips were trembling slightly as they communicated with one another through voice transmission. Han Li's trio took a seat across from those two, while Xiaolian sat down on the main seat. Fellow Taoist Xiaolian, now that everyone's here, can you disclose the information to us? Jin Chai asked in a direct manner. Xiaolian's smile faded slightly upon hearing this, and a serious look appeared on her face. Of course, but before that, I have a question for all of you. Have you come here to help our holy realm seal the Stemborer Queen again, or are you here to rescue your brethren from your respective races? Why do you ask, fellow Taoist Xiaolian? Do these two objectives conflict with one another? Jin Chai asked as his expression changed slightly. Han Li's brows also furrowed slightly upon hearing this unexpected question. I don't want to disappoint all of you, but the situation is very urgent, and we'll only have time to do one of those things. On top of that, regardless of which option we choose, we have to focus all of our power on that one objective for any chance of success. This is why I haven't disclosed the situation at the original sealed site to you before this, Brother Jin, Xiaolian said as a wry smile appeared on her face. Humph, so you're telling me that the arrival of these two gave you the confidence to disclose this information to us? Jin Chai harumphed in a displeased manner. Even if fellow Taoist Han hadn't arrived, I would have disclosed the information to you in another month at most anyway. Us sacred ancestors are going to be meeting up in a month to discuss how to save our holy realm with all of our allies that have arrived from the other realms, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to miss that occasion, Xiaolian revealed. Fellow Taoist Xiaolian, regardless of what our objectives are, I think it would be better if you disclose the situation in the original sealed site first before we make our decision, Han Li said. Chapter 2220. The truth, I agree with fellow Taoist Han there, Jean Chai chimed in agreement. I'm naturally willing to disclose the situation in the original sealed site to all of you, but in reality, even the information that I have is rather vague and inconclusive, Xiao Yan said after a brief hesitation. What do you mean by that? Surely you know what's going on. Otherwise, why haven't you taken any action? Jean Chai asked as his expression darkened slightly. Please don't misunderstand, Brother Jean. While it's true that we haven't taken any action after we lost contact with the original sealed site, that's only because of a piece of information that we received from the site, Xiao Yan replied with a wry smile. A smile appeared on Jean Chai's face upon hearing this. I knew all of the Grand Ascension Stage fellow Taoists in the original sealed site would be able to send some information to the outside world somehow. Don't celebrate too early, Brother Jean. This piece of information is very vague, and was sent out by fellow Taoist Yuan Yen in a rushed manner using a rare secret technique. The message states that due to a sudden turn of events, the Stemborer Queen was able to break through most of the restrictions in the ancient seal, and that it was somehow able to utilize a part of the seal's power to seal everyone in the original sealed site. However, the Stemborer Queen is still restricted by the seal and unable to leave the area. Furthermore, it's expended a significant amount of its power and had to fall into hibernation again. The Stemborers that have appeared in our holy realm were contaminated by the Stemborer Queen's aura, which it unintentionally released during its slumber, Xiao Yan revealed. So you're saying that all of our fellow Taoists have been trapped in the ancient seal. Just how fearsome is this ancient seal to be able to trap so many Grand Ascension Stage fellow Taoists with just a part of its power? Jean Chai exclaimed with an astonished expression. I don't know about that. All I know is that this is the only piece of information that was sent out of the original sealed site before all contact was cut off. It seems that the Stemborer Queen must have done something to make even fellow Taoist Yuan Yan's secret technique ineffective before it went into hibernation, Xiao Yan replied. I feel like you're hiding something, fellow Taoist Xiao Yan. According to what you just said, wouldn't it have made more sense if sacred ancestors outside of the original sealed site like yourself had taken action right away? Why would you wait until a month from now to meet up? On top of that, this doesn't explain why we can't simultaneously reseal the Stemborer Queen while also rescuing our brethren, Han Li countered. Xiao Yan's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Do you know who was the first person to receive this information? Who was it? Could it be someone other than one of the sacred ancestors outside the original sealed site? Han Li asked. Humph, it was none other than the person that you mistook me for earlier, Xiao Yan harumphed coldly in response. You mean Bao Hua? Han Li was quite surprised to hear this. That's right, she was the one who received the information first, and it's most likely because Yuan Yan thinks only Bao Hua is capable of saving them, Xiao Yan said with a dark expression. So you're saying it was Bao Hua who convinced all of you to wait until now, and that it was impossible to simultaneously stop the Stemborer Queen while rescuing our brethren? Han Li mused as his brows furrowed slightly in a contemplative manner. Looks like you're quite familiar with that twin sister of mine, fellow Taoist Han. Indeed, she gathered all of us remaining sacred ancestors and displayed Yuan Yan's message to us for verification. Otherwise, we wouldn't have listened to her instructions, seeing as she isn't even one of the three patriarchs anymore. The final part of the message sent out by Yuan Yan was very ambiguous, and according to Bao Hua, it states that the Stemborer Queen was somehow able to draw upon a part of the seal's power to trap everyone, but there's an effective period due to instability. The power of the seal will be at its weakest in several decades, but it's also when the restrictions of the original sealed site will be the most potent against the Stemborer Queen. As such, that will be the perfect opportunity for us to reseal the Stemborer Queen or rescue Yuan Yan and the others. As for why those objectives can't be simultaneously achieved, that's something that Bao Hua proposed. As soon as she received Yuan Yan's message, she had ventured into the original sealed site to investigate, and that was the conclusion she had arrived at. As for whether this conclusion is accurate or not, that'll be for all of you to judge when the time comes. However, all of us sacred ancestors think that it should be accurate. All of us have guarded the original sealed site at some point, and we're all very familiar with the ancient seal. Bao Hua does indeed possess incredible powers, but it's very unlikely that she'd be able to fool us in this aspect. On top of that, we can't think of any motive for Bao Hua to hatch a plot like this. After all, she's also a member of our holy realm, and she wouldn't just stand by idly and watch as our realm falls into peril, Xiao Yan elaborated. Jean Chai and Shi Ding exchanged an astonished glance upon hearing this. It was clear that what Xiao Yan had revealed was quite a surprise to them, and they needed some time to process this information. Meanwhile, Han Li pondered the situation for a moment before breaking the silence. If the information was provided by fellow Taoist Bao Hua, then it should be accurate. However, seeing as fellow Taoist Bao Hua was able to venture into the original sealed site, surely you and the other sacred ancestors would be able to do the same. If we could venture into the original sealed site to investigate, we would have naturally done so at all costs. However, Bao Hua's intrusion had already alerted the stem borer queen. Even though the stem borer queen is hibernating, the insect swarms surrounding the original sealed site became more than 10 times as fearsome. There are some extremely formidable stem borers among them that even sacred ancestors wouldn't dare to engage in battle. As such, our hands are completely tied, Xiao Yan said as a hint of fear surfaced in her eyes. There are stem borers too fearsome even for Grand Ascension stage beings? Are these the high-grade stem borers with body integration stage powers? Jin Chai asked. Xiao Yan immediately shook her head in response. No, it's another type of crimson stem borer that's no more than a foot in length. These stem borers have never appeared anywhere else in our holy realm, and they've only been seen around the original sealed site. Even in those areas they're extremely rare. At the very most, there are only less than 2,000 of them in total. Jin Chai's eyes widened with shock upon hearing this. Could it be that these stem borers possess Grand Ascension stage powers? Otherwise, how can they threaten you with such pitiful numbers? That's not the case. Judging from their auras alone, those stem borers are only at the spatial tempering stage, and they only possess 2 abilities. However, 2 abilities almost killed the 2 fellow Taoists who had previously tried to venture into the original sealed site, and none of us dared to try again, Xiao Yan replied with a wry smile. Han Li's pupils contracted drastically upon hearing this. They almost killed 2 sacred ancestors with just 2 abilities? May I ask what those abilities are? It's very simple. One of them is instantaneous teleportation while the other is self-detonation, Xiao Yan replied. A hint of enlightenment appeared in Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, but he continued, there must be additional conditions attached to those abilities, right? Otherwise, they still wouldn't be able to pose such a major threat to Grand Ascension stage beings. Indeed, the instantaneous teleportation of those stem borers is unavoidable. As soon as they catch sight of you, they'll immediately appear right beside you, and no treasures or abilities can keep them out. On top of that, once they self-detonate, no abilities or treasures can protect the target, so the force of the explosion can only be withstood using one's physical body. What's most damning of all is that the force of the explosions is somehow able to contaminate our souls, thereby inflicting severe injuries on all of our clones as well. Some of our clones with less powerful souls may even perish on the spot in the face of those explosions, Xiao Yan explained with a grim expression. Even the souls of your clones were affected? Jin Chai was astonished to hear this, as was Han Li. I'm sure you know why these stem borers are so fearsome now. Even Bao Hua only managed to conduct a brief investigation before she was driven out by the swarms of stem borers, Xiao Yan chuckled coldly. At this point, it was clear to everyone that Xiao Yan and Bao Hua didn't seem to be on good terms with one another. Will you be able to find a way to counter these new stem borers during the meeting that's going to be held in a month? Han Li asked. You're a smart man, Brother Han. We chose to delay this operation to allow more powerful beings to arrive from other realms in order to bolster our forces, as well as to wait for Bao Hua to refine 2 types of special treasures that can counteract these self-detonating stem borers. According to Bao Hua, those 2 types of treasures will be able to nullify the explosions, Xiao Yan replied. Chapter 22-21. Meeting. So fellow Taoist Bao Hua has already devised a plan. In that case we should have some decent chances. How many beings from other realms will be able to arrive for the meeting? Jin Chai asked. Aside from the Black Flame realm, all of the neighboring realms have sent more powerful beings into our holy realm. Even though the numbers are less than what was sent into our holy realm the first time, there are still over 40 in total. The most powerful realm among them, the Heavenly Crow realm, sent 9 Grand Ascension stage beings on this occasion, including even the legendary Old Man Copper Crow, Xiao Yan replied. Jin Chai immediately drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. Old Man Copper Crow? Isn't he one of the vastly renowned 4 great birds? Even he's arrived in this realm? Looks like you've heard of him, Brother Jin. That makes sense, considering fellow Taoist Copper Crow is more renowned in the other realms than even the 3 patriarchs of our realm. However, it said that he only came to our holy realm as one of the beings trapped in the original sealed site is an extremely important direct lineal descendant of his, so he had no choice but to come, Xiaolian replied. It's quite surprising that someone as powerful as Old Man Copper Crow would take such a risk for a mere descendant, Jin Chai said as he rubbed his own bald head. Apparently, Old Man Copper Crow only has one direct lineal descendant, and he expended countless efforts and precious resources to nurture that descendant to the Grand Ascension stage, so he naturally couldn't just abandon that descendant, Xiaolian replied. I see. Come to think of it, if I had a Grand Ascension stage descendant, I'd also hold them in extremely high regard, Jin Chai chuckled. Han Li pondered the situation in silence for a short while, then said, Brother Xie and I will definitely be attending this meeting. Please inform us when the time comes, fellow Taoist Xiaolian. Of course. Once the date arrives, I'll send a message to all three of you, Xiaolian replied without any hesitation. In that case, we'll be taking our leave now, Han Li said as he immediately rose to his feet. Taoist Xie and Silver Moon also stood up upon seeing this, clearly following Han Li's lead. Why are you in such a hurry, Brother Han? Our sky-facing peak produces a few types of special spirit fruits. Why not have some before you leave? Xiaolian said with a smile. There's no need for that. I'm sure there will be other opportunities in the future, Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a parting salute. He then swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of golden light that enveloped all three of them before departing from the palace. Xiaolian didn't say anything further upon seeing this, but her brows furrowed ever so slightly. Haha, looks like this fellow Taoist Han has no intention of befriending a sacred ancestor like you. That's no surprise considering a battle has just taken place between your elder devil realm, the spirit realm, Jin Chai chortled. The relationship between our holy realm and the spirit realm is not for you to comment on, fellow Taoist Jin. Now that fellow Taoist Han has agreed to attend the meeting, what are your plans, Brother Jin? Xiaolian asked. We'll be attending as well, of course. However, we have no interest in living without a roof over our heads, so we'll have to stay here for some time, Jin Chai chuckled. Sure, I'd be honored to host you, and it's certainly fantastic news that you're willing to attend our meeting, Xiaolian said with a smile. The two men were quite pleased to hear this, and right at this moment, several female servants strode into the hall, carrying platters of spirit fruits and fragrant spirit tea. Meanwhile, Han Li and the others were flying through the air, and a short while later, they descended into a peaceful valley in the Myriad Flower Mountain range. Han Li raised a hand to release several giant ape puppets, which quickly dug out a temporary cave abode. The trio entered the cave abode, then retired to their respective secret chambers to meditate. Prior to attending the meeting organized by the sacred ancestors, there was nothing that the three of them could do or discuss. Silver Moon was naturally still very concerned about Patriarch Ao Shao, but at the same time she was also very relieved to hear that he had merely been trapped, not killed. A month was nothing more than the blink of an eye for cultivators like Han Li, and on this day Han Li was meditating in his secret chamber when he suddenly opened his eyes before reaching out and making a grabbing motion with one hand. A translucent white jade shard was grabbed out of thin air, and he immediately rubbed his hands together, upon which the jade shard shattered, releasing a ball of green flames. Xiaolian's voice then rang out from within the flames. The date has arrived, Brother Han. Please come to the sky-facing peak so we can set off together. Han Li smiled upon hearing this, then snuffed out the flames before rising to his feet. Around half a day later, Han Li's trio arrived in a small secret palace within the palace on the sky-facing peak. Xiaolian, Jin Chai, Shi Ding, and two seductive women who appeared to be Xiaolian's disciples were already waiting for them there. At the center of the palace was a faint silver formation that was around 10 feet in size, and it was flashing with faint spiritual light. This formation can teleport us to the nearest city, and after that it'll only take us half a month to get to the designated location, Xiaolian said. Alright then let's go, Jin Chai said as he strode into the formation with Shi Ding without any inhibitions. Faint spiritual light flashed and the two of them disappeared. Han Li's trio also made their way into the formation before being teleported away as well. Xiaolian and her two disciples brought up the rear and were the last group to be teleported away. Around half a month later, the central region of a boundless yellow desert suddenly began to quake violently, following which an ancient earthy yellow city emerged from underground. The city was only several kilometers in size, but its walls were over 100 feet tall, and a series of armored warriors rushed onto the city walls amid bursts of dull drumming. These expressionless armored warriors were all puppets, and there were over 10,000 of them, all of which were wielding different types of weapons. At the center of the city stood a resplendent golden palace. The palace was extremely beautiful, looking as if it were constructed from pure gold, and not only was its surface riddled with all types of profound devilish patterns, there were also countless fist-sized gems of different colors embedded onto its roof, creating an extremely spectacular sight to behold. Shortly thereafter, a shrill cry suddenly rang out in the sky, and a pristine white beast-drawn carriage appeared in the distance amid a flash of white light. The carriage was over 100 feet in length and was very aesthetically pleasing. The entire carriage was completely translucent, and it was being drawn by 4 white arms. A man and a woman stood side by side on the beast-drawn carriage. The man looked to be in his 40s and was wearing a long white robe with faint light surging all over his body. As for the woman, she appeared to be in her 20s with a head of tall and voluminous hair and a set of beautiful facial features, wearing a suit of light blue armor. The carriage arrived in the air above the city after just a few flashes, following which the man made a hand seal, and the carriage and white arms immediately disappeared amid a flash of white light. The duo then transformed into streaks of white chi that vanished into the golden palace down below in a completely silent manner. Shortly thereafter, 2 streaks of light, one black and one silver, appeared in the distant sky in unison, covering a distance of close to 100 kilometers in just a few flashes before also flying into the palace. Around an hour later, a burst of rainbow light appeared in the sky in another direction, and a group of over 1,000 people emerged in the distance. The group was comprised evenly of men and women, with the men wearing suits of golden armor and wielding various types of weapons, while the women wore 5-colored dresses and were playing different musical instruments. At the center of this group was a ball of rainbow light that was around an acre in size, and within the ball of light was a massive chair, upon which sat a tall figure in a set of long robes. The group arrived in the air above the city in an unhurried manner, following which the rainbow light descended toward the palace. During its descent, the rainbow light faded, revealing an authoritative elderly man wearing a rainbow robe with a crown on his head. The elderly man cast his gaze toward the palace before making his way toward it in an expressionless manner, while the armored men and instrument-playing women disintegrated into specks of spiritual light, as if they were mere illusions. Within the next few hours, more groups of different beings arrived at the city using different methods of transportation, and all of them made their way directly into the Golden Palace. Chapter 22-22. Old Man Copper Crow. All of a sudden, a massive dark green lotus flower that was around an acre in size appeared on the horizon, carrying Han Li, Xiao Yin, Jin Chai, and the others. So this is the meeting venue? Fellow Taoist Huang Sha sure found a good place, Han Li said with a smile as he appraised the earthen city in the distance, and it was impossible to tell whether his words were meant to be insulting or full of praise. Xiao Yin smiled and replied, Fellow Taoist Huang's boundless earth devilish arts make him the most powerful user of earth attribute cultivation arts in our entire holy realm. If the battlefield is within the desert, he can even contend with patriarchs like Bao Hua. On top of that, fellow Taoist Huang has always been very reclusive and doesn't share many close ties with anyone, so this is a good neutral location for the meeting to take place. I see, no wonder this was selected as the meeting venue. That earthen city is nothing more than a normal spirit treasure, but those puppets are quite remarkable. There are over 10,000 of them in total, and each one possesses spatial tempering stage powers, Jin Chai said with a hint of amazement in his eyes as he appraised the armored puppets in the distance. Fellow Taoist Huang's boundless earth divine guards were invented by him, and both their refinement and manipulation requires the boundless earth devilish arts as a basis. However, these guards can only display their true power here. Once they leave the sand, their powers will be severely diminished. Having said that, they're very useful in places like this where there's a great abundance of earth attribute origin chi, as they'll be able to recover even from severe damage. Even for grand ascension stage beings like ourselves, it would be quite difficult to eradicate so many of these puppets here, Xiao Yan explained. That's true, opponents with near indestructible bodies are always very troublesome to face, Jin Chai agreed with a nod. While they were speaking, the giant lotus flower had already taken them directly above the earthen city before slowly descending. As soon as it landed on the ground, Han Li cast his gaze toward the shimmering golden palace gate, upon which a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Even his enormous spiritual sense was unable to infiltrate this golden palace. It was clear that this was quite an extraordinary treasure, and most likely one that Huang Sha held in very high regard. Xiao Yin made her way toward the palace gate with her 2 female disciples, and Han Li's trio quickly followed along. However, Jin Chai, who had appeared quite reckless and bullish, was rather hesitant as he appraised the palace up ahead. Right at this moment, Ding made his way toward the palace in an expressionless manner, and Jean Chai could only follow along with a wry smile. As soon as Han Li stepped into the palace, restriction fluctuations erupted from underfoot, and a burst of azure light rose up from the ground, instantly enveloping his trio. Silvermoon was quite alarmed by this, and she immediately prepared to unleash some type of attack to ward off the restriction, but Han Li's gentle voice then suddenly sounded beside her ears. "There's no need to be alarmed, this restriction bears no ill will." Silvermoon's heart immediately eased upon hearing this, and as the azure light surged around them, the surrounding area blurred before the three of them vanished in unison. In the next instant, an azure light formation appeared in a resplendent hall, and Han Li's trio re-emerged. Dozens of pairs of eyes immediately fell upon Han Li's trio like sharp daggers, following which a few surprised voice rang out. "It's a human cultivator. Isn't that the golden crab from the devilish origin sea?" Han Li paid no heed to these voices and calmly inspected his surroundings. In doing so, he discovered that the three of them were currently situated at the center of the hall with over 100 figures of different heights and sizes split up into over 30 groups around them. Close to half of these people were seated on chairs, while the others were standing respectfully off to the side. Xie Yin had already made her way over to a corner of the hall and taken a seat, while her two female disciples stood behind her. "Please take a seat, fellow Taoist Han, brother Xie," Xie Yin said with a smile. Han Li nodded in response, then made his way over to another corner of the hall with Taoist Xie and Silvermoon before taking a seat as well. As soon as he sat down, several bursts of spiritual sense immediately swept over his body without any inhibition. Han Li's expression darkened upon sensing this, and he gave a cold harumph. His voice wasn't very loud, but it exploded like rumbling thunderclaps within the ears of the owners of those bursts of spiritual sense, shaking them directly to their souls. All of them hurriedly withdrew their spiritual sense and didn't dare to test Han Li any further. A hint of surprise flashed through the eyes of the other Grand Ascension stage beings present upon seeing this. They also began to regard Han Li with a bit more respect. Right at this moment, Jean Chai and Ding also appeared within the hall, and they looked around before their eyes settled upon Han Li, whom they made their way toward before taking a seat in a pair of vacant chairs nearby. Thus, more and more Grand Ascension stage beings were teleported into the hall, and they were either alone, or arrived with other Grand Ascension stage beings, or were accompanied by entourages of disciples and servants. Several hours later, close to half of the vacant seats had been filled. During this time, all of the Grand Ascension stage beings present were either meditating in their chairs or appraising the other Grand Ascension stage beings around them, but none of them said anything. Han Li was currently inspecting the other Grand Ascension stage beings in the hall. All of the beings present were from alternate realms, and their appearances and auras were all extremely peculiar. Aside from Xie Yin, there were 6 other Grand Ascension stage beings that were releasing powerful devilish qi, and these were clearly sacred ancestors as well. However, Bao Hua wasn't among them, so it seemed that she hadn't arrived yet. As Han Li cast his gaze around the hall, he took notice of a yellow-haired elderly man meditating in his chair. The elderly man's features were very ordinary, and he was wearing a gray robe, while a halo of earthy yellow mist slowly revolved around him, indicating exemplary control over Earth attribute origin qi. This man was clearly the owner of this place, the sacred ancestor by the name of Huang Sha. As expected, he really had cultivated Earth attribute devilish arts to an extreme level. Han Li's eyes were slightly narrowed as he appraised Huang Sha, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. A short while later, another light formation suddenly appeared in the hall, and 9 figures emerged at once, all of whom were Grand Ascension stage beings. Such a large group of Grand Ascension stage beings naturally created quite a stir in the hall, and many people, including Han Li, immediately cast their eyes toward the group. The group was comprised of beings of both genders and various ages, and all of them wore suits of armor of different colors. What was quite remarkable was that these suits of armor looked as if they had been constructed from countless interwoven feathers. Among these Grand Ascension stage beings, 8 of them were standing on the outskirts of the light formation, while an elderly man stood at the very center. The elderly man's aura didn't seem to be all that powerful compared to everyone else's, but as he cast his cold gaze around the hall, everyone who met his gaze was struck by a bone-chilling sensation, as if their soul had been frozen solid. A hint of fear immediately surfaced in the eyes of those Grand Ascension stage beings, and someone exclaimed, "Old man Copper Crow," in a hushed voice. The group of 9 Grand Ascension stage beings made their way to a corner of the hall before taking up all of the vacant seats there. Following the arrival of these 9 Grand Ascension stage beings, a few more people arrived, and it was clear that everyone was already here, but Bao Hua was still nowhere to be seen. However, all of the Grand Ascension stage beings present had cultivated for countless years, so they certainly weren't going to become impatient from waiting for such a short time. Shortly thereafter, the light formation reappeared in the hall, and the duo of Bao Hua and Hei emerged. Hei's aura had become quite powerful, clearly indicating a drastic improvement in his cultivation base, and Bao Hua was also looking as vibrant as ever, clearly having recovered from her injuries. As soon as Bao Hua appeared, Huang Sha immediately opened his eyes as a smile appeared on his face. "You're finally here, fellow Taoist Bao Hua. Thank you for providing this venue for our meeting, fellow Taoist Huang," Bao Hua replied in a calm manner, but a hint of surprise flashed through her eyes as she caught sight of Han Li. It was clear that she hadn't expected Han Li to become a Grand Ascension cultivator in such a short time. "No need to thank me, it's my honor to be hosting so many fellow Taoists at once. Now that you're here, I'll allow you to oversee the proceedings," Huang Sha replied. "Please forgive me for my tardiness, fellow Taoists. I can see that all of you have arrived as promised, and that gives me a lot of confidence going forward," Bao Hua said with a faint smile. Chapter 22-23, Starfall Flag and Faux Illusion Sky Mirror. Skip all the pleasantries, Bao Hua. Tell us if you've managed to refine the treasures required to ward off the stemborer's explosions. Some of us have had to provide many precious materials to you for the sake of those treasures. The one who had spoken was a man that was entirely enshrouded in golden light, and he seemed to be quite familiar with Bao Hua. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Li Miao. Rest assured, I wouldn't have accepted those materials if I wasn't confident in my ability to refine the treasures. Please take a look." Bao Hua raised a slender hand as she spoke, and 2 balls of light, one black and one white, emerged from her palm. At the centers of those balls of light were a flag that was emblazoned with countless silver stars, and a mirror containing a winged white tiger image, respectively. "These 2 treasures can counter those self-detonating stemborers? They don't look all that special," another being enshrouded in green chi said in a skeptical voice. A middle-aged man dressed like a king interjected, "Hee, I'm afraid you're wrong there, fellow Taoist Lu Shi. These 2 treasures appear quite ordinary, but they seem to be related to the legendary profound heavenly treasures, Star Moon Flag and Illusion Sky Mirror. Could it be that these are replicas of those 2 treasures?" A stir immediately rang through the hall, and many people began to reassess the treasures Bao Hua was displaying with stunned expressions. Bao Hua nodded calmly in response. "These 2 treasures are indeed replicas of the Star Moon Flag and Illusion Sky Mirror. I refer to them as Starfall Flag and Faux Illusion Sky Mirror. I've heard that the Star Moon Flag is one of very few treasures that can draw upon the power of stars, while the Illusion Sky Mirror possesses the unmatched ability to conceal the entire heavens. Do those 2 treasures of yours possess some of those abilities, fellow Taoist Bao Hua?" Another voice suddenly rang out in the hall, but strangely enough, no one could pinpoint where the voice was coming from. "You must be a fellow Taoist from the Black Knight realm, right? As expected of someone cultivating darkness attribute abilities, your concealment skills are truly unmatched. To answer your question, the Starfall Flag and Faux Illusion Sky Mirror will only be around 50% as potent as the treasures they're replicating at most, but according to my estimates, that should be enough to deal with the self-detonating stemborers," Bao Hua replied with a smile. The Grand Ascension stage being from the Black Knight realm was silent for a moment before continuing, "Seeing as you're so confident in these 2 treasures, I'm sure they'll work just fine. Now that the issue of the self-detonating stemborers has been resolved, I think we should devise a plan for how to restrict the stemborer queen once we enter the original sealed site. Of course. Even though quite a large number of us have gathered here, we'll still be vulnerable to the stemborer queen unless we can work out an effective course of action," Bao Hua replied with a nod. The Grand Ascension stage being by the name of Li Miao asked, "Just how fearsome is that stemborer queen?" Far more fellow Taoists entered the original sealed site than the numbers we've gathered here, yet all of them were still trapped by the stemborer queen. "Fellow Taoist Bao Hua, you're the last person to have entered the original sealed site. Would you be able to provide us with some useful information?" Bao Hua was unsurprised by Li Miao's inquiry and she said, "I'm sure many of you want to see the message I received from fellow Taoist Yuan Yen, right? In that case, I'll display the message to all of you to assuage your suspicions." She swept a sleeve through the air as she spoke to release an inky black bead, which began to rotate rapidly in mid-air. Countless five-colored runes surged forth from the bead, then converged to form an incomplete passage of text. Everyone immediately cast their eyes toward the passage of text. Sure enough, the message was exactly as Bao Hua had described. It had been sent out by Yuan Yin, and it briefly described the conundrum that everyone in the original sealed site encountered, followed by a request for reinforcements. The last part of the message was quite blurry and indistinct, but upon closer inspection and analysis, those did indeed appear to be words of warning. Different expressions appeared on everyone's face after viewing the message. Looks like the information provided by fellow Taoist Bao Hua was accurate. Let's begin discussing strategies now, a young beauty proposed. How are we going to do that? There are over 40 of us here, and each of us is going to propose a different course of action. If you ask me, fellow Taoist Bao Hua is the one who proposed this meeting, and she's one of the most powerful beings among us, so we should hear her opinion first, someone countered. A middle-aged Grand Ascension stage being from the Heavenly Crow realm immediately objected. Why should fellow Taoist Bao Hua get to speak first when our Heavenly Crow realm has the most representatives? At the same time, Old Man Copper Crow abruptly opened his eyes to reveal a cold expression, and all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings immediately fell silent. Bao Hua cast her gaze toward Old Man Copper Crow and said, I've heard much about you, fellow Taoist Copper Crow. Do you have any proposals for how we should proceed? I'm only here to save my descendant. As for those self-detonating stem borers and that stem borer queen, I won't pay them any heed as long as they don't get in my way, Old Man Copper Crow replied in an expressionless manner. His statement immediately created quite a stir in the hall, and Bao Hua didn't seem to be very surprised to hear this, but her brows furrowed slightly as she said, Is that really appropriate, Brother Copper Crow? Old Man Copper Crow harumphed coldly in response. Why not? I only have one direct lineal descendant, and I expended countless efforts to nurture him into a Grand Ascension stage being, yet he's been trapped while assisting your Elder Devil realm. I don't care if that stem borer queen really does possess the ability to destroy entire realms. As long as it doesn't come to our Heavenly Crow realm, it can do whatever it wants as far as I'm concerned. Everyone's expressions darkened slightly upon hearing this. The Grand Ascension stage being by the name of Lu Shi said with furrowed brows, Aren't you being too selfish, fellow Taoist? Selfish? So what? I've always been this way. Are you going to teach me a lesson? Old Man Copper Crow countered as he cast a cold gaze toward Lu Shi. As soon as their eyes met, Lu Shi couldn't help but shudder, and he felt as if all of his internal organs had been instantly frozen. His expression darkened significantly, but he decided to remain silent in the end. The other Grand Ascension stage beings didn't dare to interject, but most of them were also quite displeased. However, there were a few Grand Ascension stage beings that had come to the Elder Devil realm for the same objective as Old Man Copper Crow, and they were quite elated by this turn of events. With the vastly renowned Old Man Copper Crow leading the way, their plight to save their brethren would undoubtedly encounter far less resistance. Han Li was taking advantage of this opportunity to inspect Old Man Copper Crow. From the beginning, he had immediately sensed that this Old Man Copper Crow's spiritual sense was far more powerful than that of the average Grand Ascension stage being. He was perhaps even superior in this regard to the likes of the three devilish patriarchs. Of course, he still couldn't compare with Han Li, who had encountered many miraculous opportunities and cultivated multiple spiritual sense secret techniques, thereby elevating his spiritual sense to become several times as powerful as that of the average Grand Ascension stage being. Even so, this was already a testament to just how fearsome Old Man Copper Crow was compared to the average Grand Ascension stage being, and it seemed that his status as one of the four great birds wasn't unfounded. Fellow Taoist Copper Crow, we all understand your urge to save your descendant, but don't let your emotions get the better of yourself. I never said that the two objectives couldn't be simultaneously achieved, Bao Hua said in a calm manner. She was the only one present who could speak on equal terms with Old Man Copper Crow. Old Man Copper Crow faltered slightly upon hearing this before turning to Bao Hua with a cold expression. What do you mean by that? You're not trying to trick me, are you? I wouldn't dare to do that. You think far too highly of me, fellow Taoist, Bao Hua chuckled. Humph, I wouldn't be so sure of that. Everyone knows that you were always the most wily and cunning of the three devilish patriarchs, Old Man Copper Crow chuckled coldly. Bao Hua's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but a smile then suddenly appeared on her face as she began to communicate directly with Old Man Copper Crow through voice transmission. Initially, Old Man Copper Crow maintained his cold expression, but moments later, His pupils suddenly contracted drastically and he asked, "Is that true? If you're lying to me, take a look at this and you'll be able to see whether I'm telling the truth." Bao Hua raised a hand as she spoke, releasing a streak of light that landed in Old Man Copper Crow's grasp in a flash. Chapter 22-24. Ancient Seal. Old Man Copper Crow parted his fingers to reveal a translucent crimson feather that looked as if it had been carved out of crystal. He stared at the feather for a short while with a hesitant expression, then suddenly tossed it back to Bao Hua before taking a deep breath. "I didn't think that you would be fortunate enough to meet that senior, Bao Hua. In that case, I'll place my trust in you just this once. Tell us your plan." "Thank you, fellow Taoist. I'd be more than happy to share my plan. Does anyone else have any objections?" Bao Hua asked with a smile. "We would all like to hear your plan, fellow Taoist Bao Hua. Indeed, I'm sure that a plan proposed by fellow Taoist Bao Hua would be a reliable one." The other Grand Ascension Stage beings were quite relieved to see that Old Man Copper Crow was willing to compromise, and they were all eager to hear what Bao Hua had to say. "Thank you for your kind words, everyone. Truth be told, I ventured into the original sealed site on a second occasion around half a year ago." All of the Grand Ascension Stage beings present were stunned to hear this. "What? You ventured into the original sealed site again? How is that possible? How did you do that?" Not only were the foreign Grand Ascension Stage beings astonished by this revelation, even the sacred ancestors present were completely dumbstruck, having clearly not heard about this in advance. "There's no need to be alarmed, fellow Taoists. I was able to do this as I've cultivated several profound concealment abilities, and also because I had the faux illusion sky mirror to assist me. Using that treasure, I was able to avoid alerting those stem borers, and once I entered the original sealed site, I discovered that some new developments had transpired, and those developments convinced me that it was possible to achieve both objectives simultaneously," Bao Hua explained. "What did you see that made you change your mind, fellow Taoist Bao Hua?" a Grand Ascension Stage being couldn't help but ask. "Due to the power of the seal, I was unable to venture deep into the original sealed site and could only inspect the site from the outskirts. During my inspection though, I discovered that some changes seemed to have taken place in the ancient seal," Bao Hua revealed. "What are those changes, fellow Taoist?" another Grand Ascension Stage being asked with a serious expression. "There's no need to be concerned. In a sense, these changes are a good thing. What I discovered was that the ancient seal seems to be in the process of repairing itself. Even though the process is extremely slow, the ancient seal is definitely more powerful than it was on the last occasion I ventured into the original sealed site, and it seems that seal possesses some level of sentience," Bao Hua replied with a smile. All of the Grand Ascension Stage beings present couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances upon hearing this. "I'm sure your appraisal is accurate, fellow Taoist Bao Hua, but didn't you say that the power of the seal has already been controlled by the Stembora Queen? How is it a good thing that the seal has become more powerful?" It was Jean Chai posing the question on this occasion. "It seems that there's been a misunderstanding. The portion of the seal's power that has been enhanced is the portion still under the seal's control, not the portion that has been controlled by the Stembora Queen. Even though this enhancement is quite insignificant compared to the overall power of the ancient seal, it's still something that we can take advantage of," Bao Hua replied. "So how does that make it possible to achieve both objectives simultaneously? Hurry up and tell us your plan," Old Man Copper Crow said in an impatient manner. "It's not my intention to waste anyone's time. I simply want to provide some background information so everyone can understand my plan," Bao Hua replied. "Fine, keep going then," Old Man Copper Crow prompted in a disgruntled manner. Bao Hua smiled as she continued. "During my last trip into the original sealed site, I discovered that the Stembora Queen is situated in a different part of the seal from the place where our fellow Taoists have been trapped. Regardless of which side we enter, it'll inevitably alert the Stembora Queen, so my original plan was for everyone to combine their powers to reseal the Stembora Queen, then save fellow Taoist Yuan Yen and the others. Of course, doing so could enrage the Stembora Queen, prompting it to use the power of the seal under its control to lash out at our trapped fellow Taoists. If that were to happen, fellow Taoist Yuan Yen and the others could be plunged into grave peril. However, after discovering that the ancient seal possesses a certain level of sentience, I theorized that it could be possible to help the ancient seal regain control over the portion of its power currently under the Stembora Queen's control. If we can do that, not only will we be able to free our trapped fellow Taoists, the Stembora Queen will have to face the complete power of the ancient seal, and we may not even have to expend that much power to reseal the stem borer queen. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings in the hall displayed different reactions upon hearing this, and Han Li was also stroking his own chin in a contemplative manner. Right at this moment, Old Man Copper Crow suddenly broke the silence. Your plan seems to be quite feasible, but I have a question, fellow Taoist Bao Hua. Go ahead, fellow Taoist, Bao Hua prompted with a smile. Even if the ancient seal really is sentient, how confident are you that we can make it work with us? Without the assistance of the ancient seal, there would be no way we can recover the portion of the seal's power under the stem borer queen's control. Even the true immortals were unable to kill the stem borer queen. If your plan were to go awry, we could be plunged into severe peril. If we get trapped in the original sealed site as well, the other realms most likely won't be sending any more reinforcements, Old Man Copper Crow said. Rest assured, Brother Copper Crow, I have a way to communicate with the ancient seal, which is why I hatched this plan in the first place. Back when I was one of the devilish patriarchs, I had once guarded the original sealed site for tens of thousands of years. In terms of understanding of the ancient seal, even Yuan Yin and Ye Pan can't compare with me, Bao Hua replied in a confident manner. I trust in your judgment, fellow Taoist Bao Hua. I'm just here to save my descendant, and your plan doesn't conflict with that goal, so I have no objections, Old Man Copper Crow said with a smile. Bao Hua nodded before turning to the other Grand Ascension stage beings present. Does anyone else have any questions? If not, let's move on to the more specific details. I already have a rough plan, but I'll need everyone's help to flesh it out. A burst of hushed chatter rang out within the hall, and a few Grand Ascension stage beings raised some questions about the ancient seal, all of which were answered by Bao Hua in a calm manner. It was clear that Bao Hua had thought long and hard about this plan, and everyone was very pleased to see this. Thus, everyone began to discuss the specific details of the plan. The plan was ultimately finalized after a day and a night of debate and negotiation, and it was decided that everyone would set off in around half a month. After that, the meeting concluded, and countless streaks of light flew out of the Golden Palace before quickly vanishing into the distance. Han Li's trio had also departed from the palace, and he was searching for a mountain in the desert to stay in. However, shortly after departing from the Earthen City, Han Li's expression suddenly changed slightly, and he stopped in mid-air before casting his gaze off to the side. Come on out, fellow Taoist Bao Hua. Why are you hiding and sneaking around like this? Silvermoon's heart jolted upon hearing this, while Taoist Ye stopped behind Han Li in an expressionless manner. A pleasant voice rang out from the direction that Han Li was casting his gaze toward. I didn't think that you would progress to the Grand Ascension stage in such a short time, fellow Taoist Han. On top of that, I can sense that you're already far more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being. Looks like Yuan Yin was right to be wary of you. As soon as the voice trailed off, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a massive pink flower projection appeared alongside Bao Hua and Hei. Bao Hua was currently appraising Han Li with a calm yet intrigued expression. Why have you come to see me? Are you regretting your decision from last time? Han Li asked. Perhaps, but if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. On top of that, with your inclusion in this operation, I'm even more confident that we'll succeed, Bao Hua said with a smile. Surely you jest, fellow Taoist Bao Hua. I'm just a rookie Grand Ascension stage being. How will I possibly be of any significance? Did you stop me just to tease me? Han Li asked as he appraised Bao Hua with a meaningful gaze. Chapter 22-25, Setting Off. Why are you being so cold, fellow Taoist Han? We've met on multiple occasions, so we're already acquaintances, are we not? I came to see you because I want to make another deal with you. Are you interested? Bao Hua asked with a smile. Another deal? Sure, go ahead, Han Li prompted in a calm manner. Bao Hua took a glance at Taoist Sierra and Silvermoon, then suggested, how about we speak in private? All right, Han Li agreed, then turned and said something to Silvermoon and Taoist Sierra in a low voice before flying with Bao Hua toward a certain direction. Moments later, Bao Hua and Han Li were situated on a small sand dune with only around 50 feet separating the two of them. Bao Hua gently pointed her finger into the air a few times, and several pink threads instantly shot forth before vanishing in a flash. The entire area around the sand dune was instantly enshrouded under an invisible restriction. All right, let's hear what you have to say, Han Li prompted. Why are you in such a hurry, fellow Taoist Han? I obtained some rare sandalwood fruits not too long ago. Why don't we sample them together? Please take a seat, Bao Hua said with a smile, then swept a sleeve toward the ground, upon which countless grains of sand rose up before manifesting 2 stone chairs and a stone table that was several tens of feet in length. A burst of pink light swept forth, and a pair of purple spirit fruits, a flagon of spirit wine, and 2 translucent jade cups appeared on the table. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the spirit fruits on the table, and his expression changed ever so slightly. After a brief moment of hesitation, he took a seat on one of the stone chairs. Bao Hua sat down across from him, and only after they had sampled the spirit fruits and spirit wine did Bao Hua finally cut to the chase. The deal I want to make with you is very simple. I want you to keep someone occupied at a set time in the near future so I can do something that I've been plotting for a very long time. Don't you think you should be more specific, fellow Taoist Bao Hua? Someone that even you're wary of must be very powerful, Han Li said with a faint smile. Indeed. Truth be told, even I don't want to face that person directly in battle. However, I'm only asking you to stall them for a while, not to engage in a battle of life and death. I'm sure that's not too difficult. If you can do this for me, I'll owe you a massive favor, and if you have any use for me in the future, I definitely won't refuse. What do you think, Brother Han? Bao Hua asked. A favor from you is naturally quite tempting, but you have to tell me who it is that you're referring to, Han Li replied. This is not actually someone that you're unfamiliar with. It's... Bao Hua's voice trailed off there, and she communicated the name of the target to Han Li through voice transmission. Han Li's brows immediately furrowed as he said, Are you making a joke? How can a rookie Grand Ascension stage being like me possibly complete such a difficult task? Don't be so quick to refuse me, Brother Han. Why don't you take a look at this first? Bao Hua said with a smile before raising a hand to release a ball of white light, which reached Han Li in a flash. It was a palm-sized jade vial. Han Li caught the vial before inspecting it through narrowed eyes, and instead of immediately opening the vial, he asked, What is the meaning of this, fellow Taoist Bao Hua? In addition to a favor, I'll also offer this in exchange for your assistance, Bao Hua replied. Han Li gave a cold harumph as he opened the vial and inspected its contents with his spiritual sense, upon which his expression immediately changed drastically. This is a divine glue pill. A hint of surprise also flashed through Bao Hua's eyes. You're certainly quite knowledgeable, fellow Taoist Han. I didn't think you'd be able to recognize this pill right away. This is one of very few types of pills that can nourish even a Grand Ascension stage being's soul, and it's particularly effective for those who have only recently reached the Grand Ascension stage. The refinement method for this pill has already gone missing many years ago. How did you manage to obtain this? Han Li asked. I came across it by chance in the cave abode of an ancient cultivator. At the time, I obtained 7 of these pills in total, but after so many years only 1 remains. Is this enough to show you my sincerity, fellow Taoist Han? Bao Hua asked. It looks like you're determined to recruit me. Do you really think I'll be able to stall that person? Aren't you worried that your plan will fail due to a failure on my part? Han Li asked. To be honest, prior to this meeting, I had intended to approach someone else for this role. However, even though that fellow Taoist is quite powerful, there's less than a 50% chance that he'd actually be able to stall that person. In contrast, you're a completely different story. Even prior to reaching the Grand Ascension stage, you could already contend with Grand Ascension stage beings. Now that you've reached the Grand Ascension stage yourself, you've undoubtedly become even more powerful. In a serious battle, perhaps even I won't be a match for you. This plan is of the utmost importance to me, so if I'm going to find an ally, I have to find the most reliable one. Even if it costs me a little extra, I'm willing to pay the price, Bao Hua said with a faint smile. Seeing as you think so highly of me, it would be unbecoming of me to continue to refuse. Alright, I can help you just this once, but aside from this pill and the favor you promised me, I have another condition. If you can agree to that condition as well, I guarantee that I'll be able to stall that person for a day and a night so you have enough time to do what you want to do, Han Li replied. Bao Hua's smile faded, and a serious look appeared on her face upon hearing this. Oh, go ahead, fellow Taoist Han. If you're ever in a position where you're ruling over the Elder Devil realm again, I want you to promise that your realm will never invade our spirit realm for as long as you live, Han Li said. That's out of the question. Don't you think that's going too far, fellow Taoist Han? Bao Hua was rather displeased to hear this. I don't know what your exact plan is, but seeing as you're willing to pay such a heavy price, this must be an extremely rare opportunity for you. On top of that, I don't think there's anyone else in the Elder Devil realm that can help you. Who else will you turn to? Old Man Copper Crow? Setting aside whether he'd be willing to take the risk, the price you'll have to pay for his services will definitely be significantly higher than what you promised me. After all, not everyone would be willing to make such a powerful enemy for themselves so easily, Han Li replied in a calm manner. Humph, aren't you afraid of turning that person against you? Bao Hua asked in a cold voice. Why ask a question you already know the answer to, fellow Taoist Bao Hua? That person is already an enemy of mine, so what does it matter if our relationship deteriorates even further? Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. Bao Hua was silent for a long while before finally conceding, That's true, but I definitely can't promise you that I'll cancel the sacred sacrifice during the merging of our two realms. All I can guarantee is that for as long as I live, none of my brethren will encroach upon the territory of your human race during future sacred sacrifices. You'll have to include the demon race as well. Our human race has always shared close ties with the demon race. If the demon race were to be attacked, our human race can't just stand by and watch, Han Li said. Alright, I can agree to this condition if it's only limited to the human and demon races, Bao Hua agreed. Good. I'll be taking this pill, let's swear our inner demon vows, then discuss the specific details of the plan, Han Li said with a smile. Bao Hua naturally had no objections to this. Around 2 hours later, Han Li's trio departed, then landed on a sand dune on the edge of the desert around half a day later. 10 days later, tens of thousands of high-grade devilish beings had gathered above the earthen city, all of whom were at the spatial tempering stage or above. Han Li and all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings were also among these devilish beings, as well as hundreds of giant devilish arcs that were hovering in midair. A short while later, a command was issued, and the tens of thousands of devilish beings surged toward a certain direction with the flying arcs. 3 months later, countless armored devilish warriors had filled an entire barren valley, and the sound of rumbling war drums erupted into the heavens. Millions of devilish warriors had gathered here, and they were either standing on flying treasures or atop clouds of devilish chi. At the center of this devilish army was a giant devilish ark that resembled a small island, and Han Li and the other Grand Ascension stage beings were gathered in a hall on the ark, listening to an address from Bao Hua. I'll split the armored warriors outside into several groups to attack the area around the original sealed site, attracting as much of the insect swarms as possible. After that, we'll make a direct charge for the original sealed site under the protection of these tens of thousands of elite warriors. Once we enter the original sealed site, we'll be able to make use of the restrictions in there to temporarily keep out the stem borers, and after that, we'll be able to enact our plan. Chapter 22-26, Fierce Battle Against the Insect Swarms, 1. Prior to setting off, the plan had already been confirmed, so none of the Grand Ascension stage beings had any objections. Moments later, the devilish army split up into several groups that charged toward the same direction, leaving only the tens of thousands of elite devilish guards and the Grand Ascension stage beings behind. A few hours later, the remaining elite devilish warriors also departed from the valley on a giant ark. 7 days later, an army comprised of over 100,000 devilish warriors was locked in a fierce battle against a swarm of stem borers above a barren plateau. The devilish army was very organized, and was arranged in a profound circular formation with the several hundred giant arcs positioned at strategic locations. Furthermore, multiple layers of protective light barriers had been set up, and thick pillars of light were being blasted out of the light barriers in a frenzy, felling large swathes of stem borers. However, there were simply far too many stem borers in this swarm. No matter how many were killed, more would immediately take their place to continue to attack the formation. The devilish army had been slowly advancing in the past, but it had been forced to a standstill. Fortunately, the attacks being unleashed by the formation were becoming more and more powerful, killing countless stem borers and alleviating some of the pressure on the army. However, the three-body integration stage devilish beings standing on the giant ark at the center of the formation weren't pleased at all to see this. It's not a wise decision to use our backup power so soon. We won't be able to stall the stem borer swarm for long now, a crimson-armored devilish man said. Humph, if we hadn't used that power, the entire formation could have crumbled just now. If our formation gets overwhelmed, then we won't be able to stall the stem borer swarm at all, a thin elderly devilish man harumphed coldly in response. But the sacred ancestors ordered us to hold our own for at least half a day, yet only a few hours have passed. If we want to ensure our survival, we'll have to work out a plan. Otherwise, once everyone's exhausted, the three of us alone won't be able to fight our way out of this swarm, the crimson-armored man countered. Don't make me repeat myself. If we hadn't used this power, we would have already been overwhelmed. If worse comes to worst, we'll just have to unleash secret techniques to tap into our latent potential, and there's still a decent chance that we'll be able to escape," the elderly man replied in a nonchalant manner. "You sure make it sound simple. If anything goes even slightly wrong, all of us could be devoured by these stem borers," the crimson-armored man said in a cold voice. "I don't think that's a valid concern as long as we work out a good plan and take the right opportunities," the elderly man countered with a roll of his eyes. The crimson-armored man immediately flared up with rage, and he was just about to say something when the final devilish lord, a middle-aged woman, interjected, "I can't believe you two are still bickering at a time like this. If you want to argue, you can save it for after we escape from this place. Prior to that, we have to combine our efforts and help one another. Now that we've already sent out our backup forces, it's too late to regret our decision. Let's think about whether there are any available courses of action other than burning through our latent potential." The crimson-armored man forcibly repressed his displeasure and put on a smile as he said, "You're right, Mistress Tian Miao, we should work together to devise a strategy first." The elderly man's expression also eased slightly as he said, "I didn't think that these stem borers would be so much more powerful than other devilish insects. It's indeed imperative for us to work together now." Thus, the three devilish lords began to devise a plan for escape. Meanwhile, the other devilish armies were also trapped within stem borer swarms elsewhere, and they could only attack the stem borers with all their might as they held on for dear life. Due to the fact that most of the stem borers around the original sealed site had been diverted away by the devilish armies, all of the Grand Ascension stage beings and the tens of thousands of elite devilish warriors were able to quickly tear through around a dozen insect swarms, and they were now quite close to the original sealed site. However, at this point, the other stem borers had realized what was happening, and they were finally surrounded by a boundless sea of stem borers, just like the other devilish armies. None of the Grand Ascension stage beings had stepped in yet, but the tens of thousands of elite devilish warriors and all of the disciples of the Grand Ascension stage beings were more than equipped to deal with the stem borer swarm. Countless streaks of light surged through the air, felling large swathes of stem borers with ease. The entire group continued onward at an astonishing speed. Only the more powerful stem borers could stand in their way, and even they were instantly shredded by the ferocious barrage of attacks. No more than 7 minutes later, the group had advanced hundreds of thousands of kilometers, killing countless stem borers in the process. All of a sudden, a burst of strange hissing rang out up ahead, and the stem borers parted to reveal a group of giant green insects. These giant insects were each over 100 feet in size with sharp pincers and menacing fangs, presenting a very intimidating sight to behold. A high-grade devilish being immediately issued a warning at the sight of these insects. "Look out! Those are high-grade stem borers, and their breaths are equal in power to a full-force attack from a body integration stage being." Right at this moment, all of the giant insects opened their mouths to let loose pillars of green light. Thousands of elite devilish warriors were caught off guard, and their defenses were penetrated by the pillars of light, which instantly vaporized them amid howls of anguish. These pillars of light were so powerful that the devilish warriors were completely powerless to withstand them. Haha, it looks like the stem borers finally understand that we're the main forces they have to deal with. Otherwise, they wouldn't have deployed so many high-grade stem borers at once. Let's not sit around any longer. A black-armored sacred ancestor standing at the front of the giant ark chortled as he raised a hand to release a plume of black threads, which transformed into a net that was several kilometers in area before descending toward the massive stem borers. The other Grand Ascension stage beings nearby also sprang into action upon seeing this. One of them made a hand seal, and fierce winds were instantly swept up, forming around a dozen massive tornadoes that surged forth with devastating might. Meanwhile, someone else pointed a finger forward, and the world's origin chi in the air was immediately churned up, following which countless thick bolts of lightning came crashing down with ferocious power. At the same time, the remaining Grand Ascension stage beings were all unleashing attacks of their own, and one of them even materialized a small translucent sword that was slashed directly through the air, unleashing countless translucent sword projections. Despite how powerful the giant stem borers were, there was no way they could withstand the attacks of so many Grand Ascension stage beings, and all of them were instantly eradicated, much to the elation of the devilish army. "Don't stop. Keep advancing," the black-armored sacred ancestor ordered in a thunderous voice. All of the devilish troops immediately picked up the pace and continued onward. All of the stem borers that had parted earlier immediately converged again in waves of suicidal attacks. but were still unable to delay the group at all. Han Li was situated in the hall of the giant ark, but he was able to see everything using his spiritual sense. A faint smile appeared on his face as he witnessed all of the giant stem borers being easily eradicated by the Grand Ascension stage beings. The breaths of these giant insects were comparable in power to body integration stage attacks, but their defensive prowess was nowhere near the body integration stage. Otherwise, even with those Grand Ascension stage beings attacking in unison, they wouldn't have been able to eradicate so many body integration stage beings so easily. It seemed that these stem borers still weren't the most powerful ones in the swarm. At this moment, most of the Grand Ascension stage beings were gathered in the hall, with only several of them standing outside on the giant ark in case any unexpected incidents arose. Bao Hua was currently seated on a chair at the center of the hall, appraising the faux illusion sky mirror that she was holding in her hand. As for the other Grand Ascension stage beings, they were either gathered together in discussion, or meditating in their chairs. Han Li cast his gaze towards sacred ancestor Xiao Yin, who was sitting near a window, and discovered that she was appraising the battle raging outside through the window in a completely expressionless manner, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. Not far away from her, Old Man Copper Crow and the Heavenly Crow Realm Grand Ascension stage beings were meditating on the ground with faint yellow light glowing from their bodies, seemingly practicing some kind of cultivation art. After a short while, Han Li also closed his eyes to meditate. Daoist Ye was standing beside him in a wooden manner, but Silvermoon was nowhere to be seen. Seeing as this could potentially be quite a dangerous trip, Han Li had left Silvermoon behind at the temporary cave abode he had created in the desert. Even though Silvermoon would be affected by the art of indifference after parting with him, it wouldn't be an issue as long as they weren't separated for too long. Chapter 22-27, Fierce Battle Against the Insect Swarms 2. Just as Han Li was getting absorbed in his own thoughts, Bao Hua suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, "They're here, everyone." She didn't mention exactly what they were, but all of the Grand Ascension stage beings immediately understood what she was referring to, and some of them, including Han Li, immediately cast their spiritual sense out of the giant ark. After a disturbance in the surrounding swarm of stem borers, a series of crimson stem borers appeared. These stem borers were only around a foot in size each, but there were faint golden spirit patterns all over their bodies, and 5-colored lights swirling within their green eyes. As soon as these stem borers appeared, the expressions of the Grand Ascension stage beings on the ark changed drastically, and they immediately withdrew their treasures. All of the nearby stem borers were instantly eradicated by the returning treasures, but the crimson stem borers suddenly vanished with a flap of their wings. In the next instant, all of the crimson stem borers appeared near the Grand Ascension stage beings before flying directly toward them. The Grand Ascension stage beings were naturally very alarmed, and they immediately attacked the stem borers or released their protective treasures. There was even one who let loose a loud cry as he reached out to grab one of the stem borers. However, all of their attacks and defensive measures were bypassed by these stem borers as if they didn't even exist. As soon as they reached the Grand Ascension stage beings, the stem borers began to give off scintillating crimson light. The Grand Ascension stage beings' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, yet just as they were preparing to withstand the force of the imminent stem borer explosions with their bodies, Bao Hua's voice suddenly rang out in the air. "Rest assured, leave these things to me." As soon as her voice trailed off, a pillar of white light erupted out of the hall in the giant ark. The pillar of light then split up into several thin beams of light that struck the crimson stem borers, sending them flying for over 100 feet. A string of resounding booms rang out as several scorching crimson suns appeared, and a series of spatial rifts also emerged as if the entire space were about to be torn apart. The power of these stem borer explosions was truly formidable. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings were stunned to see this. The explosions wouldn't have been enough to kill them, but severe injuries were definitely unavoidable. Right at this moment, a giant pink flower projection appeared up above amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, and Bao Hua emerged overhead. Before the Grand Ascension stage beings even had a chance to express their gratitude toward Bao Hua, around a dozen more crimson stem borers appeared. They immediately teleported over to Bao Hua, surrounding her in a watertight barrier, then prepared to self-detonate again, seemingly planning to kill her in one fell swoop. In response, Bao Hua merely chuckled coldly as countless silver stars suddenly erupted out of her body, forming a boundless galaxy that swept up all of the surrounding stem borers. A string of explosions rang out, but all of them were snuffed out by the galaxy of stars, unable to leave any impact at all. All of the stars then converged to form a flag that was around 10 feet in length with shimmering silver stars etched all over its surface. It was none other than the Starfall flag. Around a dozen more Grand Ascension stage beings had flown out of the hall in the Ark in case their powers were required, and Han Li was one of them. He had his arms crossed and was appraising Bao Hua in an intrigued manner, planning to see how she was going to use those two treasures to deal with the stem borers. The failure of the Crimson Stem Borer's self-detonation had clearly enraged the entire swarm, and after a string of disturbances, close to 1,000 crimson balls of light emerged. Even Bao Hua's expression turned slightly grim at the sight of so many self-detonating stem borers, and she waved her flag through the air to create another galactic projection that encompassed the entire giant arc. At the same time, she pointed up at the small mirror overhead, and it immediately transformed into a full moon. Golden light surged through the moon, following which hundreds of beams of light shot forth at once, puncturing the bodies of the crimson stem borers with unerring accuracy. All of the crimson stem borers that were struck immediately exploded on the spot, sending scorching red flames surging in all directions and incinerating large hordes of surrounding stem borers into ashes. However, the remaining crimson stem borers all flapped their wings and instantly vanished on the spot. Bao Hua immediately retaliated as the galaxy of stars suddenly began to surge violently at her behest. Countless stars changed positions as bursts of spatial fluctuations erupted forth, forcing all of the crimson stem borers to reveal themselves again. Furthermore, all of them had become extremely slow and sluggish, as if they were flying through treacle. A cold smile appeared on Bao Hua's face as she injected her immeasurable magic power into the full moon up above in a frenzy, and the moon immediately began releasing more beams of golden light. Each beam of light that was released resulted in the premature explosion of a crimson stem borer, but it also made the moon dim ever so slightly. The storm of golden light eradicated most of the crimson stem borers, but it also expended the last of the moon's power, and it reverted back into a small mirror that descended from above. Bao Hua rushed out of the galaxy of stars to catch the mirror, then cast her gaze toward the remaining crimson stem borers trapped in the galaxy of stars before making a certain hand seal. The galactic projection immediately surged back in reverse, and countless silver stars converged toward its center before exploding in unison, sweeping up gusts of fierce silver winds that created countless white spatial rifts. "This is a space-time storm," one of the Grand Ascension stage beings exclaimed upon seeing this, and a contemplative look also appeared on Han Li's face. In the next instant, all of the crimson stem borers swept up by the fierce silver winds were devoured by the white rifts and completely vanished. Bao Hua heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, then waved a hand down below. The silver winds immediately faded, and the silver flag re-emerged before flying back into Bao Hua's hand. After unleashing that astonishing ability, the Starfall flag had clearly been severely debilitated. After all, space-time storms simply weren't phenomena that the average profound heavenly treasure replica could create, so Bao Hua had to have unleashed this ability using a secret technique that harmed the Starfall flag. After stowing the two treasures away, Bao Hua said, "Rest assured, fellow Taoists, the self-detonating stem borers have been wiped out." After that, she slowly descended toward the giant arc. Han Li and the other Grand Ascension stage beings also returned to the ark shortly thereafter. Upon returning to the hall, Bao Hua sat down in a corner with her legs crossed. Meanwhile, all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings were discussing the powers that had just been displayed by the pair of treasures. As for Han Li, he merely returned to his seat and sat down with a faint smile. Without the impediment of the self-detonating stem borers and high-grade stem borers, the group was able to continue onward without a hitch. Close to half a day later, they finally emerged from the stem borer swarm and caught sight of the original sealed site in the distance. At this point, most of the elite devilish warriors had perished, and only just over 10,000 remained as the giant ark arrived at the original sealed site. Han Li and the Grand Ascension stage beings emerged from the giant ark and began to inspect their surroundings with curiosity in their eyes. The edge of this original sealed site was a barren mountain range, and littered between these mountains was the occasional building. However, the entire place was completely silent, and there was not a single person to be seen. Strangely enough, as soon as the stem borer swarm reached this area, they immediately drew to an abrupt halt outside the mountain range, as if there were something extremely fearsome in their eyes up ahead, and they didn't dare to continue any further, even as Han Li and the others continued onward. This is the power of the ancient seal. As expected, it really is able to suppress these stem borers. Let's keep everyone else here to keep an eye on the stem borer swarm while we head deeper into this place, Old Man Copper Crow suggested. Bao Hua nodded in agreement and said, fellow Taoist K. Brother Feng, you two will stay here to repair some of the restrictions on the outskirts as we planned earlier. These restrictions are directly connected to the ancient seal, so if you can repair some of them, it'll greatly benefit the recovery of the ancient seal. Chapter 22-28 Underground Palace. A pair of sacred ancestors immediately gave affirmative responses, while the other Grand Ascension stage beings and their disciples continued deeper into the original sealed site. There was clearly an extremely powerful flight restriction in this area, as evidenced by the fact that even all of the Grand Ascension stage beings could only fly slowly onward at low altitudes. Of course, this was only relative to their normal speed. In the eyes of normal people, they were still extraordinarily fast. Around an hour later, the group had already covered a distance of close to 10,000 kilometers. All of a sudden, an extremely long canyon appeared up ahead, from within which clouds of thin purple mist were emerging before drifting up into the heavens. What was rather concerning was that there was a rank odor being released from the mist that struck one with a sense of dizziness and also made one's spiritual sense very sluggish. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings swept their spiritual sense toward the purple mist, upon which all of their expressions changed slightly. Take care not to come into contact with too much of this stuff, fellow Taoists. This is a manifestation of the stem borer queen's aura, and this is what's transformed the devilish insects of our holy realm into stem borers, Bao Hua cautioned. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings' hearts jolted upon hearing this, and some immediately bolstered the protective spiritual light around them, while others even went as far as to summon a few protective treasures. However, the majority of the Grand Ascension stage beings seemed to be quite confident in their own powers and didn't display any reaction. Finally, everyone arrived in the air above the canyon, and they all drew a sharp breath at the sight that greeted them down below. The canyon was immeasurable deep, and gusts of bone-chilling winds were surging out of it alongside the purple mist. Is this the place where the ancient seal is situated? Only asked. Bao Hua smiled and replied, the ancient seal is indeed located deep underground here. Back in ancient times, our holy race constructed a massive underground palace that encompasses the entire area with a radius of thousands of kilometers around this place. On top of that, a series of profound restrictions were set up, and the stem borer queen is situated right at the center of the underground palace. Due to the fact that a part of the ancient seal's power is now under the stem borer queen's control, we had been unable to enter the underground palace. However, this just so happens to be a period of time that comes around cyclically where there's a massive eruption of the world's origin chi. As a result, the power of the ancient seal is quite unstable, and we'll be able to enter the underground palace. Otherwise, we'd still be able to force our way into the underground palace, but that would definitely awaken the stem borer queen. Is the stem borer queen really that alert and receptive? According to my knowledge, it's very difficult for the vast majority of insects to awaken from hibernation for recovery purposes. The only exception would be if someone approached them and tried to take their lives, an elderly man in a set of Taoist robes said with furrowed brows. Bao Hua cast her gaze toward the elderly man and replied, you may be renowned for your understanding of insects, but don't forget that stem borer queen is no ordinary insect, so there are some conventions that simply don't apply to it, fellow Taoist Gu. Humph, I'll take your word for it then, the elderly man harumphed coldly, seemingly unconvinced by Bao Hua's words. Bao Hua didn't seem to be very fond of him either, and her expression immediately darkened as she replied, if you don't believe me, you can go on ahead and see for yourself. She then cast her gaze deep into the canyon, seemingly waiting for something. The elderly man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and a hint of fury flashed through his eyes, but he remained silent in the end, and of course he certainly wasn't going to recklessly venture into the canyon on his own. Han Li couldn't help but cast an intrigued gaze toward this elderly man. He clearly knew that Bao Hua was no ordinary Grand Ascension stage being, yet he still dared to speak to her in such a rude manner. It was clear that he was no slouch either. All of a sudden, Bao Hua transmitted her voice to Han Li. Fellow Taoist Han, this Taoist Gong has a very abrasive personality, and he specializes in poison abilities that pose a huge headache even to me. I'd advise you not to get involved with him. Han Li merely nodded in response but remained silent. Perhaps it was due to the purple mist or the power of the ancient seal, but as soon as one's spiritual sense descended more than 1,000 feet into the canyon, it would involuntarily scatter, making it impossible to glean the contents of the canyon. As such, everyone could only look on with wary expressions. Right at this moment, Bao Hua suddenly produced a shimmering silver formation plate, which she cast a string of incantation seals onto. The silver formation plate began to fluctuate in brightness as if it had suddenly attained sentience, and after a short while, bright silver light radiated from the formation plate alongside countless silver runes. This is it. It's time to go in, fellow Taoists, Bao Hua said with an elated expression as she flew toward the canyon as a ball of pink light while holding the silver plate in her hand. The other Grand Ascension stage beings immediately followed along. Golden light emanated from Han Li's body, easily keeping the purple mist at bay, and he also descended along with everyone else. To their surprise, the canyon wasn't as immeasurably deep as it had appeared on the surface. After flying for only around 10,000 feet, a patch of gentle white light suddenly appeared up ahead. Everyone quickly landed on the solid ground down below, and Han Li looked around to discover that they were all situated on a massive plaza that was over 100 acres in size and paved with translucent white jade. There were fist-sized jewels embedded onto the ground at regular intervals, illuminating this area and making it as bright as day. There were 8 winding paths around the plaza leading in different directions, and Han Li looked up as the purple mist slowly converged from all directions before rising upward. Alright, the fact that we've managed to arrive safely indicates that the Stemborer Queen is still in its slumber. Now then, let's proceed according to the original plan. I'll lead a group of people to contact the spirit of the ancient seal, while fellow Taoist Copper Crow and our fellow Taoists from the Heavenly Crow realm will venture deep into the underground palace to try and get into contact with our trapped allies. Our 2 fellow Taoists from the Black Knight realm will go to the deepest part of the underground palace to find where the Stemborer Queen is hibernating and conduct surveillance on it, but make sure not to alert it. With the concealment secret techniques of the Black Knight realm, I'm sure this won't be a difficult task. As for everyone else, split up and travel to the formation cores of the underground palace to repair some of the key restrictions there. Those places may be guarded by the descendants of the Stemborer Queen, so be careful. The true descendants of the Stemborer Queen are far more powerful than the Stemborers outside, and they're extremely dangerous even for Grand Ascension stage beings like us, Bao Hua instructed. We'll look after ourselves. I'll be going on ahead then. You be careful too, fellow Taoist Bao Hua. Thus, all of the Grand Ascension stage beings split up into groups and departed from the plaza. Han Li and Taoist Xie were split into a group with 2 other Grand Ascension stage beings, and the 4 of them disappeared down one of the paths leading away from the plaza. These other 2 Grand Ascension stage beings were Xiao Lian, and the foreign Grand Ascension stage being enshrouded in green Qi Lu Shi. Their mission was to repair some of the restrictions at the formation core of the underground palace. Xiao Lian was walking on ahead while inspecting a jade slip in her hand, and Han Li and Taoist Xie were in the middle, while Lu Shi brought up the rear. None of them said anything, and they gently glided along several feet above the ground. Their spiritual sense was able to encompass the entire area within a radius of over 1,000 feet, and as long as there wasn't anyone far more powerful than them here, no one would be able to escape their detection. Han Li was inspecting his surroundings with a calm expression, and he discovered that the path that they were traversing was lined with tall rectangular pagodas. These pagodas were quite antiquated in design, and their surfaces were riddled with simplistic ancient runes, seemingly having already stood for countless years. After flying along for around 15 minutes, they still hadn't reached the end of the path. All of a sudden Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, and he drew to an abrupt halt. Did you discover something, fellow Taoist Han? Xiao Lian asked as she turned around. Lu Shi also stopped in his tracks to hear what Han Li had to say. There seems to be something interesting over there, would you 2 like to take a look? Han Li said with a smile as he cast his gaze toward a certain direction. Xiao Lian swept her spiritual sense toward the same direction, but was unable to discover anything, and her expression changed slightly as she said, Your spiritual sense can detect things that far away? Lu Shi was also unable to detect anything with his spiritual sense, and he said, I'd be happy to accompany you, fellow Taoist Han. It was clear that Han Li's spiritual sense was far more powerful than his and Xiao Lian's. Han Li nodded before drifting toward the same direction that he had cast his gaze toward, followed by an expressionless Taoist Xie. Xiao Lian and Lu Shi exchanged a cautious glance, and only then did they follow along. Chapter 22-29, Human-Faced Insect. After straying only several hundred feet off the path, both Xiao Lian and Lu Shi immediately detected something. After flying for no more than 2,000 feet, a massive deep crater that was around 80 feet in size emerged up ahead. There were 7 stone pagodas around the giant crater that were in ruins, and the ground was riddled with countless deep trenches, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place here. At the center of the giant crater laid the charred black remains of a giant insect, and it seemed that this was only less than half of the insect's entire carcass. Even though the carcass was incomplete, it was still quite menacing to behold, and both Xiaolian and Lu Shi couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This insect was similar in appearance to the average stem borer with a glossy exoskeleton, but on its long and thin neck was an extremely hideous male head, complete with all of its facial features and a head of disheveled green hair that resembled wild grass. The carcass was lying still on the ground without any blood around it, having clearly perished here a long time ago. So this is a true descendant of the stem borer queen. It really is very disturbing to look at, Xiaolian said as her face paled slightly. It truly is. I didn't think that these insects would be so unsightly. The stem borer queen is most likely even more disgusting to look at. What do you think, fellow Taoist Han? Lu Shi asked. Perhaps so. I won't just come to any conclusions before I see the stem borer queen for myself, Han Li said with a faint smile, then suddenly swept a sleeve toward the giant crater. A loud boom rang out as a burst of invisible power struck the insect carcass, causing it to flip onto its back. Xiaolian's complexion paled even further at the sight of the insect's underside. The insect had around a dozen shattered limbs attached to its abdomen, some of which were very sharp and lined with hard black fur, just like the limbs of actual insects. However, the other limbs were fair and delicate, bearing a strong appearance to human hands, but instead of 5 fingers each hand was comprised of 3 fingers, one of which was quite thin while the other 2 were thicker. Lu Shi's eyelids spasmed upon seeing this, and he raised a hand to conjure up a blue fireball, which he immediately sent flying toward the insect carcass. The fireball didn't seem to be releasing any heat, but the air around it had become quite warped and blurry, clearly indicating that the flames were extremely fearsome. As soon as the fireball struck the insect carcass, the latter immediately burst into flames. Moments later, Lu Shi made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the carcass, and a dull thump rang out as the blue flames instantly vanished to reveal the carcass again. However, aside from the fact that it was slightly more charred black than before, the carcass appeared to have been largely unaffected. Lu Shi and Xiaolian's expressions darkened even further upon seeing this. Interesting. Let me give it a try as well, Han Li chuckled as he raised a hand to flick 3 of his fingers through the air. 3 streaks of azure sword chi instantly erupted from his fingertips before striking the carcass in quick succession. 3 dull thumps rang out one after another, and the 3 streaks of sword chi achieved completely different outcomes. The first streak of sword chi was instantly repelled, the second streak managed to slice through a part of the carcass's exoskeleton, and the third streak was able to slice the carcass cleanly in half. A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of both Lu Shi and Xiaolian upon seeing this, while Han Li began to stroke his own chin with a contemplative expression. Xiaolian asked, "Were those 3 streaks of sword chi you unleashed just now of different levels of power, Brother Han?" "That's right." The first streak contained around half of my full power, the second streak was a full power strike, while the third streak was infused with a flying sword that's a bonded treasure of mine, Han Li replied. Xiaolian and Lu Shi were naturally unaware that Han Li had lied about the first 2 streaks of sword chi and only told the truth for the third one. His powers were far superior to those of an ordinary Grand Ascension stage being, so the first streak of sword chi had only contained around 20% of his full power, while the second one was only imbued with around 50% of his full power. Even so, Xiaolian and Lu Shi were quite stunned by how resolute this carcass was. Not only is this insect virtually immune to fellow Taoist Lu Shi's true flames, it can even withstand fellow Taoist Han's sword chi to a certain extent. Looks like these descendants of the stem borer queen are even more fearsome than I'd imagined. What should we do if we encounter one of them? Xiaolian asked with a grim expression. There's no need to fear. If we really do encounter one of these insects, we'll just have to attack it as normal. I'm confident that the 4 of us combined will be able to bring down a mere insect. Lu Shi chuckled coldly in response. 1 or 2 of them won't be an issue, but what if we encounter 7 or 8 or even more of these insects? Would you still be so confident then? Xiaolian sighed. Lu Shi's confident facade slipped a little upon hearing this. Surely there aren't that many of these things around. It's indeed very unlikely to encounter so many of these insects. If the stem borer queen had the ability to produce so many descendants, it would have most likely broken out of this ancient seal long ago, Han Li said with a shake of his head. I certainly hope so. Otherwise we could potentially find ourselves in some huge trouble. It looks like the last group of fellow Taoists to have entered this underground palace were the ones who killed this insect. I wonder why they left in such a hurry. I hope there aren't more of these things up ahead, Xiao Yan said with a wry smile. In any case, we're already here, so we can't back down now. We've already wasted quite a bit of time here, let's keep going. It would be truly regrettable if our tardiness affects fellow Taoist Bao Hua's plans, Han Li said in a calm manner, then drifted back the way he had come. Through his examination, he had determined that these insects didn't pose much of a threat to him, so he naturally wasn't going to be too concerned. Taoist Xie followed along behind him in silence, and Xiao Yan and Lu Shi were rather surprised by Han Li's decisive departure. However, they knew that Han Li was right, so they could trail along behind him as well. Taoist Xie seemed to be completely obedient to Han Li, and Han Li had just displayed spiritual sense far superior to that of Xiao Yan and Lu Shi, so the two of them were unconsciously beginning to follow Han Li's lead. Shortly thereafter, the four of them returned to the path and continued onward according to the map. As they progressed along the path, they didn't encounter any obstacles, and that came as quite a relief for both Xiao Yan and Lu Shi. Even though they were both at the Grand Ascension stage, they definitely didn't want to encounter an insect like the one they had just seen. At this moment, the four of them had arrived in a spacious garden with shimmering silver trees all around them. These trees had palm-sized silver flowers growing on their branches that were very beautiful to look at, but didn't give off any aroma. Initially, Lu Shi had been rather wary of these trees, but his concerns were assuaged after Xiao Yan informed him that this was a plant unique to the Elder Devil realm, and it served no purpose other than as a low-grade pill refinement ingredient. Brother Han, according to the map, that hall up ahead should be where the formation core is situated. Once we repair it, our mission will be complete, Xiao Yan said as the three of them emerged from the garden, upon which a gray hall appeared in the distance. Looks like our journey was quite smooth. I wonder if the same applied for our other fellow Taoists, Han Li replied with a nod. For some reason, as soon as he had arrived in the garden, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that he was being watched. Considering how powerful his spiritual sense was, it was virtually impossible for him to be unable to detect someone if they were nearby. This meant that the one watching them either possessed incredible powers and could avoid the detection of his spiritual sense, or this was merely a figment of his imagination brought on by the powers of the ancient seal and all of the restrictions in the underground palace. In any case, Han Li had naturally become a lot more cautious, but as soon as they emerged from the garden, this strange feeling suddenly vanished, leaving him feeling quite perplexed. Meanwhile, an indistinct humanoid figure situated in a dark underground cave in the deepest part of the underground palace suddenly began to cackle to himself. I can't believe someone from a lower realm has managed to cultivate the spirit refinement technique to the second stage. Haha, the heavens really are smiling down upon me. Looks like I won't be trapped here for much longer. Initially, the cackling was very loud, but it gradually became clearer and more deranged, striking the listener with a bone-chilling sensation. Chapter 2230, Re-emergence of the Lightning Wheel Technique. Han Li was naturally oblivious to the scene that had just transpired deep in the underground palace, but after that unsettling feeling disappeared, he was quite relieved. At this moment, the four of them had emerged from the garden and arrived on an ordinary-looking small plaza. A massive hall that covered an area of several acres stood directly across on the other side of the plaza, and Lu Shi's brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "Why is my spiritual sense unable to enter that place? Are the restrictions here still activated?" It's not the restrictions at work. This hall was constructed from a type of special material from our holy realm. This material is known as underworld river sand, and it naturally possesses spiritual sense resistance properties, so it's no surprise that your spiritual sense can't enter the hall, Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Instead of becoming complacent upon hearing Xiao Yan's explanation, Lu Shi's brows furrowed even further as he suddenly made a grabbing motion to summon a dagger enshrouded within green chi. Hold on, I can sense the aura of stem borers here. Surely not. Could it be that you're mistaken, fellow Taoist Lu Shi? Xiao Yan's heart jolted upon hearing this, and she also hurriedly summoned 3 silver rings that appeared before her in a flash of light. I've cultivated a special secret technique that allows me to identify the auras of all beings within a radius of several tens of kilometers. I'm certain that there are stem borers nearby. Lu Shi replied in a confident voice. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he suddenly rubbed his hands together before raising them toward the hall up ahead. A pair of loud thunderclaps rang out as two thick bolts of golden lightning sprang forth, transforming into a pair of golden pythons over 100 feet in length before pouncing into the hall. A rumbling thunderclap immediately rang out within the hall amid flashes of lightning. Divine Devilbane Lightning. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Generally speaking, Divine Devilbane Lightning was no longer all that effective against devilish beings of her caliber, but when unleashed by a fellow Grand Ascension stage being like Han Li, it would still pose quite a threat to her. Right at this moment, a string of sharp hissing rang out within the hall, following which 5 shadowy figures shot out in a flash before landing on the small plaza in a line. There really are stem borers here. Lu Shi's expression immediately darkened at the sight of these figures. The 5 figures were none other than 5 giant human-faced insects. Each of them was around 30 to 40 feet tall with extremely hideous male heads attached to their thin and long necks. Furthermore, they were holding some crude club-like weapons in their front limbs. The largest of the human-faced insects was standing at the center, and its exoskeleton was light blue, while the other 4 all had black exoskeletons, similar to that of the insect carcass Han Li and the others had found earlier. A sinister look immediately appeared on the blue human-faced insect's face at the sight of Han Li and the others, and it cackled, "Fantastic. There are more foreign beings. We'll be able to have another feast. I really miss the taste of foreign flesh. I can't even remember how long it's been since I last had some." Greedy looks also appeared in the eyes of the other human-faced insects. Xiao Yan's expression darkened upon hearing this, and the 3 silver rings before her began to buzz loudly amid a flash of bright light. In contrast, Han Li was very relaxed, and after taking a glance at the 5 human-faced insects, he smiled and said, "5 is not a disaster, but nothing to be scoffed at either. How about this? Brother Sierra and I will take on 3 of them and leave the other 2 to you too. I certainly have no objections there. You and fellow Taoists Xie are no ordinary Grand Ascension stage beings, so we'll be counting on you," Xiao Yan chuckled. Lu Shi naturally had no objections either, and he slashed his dagger through the air, releasing a burst of green chi that transformed into a WRM, which pounced directly toward one of the human-faced insects. The human-faced stem borer was completely unfazed, and opened its mouth to expel a burst of gray chi. The 2 clashed amid a resounding boom, then rose up into the heavens like a pair of WRMs that were constantly tearing at one another. Immediately thereafter, the 3 silver rings in front of Xiao Yan disappeared in a flash, and in the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above another one of the human-faced stem borers, following which the 3 silver rings reappeared before crashing down with ferocious might. A ferocious look appeared on the human-faced stem borer's face, and it swung its 2 thick clubs violently upward, sending 2 bursts of enormous power crashing into the 3 silver rings. The 3 rings tremored violently, and were unable to continue in their descent. The blue human-faced stem borer cackled upon seeing this, then sprang forward using its hind legs, upon which it suddenly vanished into thin air. "Leave that thing to me," Taoist Xie said as he also disappeared amid a flash of silver lightning. In the next instant, a dull thunderclap erupted up above, and Taoist Xie and the giant blue stem borer appeared in the sky in unison amid a violent explosion. Taoist Xie immediately made a grabbing motion, and arcs of silver lightning converged to form a pair of giant shimmering silver blades, following which his body swelled to over 100 feet in size, and he charged toward the giant stem borer as he brought his blades down with vicious force. The blue stem borer let loose a loud screech as it also swelled several times in size, swinging its giant clubs through the air in retaliation without any fear in its eyes. A string of earth-shattering booms rang out as the 2 clashed with their weapons over and over again. Taoist Xie remained completely expressionless, and his silver blades were revolving around the blue stem borer while unleashing ferocious attacks like a pair of silver wheels. Meanwhile, the blue stem borer was cackling incessantly, and it had a near-deranged look on its hideous face as its massive black clubs were revolved around its body as bursts of black chi. The 2 of them seemed to be evenly matched. Right at this moment, a giant green flower projection appeared behind Xiao Yan, and it immediately transformed into countless azure saber projections that swept toward the giant stem borer up ahead. Meanwhile, Lu Shi had produced a huge shimmering golden seal, which instantly swelled to a size of a mountain at his behest before slamming down onto his opponent over and over again. The human-faced stem borers possessed very powerful bodies, but even they didn't dare to take such astonishing attacks head-on, and could only take evasive measures. Seeing as 3 of the human-faced stem borers had been occupied, Hanli cast his gaze toward the 2 remaining giant insects. Those 2 stem borers were currently hesitating about whether they should reinforce their companions or deal with the only available enemy. A faint smile appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal, following which countless golden runes surged out of his body. A loud thunderclap rang out, and those runes instantly transformed into scintillating bolts of golden lightning that enshrouded his entire body. He then made a hand seal followed by a grabbing motion, and the bolts of lightning converged to form a shimmering golden ball of lightning that gave off an extremely formidable aura. The 2 human-faced stem borers immediately sensed the threat being posed by Hanli, and they hissed in unison as they rushed directly toward Hanli, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake. One of them opened its massive mouth, releasing a burst of nauseating black liquid, while the other hurled its giant clubs directly toward Hanli. Hanli raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, and he suddenly disintegrated into specks of spiritual light. As a result, the giant clubs and black liquid all missed their target. The 2 giant stem borers were very alert, and they immediately flapped their wings upon seeing this, upon which they also instantly disappeared. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted on either side of the plaza, and the 2 giant stem borers re-emerged. However, the specks of spiritual light suddenly converged to form Hanli's body once again, standing on the exact same spot as before. It turned out that Hanli had never actually left that spot. He had easily managed to fool the 2 stem borers with an illusion. The 2 stem borers' hearts jolted upon seeing this, and they immediately pounced toward Hanli again, but it was already too late. Right at this moment, Hanli gently tossed the ball of lightning in his hands up into the air, and it vanished into thin air amid a flash of golden light, following which an earth-shattering burst of rumbling immediately rang out. Countless golden runes scattered through the air, following which a bolt of golden lightning as thick as a water tank came crashing down upon a human-faced stem borer with unerring accuracy. This was none other than the complete lightning wield technique that Hanli had only recently mastered. A howl of anguish rang out, and the stem borer didn't even get a chance to struggle before it was wiped out of existence by the golden lightning. The lightning wield technique was so formidable that even a human-faced stem borer couldn't take a single attack. The other giant stem borer was both shocked and enraged to see this, and it abruptly let loose a piercing screech, unleashing a burst of invisible sound waves that swept directly toward Hanli. Chapter 2231. Slaying the human-faced stem borers. Hanli's expression remained unchanged, and he merely raised a hand before thrusting it forward and spreading his fingers. 5 balls of golden light immediately erupted out of fingertips, then expanded drastically before combining as one to form a golden vortex the size of a wagon wheel. The vortex began to rotate as it released a burst of invisible suction force, drawing in all of the oncoming sound waves. However, at this point, the human-faced stem borer had also reached Hanli in a wraith-like manner, and it immediately plunged its sharp front limbs toward Hanli as streaks of black light. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger at the vortex in front of him. The vortex immediately swelled before shrinking again, then exploded into a ball of golden light. In the next instant, countless azure threads erupted out of the golden light, surging directly toward the human-faced stem borer. A vicious look appeared in the eyes of the human-faced stem borer, and instead of taking evasive measures, it plunged its sharp limbs even faster through the air toward Hanli. The stem borer was determined to break through with its attack even at the expense of harming itself. However, Hanli naturally wasn't going to allow that to happen. He swept a palm through the air, and around a dozen layers of light barriers instantly appeared before him. In the next instant, the streaks of black light struck the light barriers, piercing through all of them seemingly with ease before striking the protective spiritual light around Hanli. A sharp screeching noise akin to that of metal grating on metal rang out, and Hanli's skin suddenly turned a purplish-golden color while countless silver formations also appeared all over his body. In the instant that the streaks of black light struck his protective spiritual light, all of them were instantly repelled. This protective spiritual light had been manifested from Hanli's Provenance True Devil Arts and 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra, and even the average Grand Ascension stage being wouldn't be able to pierce through it. This human-faced insect was very fearsome, but it was still slightly inferior in power to a Grand Ascension stage being. At this moment, the azure thread struck the human-faced stem borer in a torrential storm, instantly piercing through its exoskeleton. The stem borer let loose a howl of anguish and countless streams of dark green liquid began to gush out of its body. However, it then let loose a low roar and gray light surged all over its body, upon which those puncture wounds began to rapidly heal at a rate that was discernible even to the naked eye. After the span of just a few breaths, the stem borer was almost fully recovered from its injuries. Han Li chuckled coldly upon seeing this, then made a hand seal before uttering the word slash. The azure threads that had pierced through the stemborer's body instantly transformed into azure flying swords that revolved around the stemborer's head like lightning. The giant stem borer was instantly decapitated, and the azure flying swords plunged back into its body again, tearing it into shreds along with even its soul. Thus, the two fearsome human-faced stem borers had been felled in the blink of an eye. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he withdrew his swords, and only then did he cast his gaze toward the other battles. As he did so, he immediately heard a shrill screech ring out in the distance. The stem borer that was facing Xiao Yan had been trapped within her 3 silver rings and was completely immobilized. Xiao Yan then released a burst of white light that sliced the stemborer's body cleanly in half. As expected of Bao Hua's identical twin, Xiao Yan was definitely more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being as well. Almost at the exact same moment, an earth-shattering boom rang out in another direction, and the entire space tremored violently. Han Li and Xiao Yan hurriedly turned their attention toward that direction to find that a gigantic crater had appeared on one of the edges of the plaza. The blue human-faced stem borer was lying at the bottom of the crater with its entire body charred black. Its exoskeleton had been completely shattered, and half of its head had disappeared. There was green blood all over its body, and it was immobilized from a series of severe injuries. In the air above the giant crater, Daoist Xie was hovering with his giant silver blades in his hands. He looked down in an expressionless manner, then abruptly slashed his giant blades downward, and they instantly transformed into 2 thick bolts of lightning, which combined as one to form a silver spear. Daoist Xie drew back his arm before hurling the lightning spear down from above, and the spear vanished into thin air amid a loud thunderclap. In the next instant, a dull thump rang out within the giant crater, and the spear was plunged into the stemborer's body before exploding violently. Countless arcs of silver lightning instantly filled the entire crater, and despite how powerful the blue stemborer's body was, it could only resign itself to its demise as its body was erased out of existence by the fearsome lightning. Meanwhile, Daoist Xie took a step forward and abruptly disappeared before re-emerging next to Han Li amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Nicely done, brother Xie. That stem borer you faced is most likely no less powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being, yet you were still able to kill it so quickly, Han Li praised. It still can't compare with a true Grand Ascension stage being. Having said that, the average Grand Ascension stage being would find it very difficult to defeat this insect. Daoist Xie replied in an indifferent manner. Indeed. Setting aside how powerful these stem borers are, they fight without any regard for their own lives, and that's something that the average Grand Ascension stage being can't compare with, Han Li said as his smile faded slightly. That's right. Fellow Taoist Lu Shi has gained the upper hand over there, but he's unable to defeat that stem borer due to its near-suicidal battle style. How about we give him a hand? Xiao Yan said with a smile. Han Li cast his gaze toward Lu Shi, and sure enough, Lu Shi was struggling to land a killing blow against the final stem borer. A smile appeared on his face and he was just about to respond to Xiao Yan when Lu Shi suddenly yelled, "There's no need for you to step in, fellow Taoists. I'm more than capable of taking down this puny insect." Azure Atlas Seal. Lu Shi was quite embarrassed to see that he was the only one still struggling with his opponent, and he immediately let loose a thunderous roar as he suddenly released 9 identical azure stone seals out of his sleeve. The seals revolved in midair before fusing as one with his giant golden seal from before, transforming into a massive azure seal with countless golden runes revolving around it, which then crashed down toward the giant stem borer. A loud buzzing sound rang out, and the power of laws within an area with a diameter of around a kilometer was swept up. As a result, the human-faced stem borer down below was immediately immobilized. The giant azure seal descended with astonishing might and instantly crushed the stem borer into a pile of mincemeat. Only then did Lu Shi heave a faint sigh of relief, and he made a hand seal, upon which the giant seal was drawn back into his sleeve. However, at this moment the green qi revolving around his body had thinned slightly, and his aura had also become marginally weaker. It was clear that the powerful ability he had just unleashed couldn't be used regularly. So that was the Azure Atlas Seal. It's truly just as powerful as the rumors proclaim. Even though it's not a profound heavenly treasure, Its powers are almost comparable to one, Xiaolian said with a faint smile. I'm embarrassed to say that I wouldn't have been able to take down that stem borer so quickly had I not resorted to one of my trump cards, Lu Shi said with a wry smile. He had clearly realized that he was the weakest one of the four, and that made him rather uneasy. Now that they've been taken care of, there shouldn't be any other stem borers inside. Let's go in, Han Li said as he cast his gaze toward the hall. Sure, let's go and take a look, Xiaolian agreed with a smile. Lu Shi naturally had no objections either. Thus, the four of them immediately drifted toward the hall. As soon as they entered the hall, Xiaolian and Lu Shi's expressions changed slightly as they discovered piles of bones and damaged weapons and armor strewn beyond the entrance. These were most likely the guards assigned to this underground palace. They had to have been killed by the stem borer queen once it broke out of its seal, Xiaolian sighed before sweeping a sleeve through the air, releasing a string of crimson fireballs that incinerated all of these remains into ashes. Chapter 2232, Underground Stone Forest. Han Li cast his gaze toward the damaged weapons, and his brows suddenly furrowed slightly as he made a grabbing motion. A shimmering fragment of a sword blade immediately flew into his hand, and he began to carefully inspect it. There was a deep claw mark on the surface of the blade fragment, and it was as if it had been intentionally carved into the blade. Han Li exerted more force with his index finger and thumb to squeeze onto the blade fragment while also releasing a burst of golden light into it through his fingertips. As a result, a finger indentation that was about as deep as the claw mark also appeared on the fragment. Have you discovered something, fellow Taoist Han? Xiaolian asked in an intrigued manner. Take a look for yourself, Han Li said as he tossed the blade fragment toward her. Xiaolian raised a hand to catch the object, and after only a brief inspection she suddenly exclaimed, High Zenith Platinum. This weapon was refined from High Zenith Platinum. High Zenith Platinum? That's an extremely renowned material across all realms, and there aren't many materials more resolute than it. The owner of this blade must have been quite fortunate to have obtained such a large piece, Lu Shi said in a stunned voice. I'm not sure they were all that fortunate considering they've been slain by these stem borers. Setting that aside for now, your physical body must be extremely powerful to have left such a deep indentation on such a material. How much of your strength did you use just now, fellow Taoist Han? Xiaolian said as she also squeezed the fragment between her fingertips, yet was only able to leave a very light indentation. As for Lu Shi, he could only shake his head with a wry smile, clearly conceding his inferiority. I naturally had to use a significant amount of my strength. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been able to leave such a deep indentation on this material. I wonder what kind of stem borer could have possessed a body powerful enough to shatter this weapon. At the very least, that's definitely not something one of the human-face stem borers we encountered earlier would have been capable of, Han Li said with a serious expression. Those human-face stem borers were inferior to us in power, so there's definitely no way they could have done this. Could it be that the stem borer queen was the one that did this? Lu Shi's face paled slightly as this thought occurred to him. Most likely not. With the stem borer queen's incredible powers, there's no way it'd fight a group of guards in person, Xiaolian said with a shake of her head. So there must be stem borers even more powerful than those human-faced ones in this underground palace, Han Li mused. It looks like it, Xiaolian sighed in a resigned manner. There's no need to be overly concerned, fellow Taoists. Even if stem borers of that caliber exist, surely there wouldn't be too much. There are over 40 fellow Taoists who have entered this Earth Palace in total. That'll definitely be enough to handle all of these stem borers, Lu Shi said in an optimistic manner. Those stem borers must indeed be extremely rare. Otherwise, there's no way that Bao Hua and Yuan Yin would have been unable to collect any information on them. Perhaps there are only a handful of them, Xiaolian agreed. In that case, there's nothing to fear. Let's examine the damaged restrictions here first, fellow Taoists, Han Li said. After that, he and Taoist Xie led the way deeper into the hall. Xiaolian and Lu Shi exchanged a glance before also following along. A short while later, Han Li and the others were situated within a room at the center of the hall, discussing something as they stood around a formation that spanned the entire room. The giant formation appeared to be extremely complex and profound, but it was clear that a portion of it had been forcibly altered not long ago. There was also another part that had been completely destroyed, so the entire formation was looking unrecognizable. Fellow Taoist Xiaolian, do you think you'll be able to repair this formation? Lu Shi asked with tightly furrowed brows. I have the blueprint for this formation, but I didn't think that it would have been altered significantly. Given enough time, I would be able to return it to its original state, but Bao Hua didn't give us that much time, Xiao Yan replied with a wry smile. We're in some trouble then. I'm not an expert in formations, so I won't be of any help here, Lu Shi sighed. If we have the original blueprint, then I can lend you a hand. Fellow Taoist Bao Hua only asked us to repair the restriction to the best of our abilities. Let me take a look at the blueprint and see if we can somehow make the restriction temporarily work without fully repairing it, Han Li said. Are you familiar with formations as well, Brother Han? It would be fantastic if we could do that, Xiao Yan said in an elated manner. She flipped a hand over as she spoke, then tossed a translucent jade shard toward Han Li. Han Li caught the jade shard before injecting his spiritual sense into it, and sure enough, there was an extremely complex formation blueprint within it. Thus, Han Li and Xiao Yan began to devise a repair plan, while Taoist Xie and Lu Shi stood on guard duty outside the hall. With Han Li's expertise in formations and the blueprint available, it only took him less than half a day to think of a repair plan. Xiao Yan listened to his plan and carefully mulled it over, then nodded with an elated expression upon determining that it was a sound plan. She immediately pulled some materials out of her storage bracelet and began to repair the giant formation together with Han Li. Throughout the entire repair process, both of them were extremely careful and cautious. After all, even the slightest mistake could activate all of the restrictions in the underground palace and even awaken the Stemborer Queen. In the end, it took the two of them a day and a night to finally repair the formation. Xiao Yan cast an incantation seal toward the formation, upon which a buzzing sound rang out across the entire hall, while layers of gentle white light also emerged. At the same time, a burst of profound energy fluctuations proliferated through the room before vanishing without a trace. It's done. Your plan really was feasible, Brother Han, Xiao Yan said as she turned to Han Li with a smile. Seeing as there are no issues, we'll just have to wait for a message from Bao Hua before we completely activate the restriction. I wonder if our other fellow Taoists will be able to complete their missions in time as well, Han Li said with a smile. According to Bao Hua's plan, we should be receiving a message from her in half a day at the latest. Let's meditate and recover some energy for now, we could be facing a fierce battle soon. Han Li nodded as he raised a hand to release a message talisman, informing Taoist Xie and Lu Shi of what was happening, then strode over to a corner of the hall before sitting down to meditate. Xiao Yan also did the same, and moments later 2 streaks of light, one azure and one silver, flew into the room before also sitting down to meditate. Thus, several hours flew by in a flash, and right at this moment Han Li suddenly opened his eyes, as did everyone else in the room. The ground suddenly began to tremor without any warning, and a pillar of white light suddenly erupted out of the formation on the ground before vanishing into the ceiling in a flash. At the same time, the entire underground palace began to tremor and quake, and within a certain secluded area of the underground palace, a series of tall stone pillars erupted out of the ground to form a massive stone forest. Looking down from above, one would be able to tell that the stone forest was arranged to form a rectangular formation. At the center of the formation were 8 copper pillars, and not only were these pillars riddled with rust, there was also indecipherable ancient text inscribed on their surfaces, as well as a ball of light hovering atop each pillar. Within each of these balls of light was a crimson lamp, and 7 of the lamps had already been snuffed out, while the final still contained a faint yellow flame. At the center of the area surrounded by the 8 copper pillars was a crimson sacrificial altar that was over 100 feet tall. Atop the altar sat an inky black bowl with black qi revolving all around it, striking one with an unsettling sensation. A burst of sinister cackling suddenly rang out from within the bowl. What's going on? We didn't activate the formation yet, how was it activated on its own? Xiao Yan yelled as her face immediately paled. Lu Shi and Han Li's expressions had also darkened significantly. They didn't know what had happened, but it was clear that something had gone wrong. Let's get out of here. We can't rely on the original plan anymore. We have to reunite with everyone else as quickly as possible, Han Li decided. He then waved a hand toward Taoist Xie before flying away as a streak of azure light, and Taoist Xie followed along close behind him as a streak of silver light. Chapter 2233, Treasured Phoenix Spirit Plates. Xiao Yan and Lu Shi exchanged a glance, and the latter asked, "What should we do, fellow Taoist Xiao Yan? Should we follow them?" Brother Han is right. Something's clearly gone wrong, so it would be unwise to stay here. Let's get out of here and find out what's going on first, Xiaolian said. She then swept a sleeve through the air and flew away as a floral projection. Lu Shi could only heave a faint sigh and follow along. At this point, Han Li and Dao Xie were flying along a narrow passageway, heading toward the direction where the tremors were the strongest. Even though the flight restriction was still in place, Han Li was still able to fly at quite a high speed at the expense of additional magic power expenditure. Han Li swept his spiritual sense around the passageway, and his brows immediately furrowed slightly. Countless cracks had appeared within the smooth-looking walls of the passageway, and the number of cracks was quickly increasing. It seemed that this underground palace wouldn't be able to hold itself together for much longer. Right at this moment, the tremors up ahead became even more violent, and it looked as if the entire palace could collapse at any moment. All of a sudden, a crossroads appeared up ahead, and Han Li turned into a new passageway without any hesitation. He was immediately greeted by two black human-faced stem borers that pounced directly toward him, and it seemed that these two stem borers had been waiting there for quite some time. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and a green sword mark suddenly appeared on his forearm, following which a green long sword that was around 3 feet in length instantly appeared in his hand before being slashed toward the pair of oncoming stem borers. The world's origin chi in the surrounding area was immediately stirred up into a frenzy, and a burst of enormous power of laws descended upon the passageway. Peculiar energy fluctuations erupted around the two human-faced stem borers, and they were immediately immobilized, then sliced in half before they even knew what had happened. Han Li appeared behind the two human-faced stem borers in a flash, following which the stem borers' dismembered bodies abruptly burst into flames. Han Li didn't want to be stalled here, so he had used his profound heavenly spirit/sword to kill the two human-faced stem borers right away. At his current cultivation base, he was able to use a part of the profound heavenly treasure's power even without unleashing his holy nirvana physique. Dao Xie's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but he remained silent as he continued to follow along behind Han Li. After that, the two of them didn't encounter any stem borers, and after a long while, they finally emerged from the passageway into a massive underground cave. There was a layer of fine silver sand spread over the floor of the cave, but the roof of the cave was lined with razor-sharp stalactites. Not far away from the opening of the passageway was a cloud of gray mist that was giving off a faint sandalwood aroma, and there were several humanoid figures currently hovering before the sea of mist, one of whom was none other than Bao Hua. She was currently appraising the gray mist with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes, and there was an indistinct face within the mist that seemed to be communicating with Bao Hua through voice transmission. Behind Bao Hua stood Hei and several other Grand Ascension stage beings. All of them were immediately alerted by Han Li and Dao Xie's arrival, but their expressions quickly eased upon realizing that more allies had arrived. What's going on? Where are all our other fellow Daoists? Han Li asked as he swept his spiritual sense toward the cloud of gray mist. We're not too sure what's happened either. Bao Hua is currently communicating with the spirit of the ancient seal to find out what's happening. As for everyone else, you two are the first to arrive, an ordinary-looking elderly man replied with a grim expression. Is that the spirit of the ancient seal? Han Li asked as he cast a contemplative gaze toward the face within the mist. Right at this moment, Bao Hua seemed to have concluded her communication with the face in the mist, and the latter quickly dissipated. I'm glad you're here, Brother Han, fellow Dao Xie. Please lend me your assistance, Bao Hua said with a serious expression. You still haven't told me what's going on here, fellow Daoist Bao Hua, Han Li said as he peered into the sea of mist. The power of the ancient seal has gone out of control. Both the power of the seal restricting the stem borer queen and the power trapping fellow Daoist Yuan Yen and the others suddenly waned significantly, and not only is the awakening of the stem borer queen imminent, all of our trapped fellow Daoists are also in great peril. The first thing that the stem borer queen is going to do after its awakening would definitely be to kill Yuan Yen and the others. Having lost so much energy, the ancient seal is about to fall apart, and the underground palace is also on the verge of collapse. Bao Hua sighed. What? How did this happen? We haven't done anything yet. Could it be that one of the groups of fellow Daoists made an error while repairing their restriction? A red-faced man asked with an alarmed expression. Did you find out what happened from the spirit of the ancient seal, fellow Daoist Bao Hua? It should be aware of what led to this, the elderly man asked. I asked the spirit of the ancient seal about this, but it doesn't know what's going on either. It could only sense that its power had been drawn away by something or someone. However, it's already agreed to teleport us to where the stem borer queen is residing so we can attack it before it awakens. In doing so, we'll be able to stall it and buy our other fellow Taoists more time to save everyone that's been trapped. It looks like we'll have to abandon our original plan, Bao Hua said with a wry smile. What? You're saying we should go and attack the Stembora Queen? Are you being serious, fellow Taoist Bao Hua? A black-robed woman exclaimed. Everyone else's expressions also changed slightly upon hearing this. Rest assured everyone, I'm proposing this for a reason. I learned from the spirit of the ancient seal that the Stembora Queen had to pay a heavy price to trap Yuan Yen and the others. On top of that, it's being forced to awaken on this occasion, so it wouldn't have been able to recover much of its powers, and it'll be nowhere near as formidable as it would normally be. The spirit of the ancient seal has also promised me that it would use all of its remaining power to assist us. Additionally, prior to making this trip, I borrowed a profound heavenly treasure that's particularly effective against insects, so there's a very good chance that we'll succeed, Bao Hua explained. Everyone's concerns were slightly eased upon hearing this. However, this was a matter of life and death, so they were still quite hesitant to agree to this plan. Bao Hua could see the concern in everyone's eyes, and she was forced to make a decision. I know you're all unwilling to take this risk, but you have to think of all of your trapped brethren. Fellow Taoist Copper Crow and the others are right near the place where Yuan Yen and the others have been trapped. Even if we can't kill the Stembora Queen, we can buy them some time to rescue everyone. On top of that, I have something for all of you. With these things in our possession, even if we turn out to be no match for the Stembora Queen, we'll still be able to get away. As soon as her voice trailed off, she raised a sleeve to send a streak of red light flying toward each of her companions. Everyone reflexively caught the streaks of red light to discover that these were crimson formation plates with complex designs etched onto their surfaces. Han Li could sense spatial fluctuations emanating from the formation plate in his hand, and after turning the plate over, he discovered that there was an extremely intricate and lifelike feather pattern on the back. These are treasured phoenix spirit plates that can instantly teleport hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. You must have been very fortunate to have obtained these treasures, the elderly man exclaimed as his eyes lit up with elation. Are these really treasured phoenix spirit plates? I've heard that they can only be refined using true heavenly phoenix feathers. They're capable of teleporting through all restrictions and formations, and they're essentially equivalent to extra lives. The black-robed woman exclaimed. There's no mistaking it, I saw a treasured phoenix spirit plate once during an auction, and its appearance and aura were both identical to these ones, the elderly man confirmed. Alright, seeing as fellow Taoist Bao Hua is willing to offer such precious treasures, I'll agree to this plan. Even if I don't end up using it, I'm not going to return it. The red-faced man said as a hint of greed flashed through his eyes. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.